Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with the successor agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Before I begin, I would like to announce that Councilmember Perez will be participating remotely in today's meeting. She is currently taking a break feeding her baby, and as soon as she comes back, she will report on her remote participation. Please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with the positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Perez is joining us remotely. Councilmember Rosati?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Here.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Here.
Thank you.
There will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by phone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning the city business, and/or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, please submit a yellow public comment card to address the council to the city clerk. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment period will be available following the reports to council this evening. Interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have Spanish and Armenian interpreters here with us this evening, sitting in the front row over here. Please connect with them if you are in need of services, and feel free to walk on over and chat with them if you would like their assistance. We have 5 announcements this evening.
And just like that, we've arrived at the announcements portion of the evening. Grab your popcorn and some candy because we've got some news for you. Come meet our amazing men and women in uniform on May 9th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Police and Fire Headquarters. Hosted by the Burbank Fire and Police Departments, this free, yes you heard that right, FREE free event will include live demonstrations, station tours, lessons on CPR safety, and more. Reach the fire department for more info at 818-238-3473 or visit the website at burbankca.gov/fire. In other news, please be aware that there will be a temporary water shutoff for an irrigation project on May 6th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the George Izay Park. You know, the park with the cool airplane. During this time, however, the Olive Recreation Center, the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, the Jocelyn Adult Center, and the tennis courts will be closed. The park will still remain open, but restrooms will not be available. Please plan your water-free fun accordingly. You can visit burbankca.gov/parksandrec for any updates. Speaking of water, did you know that May is Water Safety Month? As we head into warmer weather and spend more time around pools, lakes, and beaches, it's important to keep water safety top of mind. Here are some water safety tips to help keep you and your loved ones safe. Grab a cute suit and register for swim lessons. They help to build confidence and develop essential water safety skills. Parks and Recreation offers swim lessons and aquatic programs for all ages and skill levels right here in town. Visit burbankca.gov/aquatics to learn more. Also, always remember to swim near a lifeguard when possible and use properly fitted life jackets when participating in water activities. Learn basic CPR so you're prepared in the case of an emergency, and always supervise children when they are in or near water. Help us to make water safety a priority this May. You're invited to room 104 in the Community Services Building, located at 150 North 3rd Street, where Creative Industry Task Force will host its next event at 6 p.m. on May 21st. Join in to hear about the program and their recommendations for the future of the creative industry in Burbank. Learn more about the process and provide your feedback through a workshop-style roundtable format. For more information and to RSVP, please email econdev@burbankca.gov. And get out your stars and stripes as we prepare for the upcoming June 2nd, 2026 election. Voters began receiving their vote-by-mail ballots on April 30th. Please ensure your ballot is not mixed in with other mail. The City Clerk's office would also like to remind residents that the last day to register to vote is in 2 weeks, on May 18th. Voter registration forms are available in the City Clerk's office and at Burbank libraries. You can also register to vote online at lavote.gov. If you happen to miss any of those fun details, check out the Burbank City website for updates on all the happenings in our beloved Burbank. This concludes the announcement portion for our meeting. Thank you.
What do you guys think of the new announcement style? That's awesome, right? Whose bright idea was that? I need to give credit where credit's due. Over here, the new intern, a new employee. Awesome. Yeah, right? Yeah. That's great. I love it. All right, we have a number of presentations tonight, all very important. So I hope those of you who are here not for the presentations that you can enjoy and sit through these before we get to public comment. Our first presentation tonight, this evening, is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 13th through April 20th, 2026 is National Days of Remembrance in the city of Burbank. Please help me welcome Laura Strobel and I guess other folks as well. Okay, President of Burbank Human Relations Council to present the proclamation.
Hi, my name is Laura Strobel, and I am the president of Burbank Human Relations Council. And the Burbank Human Relations Council would like to thank first and foremost the City of Burbank, Mayor Takahashi, the members of the City Council, and the staff for the opportunity to present Days of Remembrance Holocaust commemoration at this council meeting. The Burbank Human Relations Council has been honored to coordinate and present this annual commemoration at the City Hall since 1989. I would really like to acknowledge and to bring up the members of the Burbank Human Relations Council Board and the Days of Remembrance Committee members who are here with me tonight. If you guys could please come up. Our annual presentation to council and the public this evening includes a universal sign of remembrance, the lighting of candles. In years past, we have been privileged to stand in the presence of Holocaust survivors as they lit these candles. As this generation grows smaller, the responsibility of remembrance is lovingly carried forward as we bridge generations. Today, we are honored to welcome Liron Tal, granddaughter of a survivor. Liron is a Burbank business owner and community leader. Liron is a bridge builder, ensuring that future generations will carry her family's history and their story will continue to be told. Liron?
So I'm in a writing class, and we had a prompt to bring in something that's of a treasure, and I wrote this piece based on a bracelet that I have that Laura was in the class, and so I was asked to read the story. My 92-year-old grandmother, Judy Brimmer, who I call Sassy, grew up in Budapest, Hungary, in a loving home with her mother and father, sandwiched between her two brothers, all three a year apart. Their summers were spent vacationing on the Danube River with their huge family filled with aunts and uncles and so many cousins. As a Jewish family in a Christian neighborhood, they had friends that loved coming over for my great-grandmother Ella's Jewish foods like knishes and kugels, and my grandmother loved spending Christmas with her friends at their homes. When Judy was about 7 years old, she recalls friends starting to say, "My parents won't let me play with you anymore." She had no idea why. Once the Nazi regime started appearing, her parents understood what anti-Semitism looks like, and they had to explain to their little girl it was because she was Jewish. Shortly after, they started seeing families being forced out of their homes or killed and their belongings stolen. Her mother, Ella, took her precious jewelry, including her favorite gold bracelet with tiny diamonds, to their Christian neighbor for safekeeping, and they buried the box of jewelry in their backyard. Years after the Holocaust, my grandmother returned to Budapest and retrieved this box of treasures, and that is the bracelet I wore on my wedding day that I'm wearing today. It was my something borrowed from our family's history and our roots. As a Jewish mother in Burbank, I think it's really important that these stories are continued to be shared. I have my son here tonight, and thank you for letting me share this tonight, and thank you to BHRC for the work you're doing, and I'm honored to light these candles in honor of my grandmother and everyone else and the Holocaust survivors and the ones we lost. And I want to invite my son up to help me light these.
And her son is a student at John Burroughs High School. What? Already? Yep. Thank you so much. For the seventh candle, we expand our circle of remembrance. We honor not only the million of Jews and other victims murdered during the Holocaust, but we also reflect on our shared responsibility to recognize human suffering wherever it exists. Today we welcome Ever Huerta. Ever is a junior at CSUN and a member of Burbank Community Defense. Ever will light the seventh candle in memory of the non-Jewish victims of the Holocaust, including the righteous Christians who lost their lives protecting Jews, the Poles, Slavs, Romas, LGBTQ people, the resistance fighters, political dissidents, the mentally and physically disabled, and others who the Nazis persecuted and murdered. Additionally, we light the seventh candle in memory of all who have been victims of hatred and for the millions of innocent victims tormented by violent conflict and war throughout the world. We also remember the lives lost in ICE detention centers and the victims who continue to experience inhumane conditions at these centers. Ever lights this candle, reminding us of the dignity and humanity owed to all people.
Thank you. I light this candle, honoring the responsibility of my generation to be the bridge builders carrying forward the lessons of the past, to stand for dignity and the humanity for all. As Martin Niemöller, a prominent Lutheran pastor in Germany, so powerfully warned shortly after World War II, and unfortunately this expert still resides today even more. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me.
Thank you so much, Ever. These 7 candles are lit as expression of remembrance and hope for peace in the world. Thank you for your time and attention. Burbank Human Relations Council will continue to commemorate the Days of Remembrance by hosting a community interfaith gathering next Tuesday, May 12th at 7 p.m. at St. Francis Xavier Church of Burbank, located at 3801 Scott Road. This program will include an educational presentation, followed by some words from Holocaust survivor and sought-after speaker, Gabriella Karen, who is 97 years old. All people of goodwill are invited to attend and hear stories of hope and courage, words of inspiration, and music. And we hope that you all will join us. For more information, you can go to our website, burbankhumanrelationscouncil.org, or on Instagram at Burbank Human Relations Council. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you. And thank you all.
Thank you for that presentation and lighting the candles and all the words. Before we do the pictures, I do have a proclamation. It's National Days of Remembrance, whereas we, the people of the city of Burbank, should always remember the terrible events of the Holocaust and remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny so as to never repeat the atrocities of the past. And whereas we, the people of the city of Burbank, must actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom, human dignity, and rights in a just society, this year's theme, Bridging Generations, emphasizes the responsibility of younger generations to carry forward the testimonies and lessons of survivors, as fewer survivors are available to share their stories. We must engage with history to build a future based on the lessons learned from the Holocaust, especially today when we see our communities both in the U.S. and in other countries under daily attack. The Holocaust shows what happens when hatred, dehumanization, and apathy win. And whereas the Days of Remembrance have been set aside for the people of the city of Burbank to remember the victims of the Holocaust, as well as to reflect on the need for respect and compassion for all peoples. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the city of Burbank, do hereby recognize Monday, April 13th through Monday, April 20th, 2026 as local Days of Remembrance, in memory of the victims of the Holocaust as well as the rescuers and liberators, and further proclaim that we, as people in the city of Burbank, must continually work to promote human dignity and confront hate whenever and wherever it occurs. Let us remember that hate has no home in Burbank and to choose kindness and love over hate. Stickers. There we go. Okay.
Perfect. All right, over here, please. 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so
Okay, can I get a hug? Of course. Thank you. Our second presentation this evening is the presentation of a proclamation declaring May 2026 as Older Americans Month in the city of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming our senior board to the podium. So I have a proclamation which I will read. Would anyone like to say a few words before I do that? Or we go right into the proclamation? Go right into it. Okay. All right. So Older Americans Month, the power of belonging. I love that. Whereas Older Americans Month provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the vital role older adults play in enriching our families, neighborhoods, and society. And whereas the theme, Power of Belonging, highlights the importance of ensuring that older adults feel connected, valued, and included in all aspects of community life. And whereas strengthening intergenerational relationships and encouraging active participation helps create a culture of respect, dignity, and shared purpose. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Older Americans Month, and call upon all residents to join me in recognizing the contributions of our older citizens and promoting programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support of older adults. Are you the president? Are you the representative? And I think officially I get to join that group in August because I turned 55. Okay. And I can, yeah, and then I'm going to, the first day on my birthday, I'm going to Jocelyn Center. I have planned, I think it's a Tuesday. Are you open on Tuesdays? Yes, okay, good, all right. 7 days. Make sure. All right, phew. All right. All right, next up, our third presentation this evening is the presentation of certificates of recognition for the Peter McGrath Older Americans Volunteer Service Award. Please join me in welcoming Parks and Recreation staff Kim Freed and Derek Baker to announce the recipients. How very exciting.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and council members. Like I said, my name is Kim Freed, Recreation Supervisor at the Jocelyn Adult Center. I'm here with my colleague, Derek Baker, Recreation Coordinator over the Burbank Volunteer Program. May is Older Americans Month, and we are honored to be here this evening to announce this year's Peter McGrath Older Americans Volunteer Service Awardees. Mr. McGrath was a respected community member who dedicated his time to volunteering on various city boards, committees, and commissions. This award is designed to honor and encourage Burbank residents who are at least 60 years of age and continue to be actively involved in the betterment of our community. These deserving individuals were nominated by members of our community and selected amongst all submissions based on the strength and merit of their application. The following awardees truly reflect the National Older Americans Month theme for 2026, the power of belonging. I'm pleased to announce the awardees for City of Burbank's 2026 Peter McGrath Outstanding Service Volunteer. Our first awardee is Carol Briggs. Come on down. When many of us think of Girl Scouts, we picture school-age girls and their parents, but Carol is still leading troops. In doing so, she models something powerful, a commitment that extends beyond personal benefit. She mentors not only the girls, but also their parents, showing what long-term dedication to an organization can look like, and reminding us that anyone at any stage of life can invest their time and talent in young people. As both the past and current leader of parent organizations, Carol brings invaluable generational knowledge to newer volunteers. Through her close connections with families in the Burbank Unified School District, she shares perspective and story-driven wisdom that helps today's parents understand what the meaning of truly being engaged in their children's community. Carol also has a remarkable way of bringing people in. She makes it a priority to create opportunities for others to get involved. Many of us have felt her encouragement and sometimes her gentle persistence to step forward and volunteer, not just for Girl Scouts, but for local efforts like Guide Dogs of America and the Burbank Rose Parade Float. Through her invitation and example, she helps others discover their sense of belonging. Her impact reminds us that belonging doesn't fade with time, it deepens. Carol shows us how to remain active, engaged, and connected throughout our lives. Her longevity in our community is not just admirable, it's inspiring. And even now, with her children grown and out in the world, Carol sums up it best. I've always said I'm not a stay-at-home mom, I'm a full-time volunteer. Carol definitely defines the power of belonging.
Our next awardee this evening is Connie Trimble. Connie Barron Trimble has a remarkable gift. She makes people feel like they belong. Whether she's at a church social, supporting Burbank arts organizations, organizing alumni events for John Burroughs and Burbank high schools, especially the Burroughs Vocal Music Association, catering Empty Bowl for Home Again LA, flipping pancakes for the Burbank Human Relations Council's MLK events, or serving the philanthropic educational organization gatherings. Connie greets everyone with warmth. And if you've met her, you've probably been in a photo with her too. She tells you she just flips pancakes, but in Burbank, these pancakes and the person behind the griddle are legendary. Connie's commitments to the community. Let me finish first, and you're gonna have all this time to talk. You're gonna be able to talk all you want when I get through with this, okay? Let us blow you up real quick. Let's blow you up. Connie's commitment to the community spans decades, from her early days at the Burbank YMCA's Camp Earl Anna, where she became Indian Maiden Nation Chief, to her lifelong involvement across countless organizations. She has built a legacy of service that continues to grow. The truth is, the power of belonging could easily be Connie's personal motto. Wherever she goes, she connects people. If you're standing nearby, she'll introduce you, find common ground, and make sure you feel included before moving on to the next person who needs that same connection. Connie can host an event, cater it, and champion it, because all at once, and does so with genuine joy. Her impact is especially felt through her work with Relay for Life. Through events like Wine in the Garden, she brings neighbors and friends together, not only to raise funds for cancer research, but to build awareness, offer support, and create space for connection among those facing and surviving illness. Connie's spirit of service was shaped early on. Her parents owned Barron's Restaurant, a local gathering place where community came first. Her father made sure that anyone in need received a plate of pancakes and something to drink. Something to drink. I want you to clear that up, All right. Connie carries the same spirit for today, a belief that everyone deserves a seat at the table. Her longest standing service has been with the Burbank Unified Schools, When her daughter Katie joined the choir at Burroughs, Connie stepped in to help and never left. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way. From chaperoning to organizing pancake breakfast, her support has evolved into beloved traditions like the Pancake Serenade, which she continues to cater year after year. At her church, she fosters a sense of belonging in a simple but powerful way. By bringing people together over food, her weekly hospitality goes far beyond coffee and juice. She creates thoughtful spreads of fruit, pastries, pancakes, and themed treats. She understands something fundamental. When people gather to eat, they begin to talk. When they talk, they build friendships. They build fellowships, and fellowships creates belonging. Organizations across Burbank, from Home Alone LA to Philanthropic Educational Organization, PEO, benefits from her generosity, and she lends her culinary talents to fundraisers that nourish body and spirit. In recent years, Relay for Life has been especially close to her heart, inspired by personal loss and the health battles of loved ones. Whether through painted rocks, tomato plants, or shared meals, Connie's goal is always the same: to bring people together, to uplift them, and to remind them they are not alone. So how does Connie embody the power of belonging? She shows us that belonging is something you create. She makes sure you know you matter. She helps you find your place at a table in a conversation within a community. And along the way, she reminds us of something extraordinary. Sometimes something as simple as a pancake can bring people together and change a community for the better. It is my honor to announce that Connie will also represent the City of Burbank as the 2026 nominee for the Los Angeles County Commission for Older Adults Volunteer Service Award as well. This is the photo opportunity right now. I can do a photo right now, if that's okay.
We are here. On the other side.
Just read so much, I'm sweating, I was reading so long. Got a long list. Oh. Very, very well.
That's what you get when an English teacher writes about you.
Thank you, Mayor Takahashi and council members, for celebrating Older Americans Month and honoring these two wonderful community volunteers. Would you like to say something, Mayor?
First of all, I'm a slacker. You guys, I'm so impressed, and gosh, I want to be you when I grow up. So.
You can.
Thank you to all that you do. Thank you for all the efforts and volunteers that the two of you have put together to have done in the community. So appreciate you. Well chosen. Is it a panel of people who choose? Is it a blind choice that they don't know who it is? Or? Ah, okay. All right. So well done. Well done indeed. Yeah. Congratulations. I know what I'm going to aspire to now. All right. All right, next up is Municipal Clerks Week. Hold on. Our fourth presentation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation declaring May 3rd to 9th, 2026 as Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming our city clerk, Ms. Kimberly Clark. All right, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Takahashi.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I have a little script.
Okay, good.
I'll try to make it fast because I know we have a lot tonight. So thank you very much, Mayor Takahashi. As the department head, I have a few brags about the city clerk's office and my outstanding team. As I call your name, please step forward. First, I would like to recognize Assistant City Clerk Linda Tai. Okay, fun fact, because everybody knows me, knows I love trivia. Since the city's incorporation in 1911, how many city clerks has the city had? 45, 15, 40, 16.
Who's at 15?
16, right? It's pretty small amount, right?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's kind of surprising since 1911. Anyway, all right. Here are some of our department accomplishments for this fiscal year. We filled 35 board, commission, and committee vacancies. I would like to recognize Yasleen Robinson, intermediate clerk, who stepped up this year and took on the main work involved with our BCCs in addition to our other duties. And just a friendly reminder for the public that on May 1st, we opened the annual BCC recruitment, and there are 28 vacancies at the moment. So if anyone's interested in serving, we encourage you to apply at I said it, board, commission, and committees? Yes. We encourage you to apply at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Okay, over on the record side, we processed 92 internal public records requests and 2,261 external public records requests. I would like to thank Eric Messis and Jessica Viato in our records division, who have both done outstanding work. Sadly, Eric will be leaving the city. Tomorrow's his last day. But on a positive note, he is leaving to start his own tax business. And as a former small business owner, I can't argue with that, so yes. Okay, and then third, we transitioned to e-file for electronic filing of Fair Political Practices Commission forms, Form 700 statements of economic interest, and campaign filings. Filers report that they find the new software more user-friendly. We also celebrated the 10-year anniversary of the Passport Acceptance Facility. Since the program's inception, we have processed more than 135,000 passport applications, taken 86,000 passport photos, and collected more than $5 million in general fund revenue. And I need to thank Vice Mayor Mullins for having the vision to start the program when she was clerk, and our longtime passport manager, Ziamara Gamez, who puts in long hours to manage this work, and who oversees our passport team, which is comprised of Jasmine Davis and Stephen Rabenna. The City Clerk's Office also launched the Granicus Peak Agenda Management Software, a digital platform for creating and publishing meeting agendas and packets, which has resulted in increased efficiencies across city departments and enhanced accessibility for the public. I would like to recognize our administrative analyst, Maria Sanchez, who does a fantastic job with our City Council agenda packets each week. If it weren't for Maria, none of us would be here. None of us, right? And finally, we initiated the work of re-annexing 17 properties on Roselli Street. Roselli Street is a little street between Burbank and Glendale. They had erroneously been redistricted to the city of Glendale for tax and voting purposes, even though they are Burbank residents and receive Burbank services. After this process is completed, these residents will once again receive ballots to enable them to vote in Burbank elections. Thank you very much for having this ceremony tonight. Appreciate it.
Yes, definitely applaud the City Clerk's Office. You work, every single one of your staff, you and your staff work hard, and so appreciate you. I do have a proclamation for you here. Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and partiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our City Clerk, Kimberly Clark, and to all of our professional municipal clerks for their vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community of Burbank they represent. So a round of applause for sure.
Thank you for all you do. Thank
for all you do. Thank you. They got to get back. They got to get back to work, so they're heading out. All right. We have a couple more. We're almost done. So our fifth presentation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation declaring May 3rd through 9th, 2026 as National Correctional Officers Week in the city of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming Jail Manager Tanya Cooper and jailers Austin Kraus and Jasmine Valdez. Where are they at? There they are. So I have a proclamation for you, but would any of you like to speak a little bit before I give the proclamation?
I want to thank you, everybody, for being here tonight as we celebrate National Corrections Week. I also want to take a moment to recognize the jailers who could not be here tonight because they're either working or they're prepping for their shift tomorrow. It's Myra Robles, Nathan Gutierrez, Jessica Kusher, Cielo Selva, and Mark Reynolds. We all do an amazing job. We're afforded a great privilege in this city to be able to be there for people at their lowest. Because although people might do bad things, they need an inspiration. People make mistakes, people break the law, but they have rights that they're protected and afforded. So, and that's our responsibility here. So we work behind the scenes. You might not see us on the streets, but we work very, very hard to make sure that whether it's your loved one or a friend or a family member or someone who just had a bad day, we're there to make sure that they're protected, that they're okay, they get to court, and hopefully on a better path into the future. So again, want to thank you for coming out for us today and recognize this week.
Thank you. I've been down in the jail before. I was there as part of the Citizens Police Academy. That's a really great program if you haven't done it. And one of the things that you get to do is to take a tour of the jail. So that was a really informative day. All right, National's Correctional Officers Week, May 3rd through 9th, 2026. Whereas in 1984, President Ronald Reagan designated the first full week of May as National Correctional Officers Week. And whereas in 1996, the name was officially changed to National Correctional Officers and Employees Week to recognize all employees who work in the nation's jails, prisons, and community corrections programs. And whereas the jail personnel of the Burbank Police Department exhibit compassion, professionalism, and dedication in the performance of their duties. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through 9th, 2026 as National Correctional Officers Week in the City of Burbank. The Council of the City of Burbank recognizes the outstanding service of the city's jail personnel that you provide for the safety and welfare of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
All right, I just found out we have 4 more after this. Sorry. I'm just kidding. No, this is the last one, I promise. All right, the last one is National Police Week. Our final presentation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation declaring May 10th to 16th, 2026 as National Police Week in the City of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming Police Chief Q and Police Sergeant John Embleton to present this proclamation, and I'm sure you would like to say a few words, knowing you. Oh, John's going to do? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for being here. National Police Week is a time to remember the men and women who gave their lives in the line of duty in service to others. It's also a time to remember and recognize the sacrifices that come with this profession, not only for the police officers, but also the families that stand behind them. This coming week, I think it's important because it's a reminder that policing isn't just a job. It really isn't. It's a commitment to serve. And more than that, in uncertain or difficult times. And I'm proud of Sergeant Embleton, along with 5 others, who will be riding from New Jersey to Washington, D.C. next week, hundreds of miles, to honor the fallen and also support the families. So on behalf of myself, the command staff, and the men and women of this department, thank you for the proclamation.
So the City of Burbank proclaims National Police Week, May 10th through 16th, 2026. Whereas in 1962, President John Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it falls as National Police Week. And whereas National Police Week is dedicated to honoring America's law enforcement community and giving recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others, and whereas law enforcement officers strive to maintain a safe environment for all, often while facing significant challenges and dangers, and our community recognizes the important work and sacrifices officers make each day to protect the City of Burbank, and whereas all members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the community by safeguarding life and property, by protecting community members against violence or disorder, whereas the personnel of the City of Burbank Police Department perform their duties with compassion, professionalism, and dedication, providing a vital public service to our community, safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the members of our community. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th through May 16th, 2026, as National Police Week in the City of Burbank. The Council of the City of Burbank recognizes and honors the invaluable contributions of our law enforcement personnel, whose unwavering commitment ensures the safety and well-being of our community. Thank you. One big round of applause for everybody and all the proclamations. That was amazing. And for yourselves, for the patience. We're going to take a second for those who want to kind of leave while we're doing our transitions, and then we'll move on to the next part of our meeting in a minute. All right. We will move on now to the next portion of our meeting. But before we do, I'll find my script here. Before we begin, I'd like to remind folks that Councilmember Perez will be participating remotely in today's meeting. Councilmember Perez, please provide your notice of your need to participate remotely.
Hi, everybody. I am participating remotely today in accordance with state law, allowing me a child care exemption when necessary. I think it's twice throughout the year. And as I shared with my colleagues earlier, both baby and I are sick, so you probably don't want me in person anyways. Don't want to share the germs. Yeah, and I'll be participating remotely. Those were wonderful proclamations.
Thank you, and I hope you feel better soon, Councilmember Perez. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Madam Mayor, yes, I do. I actually have 2 items. The first item, I'd like to call up our fire chief. I'd like him to report out on a recent women's fire workshop that the Tri-Cities participated in recently.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, Vice Mayor Mullins, Council, Danny Alvarez, Fire Chief. And as City Manager mentioned, on April 11th, the Burbank Fire Department participated in the first Tri-City Women's Academy in collaboration with Glendale and Pasadena Fire Departments. More than 60 women took part in the academy. The program was designed to recruit, educate, and empower women to pursue careers in the fire service. With women representing only about 5% of career firefighters nationwide, initiatives like this play a critical role in introducing prospective candidates to the profession. I have a few pictures here that I'd like to share as I go along here. This is the introduction. Thank you very much, Mayor Takahashi, for being there Saturday morning and sharing some thoughts with the members, the participants that were there. Prior to doing any of the exercises, they were getting ready to work on with some power tools. They were taught how to operate this equipment safely. Throughout the academy, it was held over 2 days on Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The academy provided participants with hands-on introduction to the fire service. Activities included operating hose lines, rooftop ventilation techniques, auto extrication, forcible entry, search and rescue techniques, and participants also donned personal protective equipment and completed fitness exercises similar to what they would expect in a fire academy. So you can see here they got to work with ladders. On the left there, they're doing their physical fitness that they would do in an academy. They did some extrication, cutting cars apart, working with auto extrication tools. This was a actual ventilation prop that they cut holes on. On the right, they learned how to use some wildland hand tools. They operated hose streams. They learned forcible entry techniques. And here's just a few more pictures of our participants and pictures of the class. And so this could not have happened without the participation of some of the members of our department who I'd like to bring up and express my gratitude to. So first, Battalion Chief Pete Garcia. Chief Garcia, come on up, coordinated this along with the training chiefs from Glendale and Pasadena. Engineer Jennifer Hoffman. Engineer Hoffman was there 2 days as an instructor. Our fire administrator, Christine Alice. I mentioned a lot about what they did on the operations side. One of the neat things about the program was that it really introduced the participants to every aspect of different career paths you can take in the fire service, including fire prevention and fire administration. And Christine was there 2 of the days sharing her experience as well. Firefighter Haley Main could not be here tonight because she's currently attending paramedic school, but she was also there as well. And I'll just close with one thing. This is a thank you card I got from 2 teachers that participated in the program. And while they were appreciative of the program as a whole, they sent me this specifically to acknowledge and thank Engineer Hoffman and Firefighter Main. And I'll just read just 2 quick sentences. As teachers, we appreciated their patience, outgoing personalities, and imparting their expertise with all the participants. The ventilation station was our favorite and most memorable because of Engineer Hoffman and Engineer Haley Main, our firefighter Haley Main. So huge thank you to everyone that made it happen. Thank you to Council and the City Manager's Office for supporting us in this endeavor, and we look forward to future opportunities to continue that. So, thank you. Okay. Do you have any questions or anything?
Council, any questions, quick comments?
Just like this is a great program. I was so impressed when I heard about it from the city manager, so I'd like to see this go on year after year. So thank you for putting that together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I have one, last but not least, I do have another item. I'd like to introduce our new business development concierge. She has only been here for a week. This is her first Burbank City Council meeting, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Alba.
Those are some very tough acts to follow. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Alba. I am honored to serve as Burbank's Business Development Concierge. I am a proud San Fernando Valley resident, grew up, born and raised in the San Fernando Valley, and my entire career has been rooted in public service. That's just a hobby of mine, public service, it's just what I do at any given point. I hold a dual bachelor degrees in public administration, in political science and organizational communication, and a Master of Public Administration and Certificate of Public Policy from USC. My municipal background includes serving as Deputy City Clerk and Management Analyst for San Fernando, working for the County of Los Angeles, and most recently as Senior Management Analyst for the City of Malibu. I wore many, many hats in Malibu, but the one that energized me the most and I was most passionate about was helping and serving our businesses. Especially after the Palisades fire, I was there to hold their hand, walk them through resources, through the multi-agencies. It's a very complicated process, rebuilding processes, so I was there to kind of help them throughout the entire step-by-step. And it was something that just energized me and I had a deep passion for. So I am very excited to serve as Burbank's Business Development Concierge and really continue taking that forward. I am very excited to join Team Burbank and I look forward to working with the community and city staff. Thank you.
And real quick, Cynthia will actually be in the city manager's office reporting to the assistant city manager, but working very closely with economic development.
Welcome to the team. All right, is that it, Mr. City Manager? All right, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council convened at 4 p.m. this afternoon for closed session discussion of 5 items. The first 3 items are items of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matters of Friends of the Equestrian Bridge versus City of Burbank, which is a housing development case concerning 910 South Mariposa. Alec Allman versus City of Burbank, which is a trip and fall case. Marissa O'Brien versus City of Burbank, which is a labor and employment case. In these 3 matters, City Council took no reportable action. The 4th item City Council discussed in closed session was a matter concerning real property negotiations. City Council, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, City Council met with the city's real property negotiator, Ms. Simone McFarland, Assistant Community Development Director, concerning the Burbank Historic Society lease at 115 North Lomita Street to discuss a ground lease renewal. City Council took no reportable action on that item. And finally, City Council met on one matter of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 with the city as a potential plaintiff in one case. The City Council took no reportable action on that item.
Thank you. Now is the time for joint general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are up next to the podium. A timer is available on the podium. This is also the last call for anyone who needs an interpreter or those staff will be released for the evening. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. And when you speak, please state your name for the record. Have our interpreters had any requests for assistance? No? All right. Well, you are free to go home and enjoy your evening. Thank you for being here and being available. The general public comment period, general public comment period is now beginning and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have for general public comment and how many callers do we have?
We have 27 in-person speakers and 4 people on the phone.
So 31.
31.
So 31 speakers means a maximum of 2 minutes. So each speaker will get 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Vanessa Bednar. And after that is Ron Bax. And as a reminder to folks, when you come up to the lectern, pull the microphone to whatever height you're at so that the folks at home can hear you. Welcome, Ms. Bednar.
Hello, thank you for having me. 1 second. I printed out some documents I'd like the City Council to have.
Yes, please.
How many packages should I, was told 6? 10. Okay, well, there's 9. Here we go.
Nikki's not here.
She's 9, I can't distribute without 10, so I just need to make a call.
Nikki's not here. Councilmember Perez is not here. Yes, yeah, if it's okay.
Sorry, I was told 6, so sorry about that.
Distribute the rest in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Just give her a second to pass
Yep.
them out. Yeah. All right, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling about the situation that's been going on for years at 437 South Fairview Street. This is my neighbor. Her dogs do not come in the house. She will not bring them in the house, and they bark and cry almost daily. You'll see their conditions. One lives in that cage. I call it a cage. Some might call it a pen. It never leaves there. The other one roams around the yard. I don't know what shelter it has. Burbank Animal Control has not been able to get into the backyard. The woman that resides at the property does not answer her door, or she is not there when they come during hours. I deal with this every day, and it is traumatic. You'll see it on the Excel has my notes that I take every day, barking and whatnot, and I've taken over 70 videos of what I hear in my house, and it's loud. I can hear it in my entire house. We've called the police recently, and they've always said to call animal control. I just want to play something really quick. This happened on Friday.
Something's really wrong.
It went on for 5 minutes, so I don't think we need to play that anymore. Sorry. It's upsetting, and I'm sorry, it just gets me really upset. We have done barking surveys. According to Burbank Animal Control, I'm only allowed to complain once a week, and then she has 6 days to comply. But then she'll let the dogs bark for 6 days, and on the 7th day it'll be quiet, and then it resets again. And then I was told that 20 neighbors could call, and it doesn't matter because they only take the one complaint, because again, she has 6 days to comply. So it just turns into this wheel over and over and over, and I guess I just want to end on this. I've talked to her, and she has quoted, and I relayed it back to her. She knows that the animals bark and cry. They're just animals, so it doesn't matter. She will not bring them into the house.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Ron Bax, followed by Roy Simonson.
Good evening, Council. I guess I'll start before it's distributed. Let's do a high-level comparison. What's the value of a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, or 2-bath house in Burbank? It's $1.1 to $1.2 million. Let's use $1.2 million to make the math easy. You can get rates of approximately 4%. There are more lucrative investments available, but I will present a conservative comparison. So bank equivalent return would be $48,000 a year, which is $4,000 a month. But the rents can only be well, my rents are about $3,500. And this doesn't take into account all the other expenses, which is taxes, insurance, et cetera, which last time I calculated came to about $1,000 a month. So that's a net of 2.5K or 2.5%. 4%, 4,000, 2.5%, 2,500. So I want you to take your life savings down to the bank, demand 2.5% because 4% would be greedy. When you have done that and supply a sworn affidavit declaring that you will never seek improving a return on your funds, we can discuss that I and many other housing providers need to do more to support Burbank housing. I also understand there was an incident at 2006 West Magnolia last Tuesday. I assume there's an investigation going on. I wonder if the police captain police chief can brief us on that. And from what I understand, maybe the city attorney wants to comment too. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Roy Simonson, followed by Eric Connor. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about the Rancho and Burbank, how they are intertwined. Burbank is a special, unique place, and so is the Rancho. As a matter of fact, Burbank was born in the Rancho with Dr. David Burbank, built his ranch behind, what is now Warner Brothers back lot. He also Burbank, and he changed the face of this valley in here. And I think it's very important we hang on to that identity of the horse connection, because that's also what brought the early movie industry in, all those westerns. We even had our share of gangsters with Mickey Cohen. There's a lot of history there. There's ecology there. And there's something that is very unique these days. All the people that love horses down there come from all over the world. Every nationality, many different religions, but we all have that common horse culture, and we would do anything to help one another. That's very rare, and I think we need to preserve that. So, in your decisions, I urge you to give it a lot of thought, because we are connected. The health of this city is also reflected in the health of the Rancho. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, this evening, if there's a number of speakers that you are feeling enthusiastic about, please do your jazz hands instead of clapping between each one. Thank you. Next up is Eric Connor, followed by Mark Scroggs. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Eric Connor, and I've served on the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission since 2019. I wish Mayor Takahashi, our city council members and staff a good evening, as well as Councilwoman Perez's infant, toddler now, a little bit bigger. I'm here to kindly encourage you to approve the commission's proposed $100,000 budget, which funds the Community Arts Grant Program, grant administration support, and commission-sponsored arts events. Over its first few years, this grant program has helped support the A to Z of our cultural arts community. With an additional minute, I'd list more. We'll just get to the highlights here. Animation, modern dance, theater, video game music, the Burbank International Film Festival, Salete Conservatory, original plays, staged readings. The list goes on longer than I can speak. And after 3 years, the list of grant recipients has gotten incredibly long and diverse. As a cultural arts commissioner, a Burbank resident, and a parent who truly does love Burbank, it's not just a sticker to me, it's a truth. It means so much to me to see art created by and supported by our community. Part of the proposed $100,000 budget is also used for our own events, including the recent free educational events on marketing, on finding talent, and our music-filled fall festivals at Johnny Carson Park. It's not a hot take to call Burbank the media capital of California. Please continue proving this by supporting our creative community and encouraging our residents to art locally. And with my last 20 seconds, a reminder to all, burbankarts.com/calendar for all your Burbank Arts needs, as well as follow us on social media at Burbank Arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, jazz hands. Jazz hands is So Burbank. Next up is Mark Scroggs, followed by Craig Hample. Welcome.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. No one's mentioned that yet. I'm Mark Scroggs. As of today, I want to share that there's been almost 5,000 signatures and is still growing on the Block the Merger petition with Warner Brothers and Paramount. You can still sign it at blockthemerger.com. The more names, the better, because it keeps bringing attention to the issue. Now there's lawsuits and different things going on, and a merger could further damage, our local economy. So I want to share that. I do want to recommend everybody in the entertainment industry and everybody else to research the opinions of candidates on this and other entertainment issues. There's a lot of times where people just do these things just to get attention and headlines, and then they don't follow through. So, and on that, I've been researching candidates, and I just want to say I'm supporting Tom Steyer. I saw him in March, where he talked a lot about the entertainment industry, and it was very enlightening for someone who's not from here to talk about it. Had a lot of good ideas, and took a lot of information from people. He also discussed healthcare costs and the cost of living in California, which is a big effect on the entertainment industry, because no matter how many tax incentives you have, if you can't afford to live here and you see these gas prices every day they show here's California, it doesn't really help. He's also into different entertainment issues like public arts initiatives to keep artists and craftspeople here, aiding live performance venues, stages, and cracking down on ticket price gouging. Live performances and events are the growing areas in entertainment. I also said, I told Tom, because we're so close, that the commercials just don't do him justice. I do recommend everybody research him and every other candidate you vote for this year. I know it's tough. I know there's a lot of candidates, but you just can't just say, okay, whatever.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Craig Hample, followed by Diana Fang. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'd just like to show my support tonight for the BRT and some dedicated lanes. And in very round numbers, only about a third of our residents don't drive. And that means they depend on others to take them around or drive them, or they depend on transit. I just wanted to give you a story of why it's so important to put a dedicated lane in. Recently, I planned to hop on the 501 bus to Glendale. It's an express bus, so it jumps from St. Joe's, gets on the freeway, goes over to Glendale, and it only takes a few minutes to get there, but it was 45 minutes late, and I had my bicycle, and I thought, well, all right, forget it, I'm just going to ride. So it took me 27 minutes to ride to Glendale to go to a film. And I thought, well, if I can outrun an express bus, I'm almost 72, and it's like, I just feel like, we really need to look at the way that this service works and to make sure that these things are punctual and dependable. I was standing with someone at the stop. They said, oh God, this thing's always late. And so that's part of it, that we need real service for our public transportation that works so that people can leave their cars behind. The last thing I want to say is I want to make a comment about empty seats on buses. There was a day that I was driving down the 405 and it was going at basically 14 miles an hour. And I looked around to see how many empty seats there were in cars. When I got to the intersection of the 101 and the 405, I actually looked up the numbers when I got home. And there's about 550,000 cars going through there with 4 empty seats each. That's 2 million empty seats in that one interview.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Diana Fang, followed by Bridget Underwood. Welcome.
My name is Diana Fang. I'm here to speak about the response from Burbank Association of Realtors and their statement on the protest about Moms for Liberty and their use of the Burbank Association of Realtors facility, BAOR. Moms for Liberty is a known hate group that built their reputation on the worst and the most dangerous form of homophobia. They target children, They've called queer identity as a mental illness. To this group, every gay teacher is a predator or a groomer. Moms for Liberty normalizes violence against children and members of our community. There has been a common theme tonight about unity and taking care of our community members. And that's what I'm here to speak about. I'm here as a local realtor. I'm here to speak for my kids and their friends and their classmates. BAOR does not speak for the local realtors I've spoken to, many of them. As realtors, we are community builders. We're here to take care of our neighbors. I'm requesting that BAOR take a firm stand against hate, against organizations like Moms for Liberty. I'm requesting that BAOR does a full vetting process before they rent their space to anyone, and to stand up for our children and our community members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Bridget Underwood, followed by Braden Day. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bridget Underwood. I'm an animation worker and local here in Burbank. As a Burbank resident, I'm here because I want bus rapid transit. I want safe, viable alternatives to having to get in a car, drive, and park for every trip I take. I'm really excited about the NoHo to Pasadena BRT and for the dedicated lanes that'll make it a fast, reliable, and successful project. I'm pretty sure we all agree that sitting in traffic sucks, and BRT with dedicated lanes is actually a solution to that. Dedicating lanes to BRT is going to give people a fast, cheap, and viable alternative to driving, and every person who chooses it because it works is one more car not on the road, which alleviates congestion for those who do need to drive. If buses are stuck in private car traffic, it will hamstring their speed and reliability, as we heard in that earlier story, making it just another unreliable LA bus. I want to be proud of this city doing its part to make this vital transit line successful and useful to all of us by supporting the BRT and the dedicated lanes that are core to its functionality. I also want to say I was quite moved by the presentations at the start of this meeting, and in particular, the dedication of a month to older citizens. My father lives just a few blocks from me. He's 86 years old, and we are confronting the shrinking of his world as his eyesight dims, and he may not be able to drive for much longer. Public transit is a lifeline to independence for the old, the young, the disabled, anybody who does not have access or the ability to drive a car themselves. I want everybody in the city to have the dignity of that freedom and independence without having to rely on a car, without having to rely on somebody else's schedule, just a bus that shows up when it's supposed to and gets you where you need to go. Good public transit is a universal public good. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Braden Day, followed by Kim Allender. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Braden Day. I'm 16 years old, and I was born here in Burbank and have lived here for all my life. I'm here representing as one of the LA Metro Youth Council members, and while it isn't on the agenda, the bus rapid transit from North Hollywood to Pasadena is extremely important. First of all, transit is important for Burbank and absolutely deserves dedicated bus lanes on all of. Modifying the project or denying construction permits will negatively impact the project, and that is not good, especially with the Los Angeles Olympics coming up quickly. This is a vital regional connector and cannot be slowed down to this point. Not only will this provide vital access to Burbank for students, commuters, and residents, but it also provides more housing and makes Olive Avenue safer for everyone. Not just that, but it improves the environment and our air quality and provides priority to our first responders, giving our residents a quicker 911 response. I urge you to support this project and help Metro get this important busway done as quickly as possible. Your residents will thank you dearly.
Thank you for your comment. Well done.
Thank you.
Next up is Kim Allender, followed by Dorothy Fortenberry. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kim Allender. I'm the transportation chair of the Sierra Club Verdugo Hills Group. We're part of the Angeles chapter, and we encompass Burbank, Glendale, and a little part of North Hollywood. I'm here to reiterate the Sierra Club's support for bus rapid transit. It's part of a regional transportation system that's going to bring Burbank and Glendale into the system of clean, electrified public transit. The system, in fact, just today, the D line is opening along Wilshire all the way from downtown Los Angeles out to Beverly Hills. This system is growing. It's going to be mature. And without bus rapid transit running from North Hollywood subway station to the Pasadena Light Rail Station through Burbank and Glendale with dedicated bus lanes, without that, Burbank is completely left out of this regional transportation system. So I'm here to urge you on behalf of the Sierra Club to make sure that this happens in a timely manner, the construction is completed in a timely manner, and it's ready to go for the 28 Olympics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Dorothy Fortenberry, followed by Jacob Pierce. Yeah, Dorothy left? Okay. Okay, so next up is Jacob Pierce, followed by Andrea Goyen. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Jacob Pierce. I'm a policy associate for Abundant Housing LA, speaking in support of the bus rapid transit, including the dedicated lanes. We submitted a coalition letter with signatories from a wide variety of organizations, including the Burbank Democratic Club, Strong Towns Burbank, Burbank Tenants Union, Walk Bike Burbank, Move LA. I believe ACT LA is also here in support as well. And just wanted to highlight the fact that removing support for part of a regional transportation project that would benefit all of LA County sets a really troubling precedent that I don't think we should take lightly. This is a project that would support transit-dependent riders, a healthier Burbank, Burbank's own environmental goals. So we ask you to not take the rapid out of the rapid transit. And get well, Ms. Perez. Hope you and your daughter feel better soon.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Andrea Goyan, followed by Cameron Hunter. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Goyan, and I am here tonight with my husband, Ronald Freed, about our ongoing difficulty with the neighbors' barking dogs. That's what brings us here tonight. We're concerned about repeated noise violations, but even more, I'm disappointed in the city's ability to enforce its ordinances and its seeming lack of care about the neighbors being affected. The one household per 7-day complaint policy means blinders are put up so no paper trail exists indicating the severity of the problem. Even when several neighbors are disturbed by the noise, only one complaint is registered at a time. Again, not only does this mean the city doesn't have an accurate record of the problem, neither does the dog's owner. They have no way of knowing things are escalating if the city isn't tasked with mentioning it to them. So after the 7-day period, when the problem clearly isn't fixed, it's rinse and repeat, nothing changes. Our problem isn't going anywhere. We've had issues with this household on and off for over a decade. We've won several court cases here in Burbank, and yet the problem continues. It's harrowing to hear them bark and cry for hours at a time. Yes, it's heartbreaking and disruptive. And with the warmer weather on the horizon, our open windows will increase the noise level. But the real issue is that our beautiful city's inability to help us resolve this problem is our problem. And that's why we're here tonight, reaching out to the council, looking for some help.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cameron Hunter, followed by Colin Wamsgan. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Cameron Hunter, and I serve as the 2026 President of the Burbank Association of Realtors. The BAOR has proudly served this community for over 100 years. Our members are local professionals, small business owners, and neighbors who have lived and worked here in Burbank. As part of our operations, we maintain a meeting space that is made available to a variety of community organizations under consistent and non-discriminatory rental policies. Providing access to that space does not constitute endorsement, sponsorship, or support the views, actions, or affiliations of any group or individual who rents it. In the days leading up to the April 28th event, we communicated that exact point to the members of the City Council. We explicitly stated that the BAOR is not endorsing, supporting, or hosting this event. We are simply renting out our meeting space. Even after that communication, our organization was purposely and publicly mischaracterized. Purposeful misinformation spread like wildfire. That misinformation contributed to a situation where tensions escalated, access was impacted, and people reported feeling unsafe. While we respect everyone's right to express their views, we recognize the impact this situation has had on members of our community and the concern it has created for many. Since then, our members and staff who had no involvement have received calls, messages, and online commentary that have been unfairly associated with an event they did not organize or participate in. That's not right. We are asking the city to take a close, objective view at what led up to that event, including the role public communications and actions may have played, and to help ensure better coordination and accurate information and safe access moving forward. This isn't about viewpoints, it's about safety and accountability. Thank you.
Next up is Colin Wamsgans, followed by Janet Deal. Is Colin here? No? All right, next up is Janet Deal, followed by Alfonso Directo Jr. Oh.
It'll take me about a week to get to the front.
Oh, yeah. Gives us a little break, so it's fine.
Yeah, really. Never wear clothes that keep sliding off. Anyway, good evening, Mayor. Is this okay? Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager. My name is Janet Deal. I've been in Burbank for 40 years and served on the Transportation Commission for 25 years. Mr. Anthony and I worked very hard for rapid transit, and so I really hope that you take that whole project and make it move. That would be great. My family was involved in the Holocaust. My stepmother, who raised me, was in 3 camps and escaped and walked 1,000 miles back to Czechoslovakia. My dad was in the Army Air Corps in a B-17 bomber. It's extremely important to us, to our family, to many, many other people who are Jewish or disabled or LGBTQ, all of the people who were murdered. There was no reason. There was no reason, just a crazy man and people following him. Please come on the Tuesday night next week, 7 o'clock, and you'll hear one of our survivors speak. BACOD, Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities, which I'm always pounding my drum for, has a meeting next, the third.
Thank you for your
third Thursday at 1:30 online.
Okay.
BACOD.
Thank you for your comment.
16.com.
Thank you. Next up is Alfonso Directo Jr., no rush, and then following is Susan O'Carroll. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alfonso Directo Jr. I'm a proud Burbank resident and parent. I was here last month representing the Burbank Roosevelt Bike Bus, which we're having our last one tomorrow morning. I'm also a transit rider, a multi-mode road user, run on Olive Avenue 3 times a week. I'm an organizer and advocate as well. I work for ACT LA. We're a coalition of 50 community-based organizations who represent low-income communities, residents of color, and transit riders. And I'm here to urge your support of the Olive Avenue BRT with dedicated bus lanes. It's a good reason for all the reasons people have mentioned already. It's great for health. It provides an alternative to driving. I'm going to represent the fact that it provides a community connection. As the bike bus does, it provides younger kids to be able to get around town. It also provides an option for older adults to get around town as well. Common concerns about increased traffic and too little parking is because there's too many cars and too few high-quality transit options. I encourage you to support NOHO to Pasadena BRT because it gives us the opportunity as Burbank to create a connection point to NOHO, Pasadena that's not driving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Susan O'Carroll, followed by Joe Pimienta. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I came here tonight with a 3-minute video about the problems that SB 79 creates and the need for legislative solutions, but I'm not able to show that tonight. So I'm also here asking for an SB 79 update. That was voted for by council, and we've never had one other than the one night that I came and asked for information. So I think it's very important that we agendize a meeting to deal with these things. The unfortunate thing about SB 79 is that it pits transit against homeowners. As you're well aware, part of why people are against the BRT, or the only reason really, is that it triggers the destruction of single-family neighborhoods along its alignment and destroys the communities that homeowners are part of and that are part of what makes Burbank Burbank. Transit riders, the city, homeowners, everyone needs to band together to work against SB 79 and its destructive force. It's bad for transit. That's why Metro has taken the position that LA County should be exempt from SB 79. We all need to pull together to work in that direction. But we, as members of the community, have been disenfranchised by a lack of discussion of this issue and a lack of mobilization of all the groups that are impacted by SB 79. SB 79 is terrible for affordable housing. It works against meeting RINA numbers. As I've mentioned, it turns people against the BRT because if it's a choice between a dedicated lane or a standard bus lane and the destruction of your neighborhood, you're going to be against the BRT. It's only logical. Please, let's talk about this more.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Joe Pimienta, followed by Jackie Waltman. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. Just for the record, Jose Pimienta, and also a homeowner, but also very excited for the BRT, and I do hope that it gets to happen because you've always heard me say that it's very important to bring in better modes of public transportation for alternative measures. Anyways, I want to reiterate something that I brought up last week, which is that the Housing Enforcement Unit is a great resource. However, one of the issues, as a participant with the Burbank Tenant Union, one of the issues that we see the most is that the leading cause for displacement happens to be the incremental rent increases that go all the way to 8% on a yearly basis, which tends to price people out. Now, again, since these are legally permissible, that tends to turn away people from trying to seek out help because they figure, well, you can't really do anything about that, which is what lets to believe that the HEU is not as useful. However, we do think that it is a good resource. However, one of the reasons why we advocate for stronger tenant protections is because we need stronger regulations in order to keep people housed. Again, we are fighting against displacement because, as we can see, advocating for preventive measures keeps your neighbors housed. Strong tenant protections are displacement preventions altogether. So So, and also, like, I know that some people have brought up that, like, AB 1482 is sufficient and SB 567 as well. However, I just want to remind people that not only does that have exemptions to single-family housing, duplexes, condos, and so on and so forth, but also it has a sunset. So by 2030, we will be looking at a policy that already has come to an end, and therefore, once again, we will see that, like, the Tenant Protection Act is no longer applicable. So that's why I think it is very important to take into consideration why it's important to install local protections for our residents in order to keep our neighbors' house, in order to make sure that there is no more displacement and that our community can continue a dignified life. Lastly, just again, thank you for your service, but also I want to say that, like, in the days of remembrance, just remember that never again means never again for everybody. So in that case, trans rights, land back, and free Palestine. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jackie Waltman, followed by Harry Tamurian. Welcome.
Hi. It's interesting, if you say something I don't like, then I can label you as a hate group. That doesn't mean it's true, right? It just means that that's what I think about it. We are moving so far into a territory where you better not have an opinion that doesn't align with my opinion. You better not have an opinion that doesn't align with my opinion, okay? Because I'm going to, try to do something to you. We had talk about the Holocaust. That's what happened in Nazi Germany. Everybody had to think the same thing, lockstep. Don't disagree with me. I said they're bad, so they're bad. We had a protest where people were assaulted in the middle of Burbank, in the middle of the daytime, because somebody said, oh, that's a hate group. Who are they to say that? We have to be more tolerant. It seems to me that the more people who say, we need tolerance, we need inclusion, are the people who are the most intolerant and the most exclusionary. You know, it's like talking out of both sides of your mouth. You can't have it both ways. It can't be, poor Mr. Rosati had an opinion that didn't sit well with Mr. Anthony. Oh, we better recall him. Mr. Anthony and Ms. Perez decided they would sign a petition that has the potential to cost the city of Burbank millions of dollars because they didn't like something he said. That is irresponsible. It is inhumane to people. You have to let people have a voice, right down to not letting people clap in the chambers. You know, how draconian can you be? You know, Mr. Anthony, I'm concerned about your behavior with this campaign collection that you say was for tenancy tax, and now it seems to be that there's some shady stuff going on.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Harry Tamurian, followed by Paul DeRico. Welcome.
Council, good evening. Name is Harry Tamurian, and I'm a member of the Burbank Association of Realtors. For over 100 years, this association has been a cornerstone of this community. We have helped build schools, we have cleaned parks, we've hosted countless community events. What have you done? In the 1990s, when graffiti was rampant in the city of Burbank, it was realtors that drove around with paint cans in their cars, and they would drive around and they would paint walls. So graffiti was not prevalent. What have you done? Since 1987, through our Community Service Foundation, we have donated personally from the pockets of every single realtor over $3 million to seniors from Burbank schools for scholarships for their colleges. What have you done? We've bought turkeys for Burbank Temporary Aid Centers, food supplies for Burbank Temporary Aid Center during Christmas, during Thanksgiving. We've bought school supplies for kids through the Boys and Girls Club. What have you done? Every single one of these acts, every dollar, every supply came from the personal time and money from realtors. What have you done in this city except create chaos? Who are you to besmirch the great name of the Burbank Association of Realtors? You should be ashamed of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Paul Dorigo, followed by Gina Mangirasina. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, my name is Paul Dorigo. I'm with Chula, Citizens for Humane Los Angeles. We do animal advocacy work on Facebook. And I'm here, first of all, thank you for your work with the city. I appreciate it. I'm here to support the neighbors and the dogs on Fairview. I did an investigation myself, and I've got video, I've got documentation. I've sent you all an email where I articulated my legal position on it, and I sent it to the chief, county DA, and enough of people to review my position on that, and I hope to hear from you folks on that. But yeah, I mean, animals that, I saw the dog pacing in the cage. It's obviously distress. The police officers have a right with exigent circumstances is that the dog is in distress, they can enter the property. So why this has been going on for 10 years, I don't know. Especially lately that it's been happening. Quiet enjoyment's definitely being violated, so we need a cease and desist order on that to help these folks and the dogs as well, okay? Second thing I'd like to talk about is the canines. Training a canine costs about $50,000 to $75,000. We allow canines to be released against suspects with knives and guns. Of all the deaths, and there's about 25 a year, 3 ways they die: knives, guns, and heat exhaustion. People forget to either listen to the sensors in the car, they don't turn it on, the dog dies from heat. So the one thing I would like to request is that Burbank re-looks at the way their SOP is for releasing canines against suspects with weapons. Third thing is town halls. I've been asking for 1.5 years for town halls. I don't know why we don't have them. We can sit with each other and actually talk about topics. You heard it tonight. Other folks seem to be interested in that as well, and I hope we do. I mean, Mr. McDougall, I've sent you multiple emails. I'd love to hear back from you on that, whatever we need to do to get that working. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Gina Mangirasina, followed by Rami. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gina Mangirasina. Very good try, Mayor. Thank you. Everybody else seems to be wanting to talk about the bus routes, but I am here to talk about the budget. I am not the smartest, but I have skimmed the budget to the best of my knowledge, and I noticed there isn't anything about a minimum wage increase. The city of Los Angeles has almost $2 on us. I personally used to work in the city for security for Warner Brothers Discovery, and I quit that job and took a job 40 minutes away because a homeless shelter offered me more money and more fulfillment. I'd also like to implore you to dissolve our contract with Flock. I don't know about you, but I'd rather have a human investigating footage than AI, which can't even tell the difference between a 0 and the letter O. Not to mention the fact that any lawsuits that arise due to any data breaches, which has happened many times already, or due to police negligence, the city will have to file to be removed, have to pay to file to be removed from litigation. And I don't think that it won't happen here. The Institute of Justice wrote an article last week listing the 14 times since 2021 that police have reportedly used license plate readers to stalk romantic interests. CBS LA reported last night that LAPD has a lawsuit being filed against them right now because of the license plate readers. If you want the streets of Burbank to be safer, raise the minimum wage, pass rent control, build affordable public housing and a shelter, and vet, hire, and adequately train. I will say this again for emphasis, adequately train officers. I'd also like to state for the record that a hate group is considered a hate group when they target a protected group, and I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Council.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Rami, followed by Christy Malouf. Welcome.
Hi, Council. Public. I'm Rami, resident of Burbank for almost 2 years, resident of Glendale for 30 years. Yeah, I'm here to face up the protest for many things here, from the housing, high electric rates, sewers. I'm paying like $25 for sewer. I'm just one person. I don't know how much sewer I can fill up I'm paying for, I'm paying like $25 a month. Housing issues, I'm against corporate ownerships, and as well as we need more renters protections. We need more affordable housing here. Actually, I had a friend. We were all older adults here, and yeah, one of my friends is as I say, he's an older adult. He said that, you know what, housing shouldn't be for profit. Housing shouldn't be for profit. So I'm here against corporate ownerships and lower rates. Rents are too high.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Christy Maloof, followed by David Donahue. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Christy Maloof, an owner. I do not want to see the BRT come to Burbank. I do not want SB 79. I do not want rent registries or any more rent control. Insurance is up again, 25%. I like to drive. I use the RTD. Anybody remember what that is? I used the bus every day when I was younger. I need to drive. I have little cousins that I got to pick up and take to sports. Olive Avenue now is so crowded, we do not need a dedicated lane. Some might want it and some might not. And I support the flock camera. As a former civilian employee with the LAPD, we need that system. It is a very good system. And officers are trained, as well as our fire department. We have the best fire and police anybody could have. And I have another issue to the council members. You represent all of us, and you need a recall is going to cost money out of my pocket because you can't get along with Councilman Rosati. You need to do better. You represent all of us, not just the people that follow what you want. You represent all of us on this dais. So please, don't spend money we don't have. You could use that for housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is David Donahue, followed by Walter Lewis. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue. Before April 28th, I was allowed to see some communications from Councilmember Constantine Anthony to the Burbank Association of Realtors, where, in my opinion, he was trying to coerce them into canceling the gathering. And this was very concerning because it is very clear who he was talking to and that they knew that he was a Burbank City Council member. I do not believe he was acting on his own. So this event I wanted to attend to see what was it about because also the Planning Commissioner, Mike Van Gorder, was making very incendiary comments on Instagram. And as I came to the event, I noticed probably about 30, maybe 50 people standing outside with signs and horns. I got out, I started recording, and I was immediately assaulted. I was hit about the head, and I had a whistle blown in my ear. And I did this, and I had my camera out to purposely record Councilmember Anthony, who was standing there saying derogatory comments, and I do have those on record. My statement to the city attorney, city manager, and to you, Mayor Takahashi, I have delivered. There's a Google Drive with the evidence and the videos. I believe that the actions of both Mike Van Gorder and Councilmember Anthony have put the city at great risk of civil liability of what they did in violation of the Bain Act. And this is not something that I knew about until I talked to several attorneys. So the Bain Act is real and it has some teeth. For his actions, I believe that this body should immediately admonish Councilmember Anthony and they should immediately call and agendize to have Mike Van Gorder removed from the Planning Commission, because I do believe his actions, even though as an individual, poorly represent the city. And I think this is a very grave moment that you need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Walter Lewis, and that's my last card.
Good evening. My name is Walter Lewis. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council members and staff, Police Chief Quintero, Fire Chief Alvarez, and my fellow citizens of Burbank. The evening of Saturday, March 15, 2025, I had a sudden cardiac arrest at my home here in Burbank. At a checkup 2 weeks later, the cardiac surgeon let me know that I had died. Paramedics brought me back, and the staff at Providence Medical Center completed saving my life. I don't have memory of what led up to my cardiac arrest, the 5 days after, or why I didn't call 911, but rather my son Joseph, who lived a few blocks away. When he entered my home, I was sitting upright in a recliner. My lips were deep blue. He immediately called 911 and then pulled me off the recliner to the floor and began CPR. On behalf of my sons, Joseph and Christopher, my daughter-in-law Carly, my grandsons Henry and Parker, and myself, we want to thank and let our fellow citizens of Burbank know about the outstanding 911, police, and fire department that we're blessed with, and the expert medical personnel of Providence St. Joseph Medical Center we have serving us, and especially for everyone participating in saving my life. The 911 operator from the Verdugo Fire Communications Center, Patricia Valesco, personnel from the Burbank Fire Department, Jeffrey Goldstein, Adam Cole, Caleb Salas, Nick Ramos, and Dave Shea. Personnel from the Burbank Police Department, Roy Timlin, Marcus Andrew, and Paul French. While all had a part in saving my life, especially the paramedics, a special thank you to the 911 operator, Patricia Valesco, who supported and kept my son Joseph composed and focused. And especially to Officer Roy Timlin, who arrived before the fire department, came into my house, tapped Joseph on his shoulder and said, "I'll take over," and continued giving me CPR. Those combined 5 minutes of CPR set the foundation that allowed me first to live, and second to do so without neurological damage. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That one I'm willing to clap about. All right, yes. Now that's a reason to clap. That is a real reason for everyone in the room to clap together, for sure. All right, Miss City Clerk, Madam City Clerk, we have some callers on the line.
We do. We will start putting them through.
Thank you.
The first caller is Danielle.
Welcome, Danielle. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, City Council and staff. I am calling to address the BRT concerns. I don't know how many times we have to hear that, council has decided on mixed flow, but here I am, because I keep saying things. I know I'm in the orange zone, which is extremely concerning because BRT is directly connected to SB 79. Many people don't know that. I am one house away from having a mid-rise, high-density apartment as my neighbor, and those buildings just do not belong in single-family neighborhoods. And also, SB 79 eliminates the requirement for any parking. So where are all those people going to park? Also, I haven't heard any updates with the BRT. I did get a notice a few months back about that they were going to be starting pre-construction, and I'm like, of course, that concerns me because, again, you guys said mixed flow. So I'm curious to know where we are with that. My other thing that I wanted to bring up was the recall of Chris's body, and I would like to hear the council be very transparent in how much that would cost the taxpayers of Burbank. So, yeah, I would like to hear about that. So thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jonathan Wilder.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to comment about two things. First of all, I want to express my support for dedicated lanes for the BRT. I've spoken before about the BRT. It's something I'm very passionate about, especially as someone who currently drives for their commute, but I would love to instead use the BRT. I think there are a lot of people like me who recognize that the current service is not sufficient, they're too slow, they're not reliable. The BRT could be reliable if we allow it to actually be a bus rapid transit, and it needs dedicated lanes for that. So please don't do a half measure, don't sabotage this project. Let's get this BRT done. Second thing, I'm going to try to fly through this, but I want to talk about budgetary concerns. So I've been following the city's payment of Allied Universal, which is a security company, but also acting as homeless outreach. The city is paying, it seems, over $600,000 for basically retrofitting this security company to act as outreach, and I think it would be much better to have comprehensive case management internally into the city. I understand that that is a significant investment, but I think it is worthwhile for the long term, and I hope that can be combined with permanent supportive housing, which I know that the city is potentially considering for the Front Street site. So please, let's invest in social programs instead of just punishment. The police budget is giant compared to every other budgetary appropriation. Let's bump up the other categories a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Rennie Gabriel.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, council members and staff. My name is Rennie Gabriel. In addition to Burbank's city housing, the city of Burbank also currently has affordable housing through mom-and-pop housing providers like me and my wife. However, your proposed regulations will not only hamper our ability to continue to provide affordable housing, but looking into the future, it could drive us out of business. The voters of Burbank have already decided twice they do not want these new regulations, and now you're ignoring what the voters have decided. This borders on being immoral. Rather than having the city council choose whether or not housing providers should be burdened with more restrictions, controlled prices, and increased bureaucracy that will burden the current taxpayers, the fair and moral thing to do is to put your proposed regulations to the voters, along with the cost to the taxpayers. As an example, do you think the taxpayers would be willing to have you spend $5 million on a special election to recall a current council member? Or provide a $100,000 grant to the Arts Council and other events that benefit and enrich all Burbank residents? Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Nathan Adair.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nathan. I live in the city of Burbank, and I'm calling tonight to remind you that I support the BRT, but we really need it to be a proper bus rapid transit. That means that we need 15-minute frequencies along the route. We need dedicated lanes throughout the city, and especially along Olive. We need automated ticket enforcement of these dedicated lanes. We need signal prioritization at all lights along the route, especially at the intersection of Olive, Sparks, and Verdugo. And we also need to zone for high-density housing within a half mile of all stops that are in Burbank so that people can actually live within easy walking distance of this great system. If we build that, I think we would have a really amazing city. It would become easier for people to commute, and traffic would go down. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
That was our last caller.
That was our last caller? Okay, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. And I also noted that our translators are still here. I just want to make sure that you knew that you are free to go if you'd like, but if you are staying for other reasons, of course, just want to make sure that that was, okay, good, awesome. Okay. Now is time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, or City Attorney. City Manager, City Attorney, do we have any responses?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had one response. I wanted to bring up our Parks and Rec Director, Ms. Garcia, just to provide a brief comment related to the dog barking on Fairview Street.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and council members. I'm here to just provide a very brief update regarding the complaints that the city has been receiving regarding dogs at 437 South Fairview. I can let you all know that the city has been enforcing dog barking complaints since October of 2025 with citations. The city is also considering other enforcement options, and while I can't go into any details to avoid jeopardizing our investigation, I want to assure the council and the community, especially the neighbors, that we're taking this matter very seriously, and we will be enforcing any violations to the extent of the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, anything?
I have nothing.
Okay. So, council, would you like to make any comments or, yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I can be brief through this real quick. First off, Mr. Dorigo, thank you for coming down. The work you do with Chula is, it's incredible work. It's needed work, and thank you for always advocating on behalf of our four-legged friends. I would recommend, and I'll email you back as well, the same recommendation. The Burbank Police Commission meets regularly, and they often take up policy issues and overarching discussions about police engagement. I would recommend heading down there and seeing if you can have a conversation with those folks. Mr. Lewis, thank you for coming down and telling us that story. I don't think it's coincidence that today we honored National Police Week. We have some of the fastest responding officers, I think even in the country, if I'm not mistaken. We have a very quick response time. I'm so glad that it worked out for you. Thank you for coming down and sharing your story with us. We really do appreciate that. I wanted to just give a shout out to my friend Janet Deal, who I did work with on the Transportation Commission for many years. I always love her coming down here and supporting the National Remembrance Week. We had the honor of having National Days of Remembrance here, lighting the candles. The work that BHRC does is incredible, and to keep that memory alive is important. And, talking about tolerance and acceptance and hate groups and all of that stuff, they are a wonderful resource to learn more about how we can prevent that type of language from permeating into our community. It's incredible work that they do. And lastly, Cynthia, thank you for taking the job to be our new business concierge. I think you're going to have fun. All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosati.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Mr. Lewis, welcome back. Thank you. That was a very powerful testimony. And I lost 3 friends this year to heart attacks. So getting a second chance is just an amazing. I'm so happy for you that you got a second chance. And I highly recommend anyone in the audience to get a coronary heart scan that costs $150. It's well worth it. So thank you for that testimony. Mr. Tirico, town halls. I'm all for the town halls. I would love to get together on a stage with our council members and have you guys fire questions at us. So I know you've asked. I'm just responding to your comment. Ms. Deal, as always, thank you for all that you do and represent and for your message tonight. And Mr. Simonson, I think all of us agree wholeheartedly that the Rancho is an important facet of our community and that it's something that we need to preserve and protect. So thank you for your passion and your years of supporting that community. Fairview, the dog issue. I fielded calls all week long up until 10:30 at night. Appears that we do have an ongoing investigation. So let's let the system work. I think it's in the city attorney's office. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I did get your videos and audio, and as an animal lover myself, it was tough for me not to get out of bed and go knock on that door myself. But I'm just going to let the system work. Thanks to our fire department, fire chief for the update on the Women's Academy. I saw the photos and everything, just an awesome academy that we put on and helped with. So thank you for participating in that. And I want to recognize the National Police Week and for everything that officers do in conjunction with the fire department and EMT and 9/11 staff. It's a team. And again, that testimony is just, it was the right tone tonight. Thank you. And our corrections officers, thanks for all that you do. And for everyone in our clerk's office and everyone that received proclamations tonight, thank you. And then with regards to the protest, I'm going to speak to that protest and conduct issues later tonight. It's later on the agenda. I will simply say that assaulting people in the name of anything is never justified. And smearing a 100-year institution in our community with lies, misleading posts, and literature needs to be dealt with and should be dealt with. And finally, I was at the protest. I was not at the event. I go to most protests, and I was personally sickened to watch the organizers of the protest allow people to be assaulted. So I'm sorry that happened in our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, would you like to make a comment? Respond?
Sure, I can respond. So, first I want to thank Mr. Lewis as well. Wish could have been in the room to see that, but thank you for that. I think we all needed a little bit of that tonight. I want to thank the Burbank Human Relations Council for another beautiful Holocaust commemoration and for constantly standing up against permeating hate in our community. And Mr. City Manager, I know you asked. Yes, the candles look just as nice on video. I want to wish our folks in the force a happy National Police Week. Our officers have had a tough year last year, and yet they continue to carry themselves with grace, with integrity, and commitment to service regardless of who in our community needs them. And I know a speaker mentioned this. Yes, we do have the best police and fire in Burbank. And yes, we do have one of the fastest response times in the nation. And then to the speaker about the dogs, like my colleague mentioned, we can't really go into detail since there's an active investigation, but I do appreciate folks coming and sharing it. It's different to hear it in person than it is to read the emails. And so I appreciate you sharing with us. And I know on our end, council is very concerned. Let's see. I want to thank all the speakers for coming. I know we had folks talk about SB 79, about the BRT, and I know those things aren't on the agenda, but there will be information coming up on that later this month, so do stay tuned because it's an ongoing discussion for our community. And then finally, I have to say, I've been watching the situation unfold, and like many in our community who have reached out, I have to say I was incredibly disgusted to hear that the Burbank Association of Realtors decided to rent out their space to a group that the Southern Poverty Law Center, The Hill, so many countless others, reputable sources have deemed it a hate group. And I'm well aware of their actions as a hate group because Moms for Liberty is a group that thinks that I, as a member of the LGBTQ community, I, as a bisexual individual, should not share a classroom with a straight child. It is a group who believes that the term groomer is appropriate to anybody who's gay. It's a group who thinks I am subhuman. And there are many, many LGBTQ members of our community, many who are realtors, who found themselves concerned and shocked that the association would have this event on site. I think there's a big discussion about
Madam Mayor,
whether or
this,
not it's.
this is not an agendized item.
I know it's not an agendized item, but I'm going to finish just like my colleague addressed it, Mr. McDougall. And I will say that I am speaking for myself here. I can't speak for my colleagues. I can't speak for the other concerns. I know that's coming up later to address. But just speaking for myself, I do think it's important to recognize that the Association of Realtors has a right to have the event. It's a free country. You have a right to rent to whoever you want. But the community also has a right to peacefully question, peacefully protest, and ask why this organization, why allow this group into our community? And I have that question along with many others in our community. And so that's my response and my response to many members of the community who have come forward, many more realtors, to share these questions. I would love an answer too. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Perez. Vice Mayor, would you like to respond to public comment?
I guess nobody else has left except you and I. Okay. First, I want to congratulate everyone who received a proclamation from National Day of Remembrance. Thank you. They're still here with us with BHRC. Thank you so much for everything you do, Janet. And I see Diane there behind. So you guys are always here making sure that we're well educated about all these events. And I do, since we're dark on Tuesday, I will be able to make your the event in the evening. Also to the Older American Month, which I am included in part of that Older American Month. So congratulations to Carol and Connie for volunteering and doing all these many wonderful things you're doing for our community. Congratulations to the city clerk and staff, and thank you for all the work you do. The National Correctional officers as well, congratulations. And of course, there's something close and near to me and my heart. As a mother of an officer, I am always praying for our police officers and for them sacrificing their lives to protect us. So yes, congratulations to the chief and everything you do to protect us and our community. So always my heart with all of you out there. To the chief and the wonderful program that you put on, as I said earlier, thank you for doing that and encouraging more women to go out and become firefighters. And hopefully we can, next recruit we have half at least women on that recruit. Let's see, Cynthia, welcome. We talked. Thank you for being here with us in the city. I'm not going to address the dog issue again. I know this can be very, very concerning, especially with if the dog is being abused or whatnot. I'm a dog owner myself, and I take care of my baby, so we need to make sure the dog is not being abused, and I feel for you, and I'm sure the city attorney is handling it the best way he can. And Roy, you're always here speaking on behalf of the Rancho, so I appreciate it. As my colleague said, Councilmember Rosati, we understand the ranch is very unique, so we do appreciate you being here. Let's see. A lot of folks talked about BRT. Some want BRT. Some talked about SB 79. And there's a lot of information out there. Those that spoke about BRT alone, it really goes hand in hand with SB 79. So as Councilmember it was Councilmember Perez that said, stay tuned. We're going to have a discussion coming up sometime this month. So we will dive more into the details of BRT and SB 79. So we will be sharing that information with you later. But understand that we heard you and we will be addressing that. Oh. Let me see, there was a lot of speakers. I want to talk about, the speakers that came from the Burbank of Realtors. I do have a question because obviously there's
Those who are in favor, those who are against, and I do have a quick question, Mr. City Manager, just help me clarify one thing. The City of Burbank have facilities, and that often we do get facilities rented, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what would be our policy if a group would call us and they want to rent one of our facilities?
Yeah, so obviously we are different than a private facility. We are a public entity that has public facilities, but as a result, the city cannot restrict rental access to based on somebody's viewpoint or political views. Otherwise, there's First Amendment concerns potentially. Obviously, they have to meet all the requirements. They have to go through the application process, all those types of things.
Insurances and whatever.
Insurance, all the good stuff that we talk about. Permitting, but as far as political views, that's something that can't be a basis of denial of the application.
Okay, thank you for that. This item, we have an agenda item later on to address some issues that you brought to our attention in a different agenda item under the Code of Conduct. But I'm going to leave it for that for right now. I just wanted to make sure that everyone heard we have policies that we cannot address. We cannot discriminate against anyone that really want to rent a facility. So therefore, it applies to other private, whether it's private or governmental agencies. So I want to leave that for now. And I think that really covers everything. Thank you all for being here. And we have a long agenda tonight.
All right, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for your comments, taking time out of your day to discuss the things that are important to you here at the council meeting. Also, there were a few of you who are first-time speakers, so welcome to City Chambers. You all did very well for your first time speaking, those of you who were new. Let's see. For the folks who spoke about the dogs, we already addressed it with the staff and other council members. I echo their comments. I also wanted to thank you for just caring about the dog. That's just to have that dog in your heart. Appreciate that. Mr. Simonson, thank you for continuing to come out and talk about the Rancho. You clearly care very much about your community and your neighborhood. Let's see. For those who spoke about the BRT and SB 79, my colleagues already spoke on that, but I just want to say I heard you, I heard all of you and your perspectives. I took note of them all, and I definitely heard all of you. For Mr. Day, congratulations. I think he left, but he was 16, and I think it's his first time speaking here. So if you're still watching, Mr. Day, if you're watching later on YouTube, just congratulations for coming. And I didn't know there was a Metro Youth Council, so that's kind of cool to come and speak on that. Hopefully the first of many conversations that you have with us as council. And to Mr. Directo Jr., thank you for mentioning the bike bus. I think you said there was one tomorrow. Unfortunately, I can't go to that one, but I will be thinking about you at 7:30 in the morning when I'm getting ready for work. And let's see. So I wanted to just speak a little bit on the clapping that was mentioned during public comment. So just so you know, the perspective I'm coming from is not to try to inhibit your ability to share your enthusiasm. It's just that we have a lot of speakers, and when everybody claps after every speaker, it does prolong the speaking. It makes it harder for us to go to the next speaker. And so I ask you to please consider not clapping so that everybody can have their time. Also, if somebody's spoken and there's a lot of energy in the room on a particular issue, the next speaker may feel that energy, and especially if they're the first-time speaker or on the opposite side, it's nerve-wracking. So it's just respectful, it's kind to use the jazz hands, so I ask that you do that when you can, please. And then one of the commenters said, I just wanted to say that this struck me and I wanted to just share my thoughts on it, is that single-family homes is what makes Burbank Burbank. I personally don't think that's true. I think that what makes Burbank Burbank is our community and our care for one another, regardless of where you live. So I just wanted to put that out there. Let's see. Miss Mongenaresina, I'm so sorry, I butchered your last name. I just wanted, if you're still here, if you're not here, if you're watching later, I wanted to commend you for reading our budget. So I think that anyone who has come tonight and has read our budget, congratulations. That's a feat to do that. So appreciate you. If you haven't yet read the budget, it's riveting. I highly recommend it. You'll see tonight. You will not be able to sleep. You'll be so riveted by it. Let's see. To Mr. Lewis, thank you for coming tonight. I know, first of all, thank you for sharing your story. And I'm so glad you're still here with us. And I agree, our fire and police is top notch. I personally think the best ever, like around. And I also wanted to thank you because I understand that you have been here several times to speak, and in those times that you've attended, the time has gone down to 1 minute, or it went to 2, and you weren't ready for 2 minutes, and so you have come back several times in order to tell your story, and I just want to thank you for doing that because I think we all appreciated hearing it, and we all appreciate you're still with us, and it's always great to hear the positive stories about our emergency services. So thank you for your tenacity in making sure your story.
One of the reasons is
We can't have back and forth. I'm so sorry. Yeah, but you can tell me after the meeting, or you can email me, or you can email us all. Let us tell us a little bit more about that. And then the last thing I'll say is just briefly about the realtor situation. So I'm just going to speak generally. First is that I want to make it clear that I denounce the beliefs and practices of Moms for Liberty. I won't go into it, but naming them a hate group is not just 'cause. It's not just 'cause don't like what they have to say. They have been officially named a hate group by many organizations. So, and I agree with them on that. I also strongly support the First Amendment. And I strongly support the First Amendment right to protest and the First Amendment right to assemble and to meet. Even if I disagree vehemently, doesn't matter, it's a First Amendment right. And I also believe in that First Amendment right, protests have rules. So long as the rules are followed, anyone can protest any business or any issue within the rules, and that's the important thing. So I'm personally still learning about the situation of whether the protest and the communications crossed a legal or ethical line. And I trust that BPD and our city attorney will continue looking into what happened. And also determining between a civil matter and a matter that is before us as a council and that we are involved in. And the city attorney and the Burbank Police Department will let us know which is which. And I'm confident they will. And we also will talk more generally about code of conduct. But there is a difference between a civil situation and a council action situation. So I will need more information before I have an opinion on the matter. All right, and that's it for me. And that wraps up our general public comment. Next up is the consent calendar. Oh, do you want us to wait for you to come back, or you could put in the consent calendar real quick? Yeah, let's just do that real quick. Okay, the consent calendar may be acted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 6 items on tonight's consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the special closed session meeting of April 16th, 2026, the joint meeting of April 21st, 2026, and the dark meeting of April 28th, 2026. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of April 7th, 2026. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of April 21st, 2026. Item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of April 7th, 2026. Item 5 is adoption of an ordinance for a zone map amendment to establish a zoning designation of single-family residential, R1, for portions of 17 properties located on the 600 and 700 block of Roselli Street that are proposed for annexation into the city of Burbank to pre-zone the 17 properties related to same. And item 6 is adoption of an ordinance amending sections 4-2-113 and 4-2-122 of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to procedures for enrollment upon prior notice in solid waste collection services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to make a motion to approve the consent.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. First by Vice Mayor Mullins and second by Councilmember Anthony. Can we get the roll call, please?
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 reports to council this evening. One of them is the riveting budget to look forward to. After staff's, I think it is. I'm saying that unironically. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional public cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following staff's presentation. All right, the first report to council tonight is an update on the estimated cost of the November 2026 general municipal election from the City Clerk's office. I welcome Madam City Clerk Kimberly Clark to please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and members of the City Council. Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. I will be presenting reports to Council Item Number 1, update on estimated cost of November 2026 general municipal election. The city will hold a general municipal election on November 3rd to elect candidates to the offices of City Council Member, City Clerk, and City Treasurer. The city also anticipates bringing a transient occupancy tax ballot measure and a charter amendment and ballot measure, both related to City Council member elections, subject to City Council approval. The estimated cost for these offices and ballot measures is $427,000. In addition, a recall petition for a City Council member has been submitted to the City Clerk's office and approved to gather signatures. If the petition qualifies for the ballot, the city will incur additional costs to verify petition signatures and place a recall measure on the November ballot or hold a special recall election. To qualify for the ballot, recall proponents need to secure valid signatures from 10,755, or the equivalent of 15%, of Burbank's registered voters. The estimated cost for county signature verification ranges from $4,000 to $72,000, and this total depends on the number of signatures submitted and the verification method used by the county to approve the signatures. If submitted with enough valid signatures to be certified, the council will adopt a resolution calling for the recall measure. Depending on when the petition is certified, the recall election may be consolidated with the November 3rd, 2026 election, or it may be held as a special election. Either scenario will add to the estimated cost of this election. If the recall measure is certified prior to August 7th, which is the last day for cities to file election resolutions with Los Angeles County, it can be consolidated with the general election. Under this scenario, the recall and its associated costs are estimated at $43,500, bringing the total election cost to approximately $471,000. Should the signatures be approved and the recall petition certified after August 7th, council will need to adopt a resolution calling for a special election to conduct the recall, which the county estimates will cost between $1,129,000 and $1,465,000. These estimates are for Los Angeles County election services only and do not include other associated costs, such as mandated legal notices and voter outreach. If the recall were to succeed, it would result in a vacancy, which is governed by the city charter. The city attorney's office will advise on future vacancies as needed, at which time my office would return with any additional fiscal impact. This presentation is for informational purposes only, and council is asked to note and file this report. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We will move on to public comment period first. The public comment period for this report to council is now beginning, and no additional cards will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards? For this
We do
item?
not.
We do not. Okay, okay, great. So since we do not have any comments, then council, actually I'll start with Councilmember Perez. Do you have any questions for our City Clerk on this item? There. All right. We'll come back to her in a minute, maybe she stepped away. Any other council members, any questions? No? I do have a couple questions for you, Madam City Clerk, if that's okay. In the case that the petition does not get the signatures or is submitted past August 7th, and we have a special election, when would that happen? When would that occur? It wouldn't occur in November, right? It would be it'd be later on?
No, once the council approves the resolution calling for a special election, we would work out the dates with the county because they need significant lead time to print ballots and get them out. That's why it's so expensive, because you're sending individual ballots to 49,000-ish residents, yeah.
Okay. And so the county would be the one running the election, we wouldn't run the election?
We don't hands-on run our elections at all anymore. The county sends out the ballots. The county counts the ballots in Norwalk. We are the conduit to the residents.
Okay, great. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any final comments? Councilmember Perez, if you're there, pipe in. Any final comments on this item before we wrap up?
Sorry, I was trying to reach out and say I need to step away to feed baby, but no, just I think thank you to the city clerk. It's pretty clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, all right. If there's no comments or discussion, thank you, Madam City Clerk, for the report. It's been noted and filed. The second report to council tonight is a review of the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget from the Financial Services Department with successor agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority. Before we proceed, I would like to clarify to the public that there are 4 separate presentations tonight as part of the budget report. Council may ask brief questions after each section. We will not have discussion, we will just ask questions after each section, and then we will have a public comment period after the public has heard the entirety of the 4 reports, and then after that, the council will have the discussion or any further questions. I welcome Jennifer Becker, Financial Services Director, to please present this riveting support tonight. And I was just thinking that I was saying it's unironic. I unironically find it riveting, and in order to do this job, there has to be some level of thinking it's riveting.
I agree with you. This is fun.
Right? It is fun. Yeah, it is. I'm sure Miss Beckett thinks it's fun too.
You're telling me. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and City Council members. I'm Jennifer Becker, Financial Services Director, and I'm here tonight, as noted, to present you the riveting City of Burbank proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget. As you well know, the preparation of our annual budget is a process that takes several months and requires a collaborative effort by city staff in every single department. Many of those individuals are here with us tonight, so I just want to thank all of you for your efforts with this budget process, and also let the council know that staff is here to answer any questions you may have as we go through the entire budget book over the next couple of city council meetings. So let's go ahead and start with what we plan to cover tonight. First, I know you've received quite a bit of material in your budget binders, so I'll briefly go over everything that's in there and also let our viewers know how they can access those materials from home. Then we'll do a high-level overview of our total citywide proposed budget, after which we'll kick off our fund-by-fund review, starting with an in-depth look at the general fund budget. We'll briefly look at the status of our 5-year forecast before diving into the details of our budget with a review of our 26-27 projected revenues and citywide fee schedule. Then we'll switch modes and cover proposed appropriations, including our department budget requests for the coming year and our proposed pension funding plan. Then we'll tie all those pieces back together to see how they impact our general fund balance and conclude with a review of our available one-time resources. After we finish the general fund, I will turn it over to Public Works, who will present our water reclamation and sewer fund and our refuse collection and disposal fund budgets, after which BWP will come up and present the Burbank Water and Power Fund budgets. Following that, if time permits, I'll come back and finish up with all of our remaining non-general fund items, including internal service funds, special revenue funds, the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and the successor agency. So just a quick review of the materials you have before you tonight. You each received a very large proposed budget binder, which contains 25 sections, each with a separate tab. The first tab, titled Review of the Proposed Budget, contains our staff report provided for this week and next week's budget presentations, with our general fund budget matrix and 5-year forecast attached. Following that is a tab that contains all of the new budget items that were requested by city departments and approved by the city manager's office to be incorporated in this year's budget. Next is our CIP, or Capital Improvement Program tab, which includes a summary of the fiscal year 26-27 CIP projects which were approved by our Infrastructure Oversight Board. This information will be reviewed during our next set of budget presentations 2 weeks from now. The following tab is our Budget Summaries tab, which includes a number of charts and graphs that provide a high-level overview of our citywide and general fund proposed budgets, along with the city's debt service schedule, a summary of general fund reserves, and our citywide authorized staffing. Additionally, in this section, you can find a copy of the City Council's financial policies. Our next tab is Revenues, which provides a summary of all of our citywide projected revenues by fund and category, along with the description of each city revenue source. And the next 16 tabs cover each of our city's general fund departments, starting with City Council and ending with our non-departmental budget and the successor agency. We have 3 additional sections in the back of our budget. The first being our agreements and contracts list. This list includes all of the contracts for professional services as well as general goods and services that the City Council is authorizing as part of the adoption of this budget. Behind that is a summary of our fee schedule changes that are proposed for fiscal year 26-27. And lastly is the final section labeled Budget Discussion Papers. This section includes any additional memos or discussion papers that were requested by staff or the City Council as part of this year's budget process. We may add more items to this section in the coming weeks as the budget review process moves along. And for the members of the public that are interested in reviewing these budget materials along with us tonight or learning more about the budget, you can find it on the city's website at burbankca.gov. There's a link to the homepage that will take you to the finance department where the budget is posted. Or if you prefer to view a paper version, we have hard copies of the proposed budget available for review at the Financial Services Department public counter, the City Clerk's Office public counter, and here in the council chambers. You can also pick up a copy of this proposed budget at a glance brochure at these locations, along with each of the city's library branches. On the back of the brochure is a QR code, which you can scan to take you to our Financial Services budget webpage, where you can view the proposed document in its entirety. So looking over our schedule for the next month, as I mentioned previously, tonight we'll be covering all of our city funds. We'll continue any remaining items from tonight's budget review at the City Council meeting on May 19th. We'll also present our General City Capital Improvement Program at that time and follow up with a review of our discussion papers. Then on June 2nd, we will have the public hearing and adoption of the entire citywide budget and fee schedule. So on that note, let's kick it off and begin with a look at our citywide budget. And of course, we'll start with a look at our overall economy. The U.S. economy is sort of a mixed bag right now. Despite disappointing fourth quarter 2025 results, the first quarter of 2026 showed improvement, and economists are projecting the U.S. GDP to grow by about 2.2% in 2026. Of course, there are still a number of problems underlying even this moderate growth. The labor market continues to cool off, and unemployment is creeping higher, both locally and nationally. A growing number of U.S. companies are laying off workers, and lingering uncertainty around federal trade policy is preventing some sectors from hiring. Another risk factor, the federal budget deficit in fiscal year 2026 is expected to hit $1.9 trillion, with total debt held by the public reaching 101% of gross domestic product, the highest since 1945, right after World War II. This is obviously not sustainable and will have to be addressed at some point, either by this administration or the next one. And after seeing some relief at the end of 2025, inflation is back on the rise, thanks to the war in Iran and the ongoing impact of fuel prices. The March 2026 CPI was 3.4% in Los Angeles and 3.3% nationally, driven almost entirely by an 11% increase in energy costs, and more specifically, a 21% increase in the price of gasoline. This high inflationary environment will keep interest rates elevated longer than initially expected, with economists now projecting rates to hold steady throughout 2026. And of course, as prices for basic needs like groceries and fuel continue to rise and household savings rates decline, consumers are pulling back on discretionary spending, which doesn't bode well for the retail sector in 2026. So all of these factors adding to an election year, and it's likely to be a bumpy ride for the U.S. economy in 2026. Here in California, but Governor Newsom revealed his fiscal year 26-27 proposed state budget in February, which includes $349 billion in total state funding, with $248 billion of planned general fund spending. The budget includes new discretionary general fund spending of $570 million for various priority programs and $180 million for the extension of existing tax incentives, such as the California Competes tax credit. Similar to last year, the proposed budget includes another $4.5 billion set aside in the Special Fund for Economic Uncertainties, which can be used for any unexpected event that arises from wildland firefighting to tax revenue shortages. So notably, the state projects a $2.9 billion recurring budget deficit that has been balanced with stronger than anticipated cash receipts from the current year. The governor revised the revenue forecast from the 2025 Budget Act due to stronger than expected performance of the economy, particularly in the high-wage technology sector. This growth is forecasted to continue into fiscal year 26-27, which with revenue projections increasing by $42 billion. We expect to see the governor's May revised budget any day now, and we'll keep you posted on the status of any updates to the state budget that may impact Burbank as it moves throughout the approval and adoption process. So while the economic conditions around us are less secure than we would like, our Burbank budget remains on solid footing. And just like consumers are proceeding with caution, Burbank is doing the same with our proposed budget. Tonight, we're presenting to you a fiscal year 2026-27 budget that maintains the level of services and programs the Burbank community has come to expect and aligns with the City Council's goals and priorities. It includes a new 4-year pension funding plan, which will help address our unfunded liabilities and generate recurring savings to help offset future projected deficits. The budget also includes some exciting capital investments, which will modernize our city's infrastructure, which you'll hear more about in 2 weeks. And lastly, the budget fully funds our formal reserve, which will go a long way towards insulating the city from any future economic events as we face what's likely a tumultuous year ahead. So here's a first look at our total citywide proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. The budget includes just over $1 billion in total proposed appropriations for the coming year, which represents only a 0.6% increase over the current year adopted budget. And as you can see by the pie chart, BWP makes up the largest portion of our citywide budget, with the electric and water funds comprising about 45% of our total budget. The general fund, which is the city's main operating fund, is the second largest section of the budget at $282 million, or 28% of the budget. Overall, the citywide budget is made up of 32 different funds proposing appropriations, including 4 enterprise funds, 7 internal service funds, 17 special revenue and capital projects funds, the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and the Successor Agency. And we'll present each of these funds as we go through our full set of budget presentations, but as is tradition, we're going to start with our city's general fund. So I'm going to start with a look at the general fund 5-year forecast. Now, this is usually where we end our budget presentation, but I thought it was important to provide some context before digging into the details of our budget. This is the chart we showed you at our mid-year budget presentation in March, which indicated the city would be facing a $4.2 million recurring deficit for fiscal year 26-27, which you can see in that area under the yellow circle. So after several years of balanced budgets, how did we arrive at this deficit? The biggest story is with our sales tax revenue, in which the city experienced about a $3.4 million decline this year, largely in the auto sales category. While Burbank was hit a little harder than most other cities, sales tax throughout LA County and the region have been largely flat this year, which is problematic when your expenses continue to grow. The cost of nearly everything we purchase, from tangible goods to professional services to commodities like water and electricity, continues to be impacted by inflation, and this has been exacerbated by recent spikes in fuel prices. We have MOU increases that were adopted in prior years that significantly impact the budget, with labor comprising nearly 3/4 of our recurring general fund expenses. Liability and property insurance were already on the rise prior to the Eaton and Palisades fires, and now these cost increases show no sign of slowing down. And all the while, the demand for city services remains the same despite these fiscal challenges. As a matter of fact, when the economy struggles, we tend to see an increase in the demand for many of our city services, which are low or no cost to the community. So we knew at the beginning of this budget process that staff had our work cut out for us. Our overarching goal with the development of this budget was to try to close as much of the budget gap as we could without cutting or impacting any of the programs and services we provide to our Burbank community. We started with the obvious. If you want to shrink a budget gap, you have to keep it from growing. So you will see later in this presentation that our new budget requests, particularly those with a recurring impact, are pretty minimal in this budget. And while we work on keeping costs contained, we continue to analyze potential new sources of revenue that could help us address our structural gap over the long term. Our labor groups were active participants in helping us reduce costs. We currently have in place not a hiring freeze, but a hiring chill, which is just a process to make sure all vacant positions are evaluated for true need before we move to fill them. And thanks to the great cooperation from our labor groups, along with management services and safety teams, the city experienced a reduction in our workers' comp liability for the coming year, which allowed us to reduce our rates by over $1 million. And of course, we are strategically utilizing available one-time funds in this budget to address immediate needs and also invest in areas where we can generate recurring savings. But the really big story of how we were able to address this budget has much more to do with the decisions that this council and prior city councils made in the past that have given us the luxury of weathering this downturn in a responsible way. First, the City Council's pension funding policy has already saved the city millions, and we've set aside even more money in the Section 115 trust so that we can keep making those investments even in a down budget year. 2 decades ago, the City Council agreed to align with the best practices under GASB 45 and began putting money aside in a trust for other post-employment benefits, or OPEB. OPEB consists of post-employment health care benefits, including medical, dental, or vision, or any other health-related benefits, whether provided separately or through a defined benefit pension plan. The city has contributed to this trust annually while electing to withdraw only minimal amounts for these expenses. As a result, our latest actuarial indicated that the city's funded status for OPEB is at 97%. This allows us to significantly reduce the amount we contribute annually, resulting in a savings of $500,000 to the general fund and $1.7 million citywide for this coming year. The City Council also established and continues to implement our cost recovery policy, which established fee recovery levels for the many services we provide to the community. The Council implemented paid parking in the downtown, which restored the health of our parking authority and provides a source of funding for Burbank's parking infrastructure without relying on general fund subsidies. And lastly, 5 years ago, the City Council elected to increase our formal reserves to ensure that the city is prepared financially if the worst should happen. And as we've seen and experienced all around us, every agency is only an earthquake or a brush fire or a pandemic away from needing to rely on those dollars. So after all that work was done, here's a look at our revised fiscal year 5-year forecast, where you see that projected $4.2 million deficit was whittled down to $2.6 million for this proposed budget. And while no one likes seeing those numbers still in the red, it's important to note that the deficit now represents less than 1% of our recurring budget and does not account for the use of any available one-time funds. We've talked quite a bit over the years about making financial decisions that would help insulate us from a future financial downturn. Time and time again, this council has made those responsible choices, which has allowed us to shrink this gap without any reductions to city services or impacts to the community. We know our work isn't done yet, but for now, let's dive a little deeper into the detail of the general fund budget. So the chart here shows our projected general fund revenues for fiscal year 26-27. As you know, our revenue forecast is a critical component for the general fund budget, as it basically determines our spending levels for the coming year. As you can see from the many colors on the pie chart, Burbank has a very diverse stream of revenues, with sales tax and property tax being our two largest sources, representing 54% of the total anticipated general fund revenues. The table here provides another way to look at our general fund recurring revenue categories. Here we show the actual receipts from fiscal year 24-25, the adopted and revised revenues in 25-26, which is the current year, and the projected recurring revenues included in our fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. Overall, we are projecting total revenues to increase by 4.4% over our revised 25-26 projections. Our revenue staff uses a variety of methodologies to provide the most accurate projections for each of our different revenue categories. Overall, the results are mixed, with some categories anticipating significant growth, while others are at or below inflation. You can find a comprehensive summary and description of each of the city's revenues in the Revenues tab of the budget binder, but I'm going to talk about a few of the notable categories in the next few slides. And of course, we're going to start with sales tax. In November, we revised our current year's sales tax and revenue projections down by about $3.5 million for the current year. This trend continues in both Q3 and Q4, with October through December revenues down 7.8% from the prior year after adjustments. Auto sales are largely responsible for the decline, down 53% following the closure of a major retailer here in Burbank. Now that it's been a full year, this should be the last quarter where we see these significant declines, and we transition to more of a flat projection moving forward. Business and industry revenues were also down 15.9%, but this had more to do with some large one-time revenues received in the prior year that skewed our results. On the bright side, building and construction was up 7.6%, representing a healthy amount of construction activity here in the city. And general consumer goods bucked the trends, up 7.2% in Burbank, compared to relatively flat results in both LA County and the state of California. Our Measure P, transactions and use tax, or TUT revenues, continue to be a bright spot in the city's overall sales tax picture, up 1% from the prior year. Because TUT revenues from autos and e-commerce are based on the destination address instead of the point of sale address, those revenues are less impacted by the declines in the auto sales, and they also receive a larger share of online sales that take place here within Burbank. Overall, we're projecting a fairly tepid 1.6% increase in sales tax revenue for fiscal year 26-27, reflecting consumer trends and a continued anticipation of the lagging retail market. So here's a chart provided to us by our sales tax consultants at HDL, which pretty much tells you everything you need to know about the future of sales tax revenue. Since 2012, sales tax from general consumer goods at traditional retail stores in California have increased 18%, while online sales have grown 646% during that same time period. While the trend somewhat leveled off after the pandemic, you can see that online sales are picking up again, while retail has remained relatively flat. HDL expects this trend to continue, with those two lines likely to meet somewhere around the year 2032. Property taxes continues to be a main driver of revenue growth for the city, with a projected 4% increase in fiscal year 26-27. Forecasted property tax revenues are based on our overall citywide assessed value, which grew by 2.6%, or $854 million, between 2024 and 2025, with general fund related value increasing by 3.7%. This is mostly attributable to commercial and residential development, along with transfers of ownerships that trigger reassessments. Home sale prices in Burbank for the first quarter of 2026 increased by 5% from the prior quarter and 2% from the same quarter year over year. The median sales price for a single-family home from January through March of 2026 was $1.3 million. The California housing market is leveling off, with home prices stabilizing and listings taking a little bit longer to sell. And this will probably continue at least through 2026, as the probability of an interest rate drop seems unlikely. Next revenue we'll look at tonight is utility users tax, or UUT. This is a 7% tax applied to electric, gas, and telephone usage here in the city. We're expecting a 7.8% increase in UUT revenues for next year, and this is largely driven by the BWP electric rate adjustments adopted by the council in May of 2025, as well as higher anticipated natural gas prices. Offsetting this is a continued decline in revenue from wireless telephone services, as mobile usage continues to shift towards more non-taxable data-heavy plans. And speaking of telecom, AB 330, which is the local prepaid mobile telephony services, I just can't say that, Collection Act, which was signed by the governor in October of 2025. This bill extends the terms of AB 1717, which imposes a UUT on prepaid mobile wireless services, and was scheduled to sunset on January 1st, 2026. The new bill extends the UUT through January 1st, 2031, securing about $120,000 a year in revenue for Burbank. Next up is our transient occupancy tax, or TOT, for which we're estimating 3% growth in 26-27. TOT is a good indicator of how Burbank's overall tourism industry is performing. The chart here shows Burbank's hotel occupancy rate for the last 5 years in those blue bars, with the red line representing the average daily room rate collected by our hotels. Our occupancy rate in 2026 was at 76%, which is up slightly. The occupancy rate in 2025 was at 76%, up slightly from 74% in 2024. The average daily rate paid for Burbank hotels has remained relatively flat during that time and into the current year. According to Visit California's February update, 2026 domestic visitation to California is expected to increase by 1.7% in the coming year, while international visitation is expected to grow by 2.7%. Between the FIFA World Cup this summer, the Super Bowl in 2027, and the new airport replacement terminal scheduled to open this fall, we expect Burbank to beat that forecast, and we're projecting about a 3% increase in the coming fiscal year. A transient parking tax, or TPT, tends to follow along the same lines of TOT in terms of their reliance on tourism, as a majority of our parking tax revenue come from lots serving the Hollywood Burbank Airport. You can see that passenger counts dipped a little bit from 6.5 million in 2024 to 6.2 million in 2025, but that's likely attributable to some of that construction. We expect to see a healthy increase in both passenger counts and parking revenue once the replacement airport terminal opens in October. So our service charge revenue category includes all fees and charges for the various services the city provides to the community, and we're expecting a modest increase of about 3.4% for fiscal year 26-27. There are some great stories to tell here. We have seen a substantial increase in emergency medical services revenue in the current fiscal year, allowing us to increase our forecast by nearly $1 million. This is largely due to the rollout of our 24/7 4th Rescue Ambulance. The increased capacity has allowed the fire department to take more EMS calls, reducing the amount of calls assigned to our neighboring jurisdictions and allowing us to keep that EMS transport revenue here in Burbank. Additionally, Park and Rec is anticipating increased revenues from a variety of programs, most notably the return of the Starlight Bowl revenue for the upcoming summer season. Hooray for that. They are also anticipating an increase from revised green fees and contract fees at the DeBell Golf Course, which will help offset some of their operating expenses. And while we're on the topic of service charge revenues, let's talk a little bit more about our fee schedule overall. We are currently 3 years into our citywide fee study, which recommends that we adjust fees annually by CPI in order to keep pace with current recovery levels. This helps maintain alignment with the City Council's cost recovery policy, which is illustrated in that pyramid you see on the slide. Staff is proposing to adjust the majority of our fees by the December 2025 CPI, which was at 2.7%. Now, there's one category which we elected to exempt from CPI increases this year, and that is anything related to filming services. In support of our local entertainment industry, those service fees will remain unchanged for the coming fiscal year. It is important to note that all of the city's fees and charges for service remain in compliance with Proposition 26, which dictates that we cannot set user fees at a rate that is higher or more than it costs to provide the service. And just a reminder, the city still operates a very popular Burbank Program Activity and Service Subsidy, known as the PASS program. This program provides Burbank residents in need of financial assistance the opportunity to engage and participate in city programs and services at significantly reduced rates. Subsidies are available through the PASS program for a wide variety of city services, including sports and aquatic programs, recreation classes, animal adoptions, and senior and disabled transportation. Managed by the Parks and Recreation Department, the city has 829 residents actively participating in the PASS program. If you'd like to fill out an application or review which programs are eligible under the PASS program, you can visit their website at www.burbankca.gov/BurbankPass. Okay then, let's switch modes now and take a first look at our total proposed general fund appropriations for fiscal year 26-27. Our overall proposed general fund budget is $282 million. This is about a 2.4% increase over last year's adopted budget of $275.4 million. Despite some unavoidable cost increases and MOU obligations, as I mentioned previously, a variety of internal savings were achieved that resulted in a budget increase that is less than the rate of inflation. The chart you see here shows how our total general fund appropriations are broken up by city department. 48% of our budget is dedicated to providing safety services to the public, including our police and fire departments. Another 34% is dedicated to our community-facing departments, including community development, public works, parks and recreation, and library services. And roughly 13% of our budget is dedicated to administrative functions such as finance, management services, city manager, city attorney, treasurer, clerk, and city council. Roughly 74% of our total general fund operating budget is comprised of salaries and benefits, including the CalPERS pension benefits for city staff. Okay, let's get into the heart of the budget and talk about all of our general fund department appropriations. As I mentioned earlier, the city made every effort to keep budget requests to a minimum, but there are always some mandated costs that are unavoidable or critical to maintaining city operations. This year's general fund budget includes roughly $1.4 million in new general fund recurring requests net of revenue. The budget also includes $3.8 million in one-time budget requests, along with a $1.8 million contribution to the Information Technology Fund for the continuing Enterprise Resource Planning Software Ramp-Up Plan, which we'll discuss further when we get into our Fund 537 budget. And of course, the budget also includes the general fund share of the additional payments towards our pension liability. Each new budget item was reviewed and approved by the city manager's office prior to its incorporation in the proposed budget. New appropriations were prioritized based on whether they were a mandated expense or how they adhered to the City Council established goals, including city services, economic development, housing, public safety, quality of life, sustainability, and transportation and traffic. I'm going to briefly cover the highlights, of which there aren't very many in this year's budget, but you can find a more detailed description of each item under the New Budget Requests tab in your budget binders. And of course, if you have any questions on any of these individual requests, we have representatives here from each department who can answer them. So we'll start with our recurring budget items, which you can see the list is very small. The first item is a positive story. Due to the success of our 24/7 rescue ambulance pilot program, staff is recommending that we make this program permanent and officially add the 4th rescue ambulance to the fire department staffing plan. As I mentioned earlier, the implementation of this program resulted in an increase of nearly $1 million in EMS revenue. And though it doesn't completely cover the $1.6 million cost of the program, staff felt strong enough that this is a high priority item that should be incorporated into the city's recurring budget. Next, the Parks and Recreation Department is requesting additional funding in support of increased operating expenses for the DeBell Golf Course. This is partially offset by the revenue we discussed in the earlier slide. Additionally, Park and Rec is asking for recurring funding to officially adopt the drone show as part of the city's 4th of July celebrations, substituting the annual fireworks with a safer alternative. And lastly, both Parks and Rec and Public Works have experienced an increase in utility costs due to the recent electric and water rate increases. And they are asking for a combined $366,000, which represents only a small increase to their overall utility budgets. So we have a slightly larger list of non-recurring budget requests. This includes funding for Public Records Act compliance and police strategic oversight for the City Attorney's Office, continuation of the Allied Homeless Support Services and Outreach Contract, which is managed by CDD, funds to replace several fire apparatus, including a fire ladder truck, and several auxiliary vehicles, support for the Job Connect Plus program at the library, the continuation of the police recruitment program, which is within the Management Services Department, performing arts funding, which is managed by Parks and Recreation, additional funding to maintain the senior nutrition program at its current levels, funds to install recycling receptacles at Burbank Parks in compliance with state law, and funding to replace 20-year-old floor care equipment utilized by our Public Works custodial staff. So I have one other list of items within the budget that I'd like to point out, and these are our budget discussion papers. Discussion papers are special requests for items or programs that arise during the budget development process that require additional input or provide additional information that has been requested by the City Council. A brief report on each of the topics shown here can be found in the very back of your budget binders behind the tab entitled Budget Discussion Papers. Due to our ongoing budget deficit, the majority of this year's discussion papers are for information only, but we do have a few that have a fiscal impact. We plan to review these items at our next budget presentation on May 19th, but in the meantime, if any of the City Council members wish to add an item that is not already included among this list, tonight is a great time to direct staff to do so we can prepare that information for our follow-up discussion in 2 weeks. So as I mentioned, roughly 74% of our general fund operating budget is comprised of salaries and benefits, and of course our CalPERS pension benefits. So I'd be remiss to not do a review of citywide pension costs. The chart here on this slide shows us the CalPERS pension rates that have been incorporated into this proposed budget, with the normal cost shown as a percentage of payroll and the unfunded actuarial liability, or UAL cost, shown as a dollar payment for each of the city's 3 pension plans. Similar to past years, this budget proposes that the city prepay its annual liability payment in July, which will result in a net savings to the city of just under $1.2 million in fiscal year 26-27. Based on Burbank's most recent CalPERS actuarial reports, the city's unfunded actuarial liability for pensions is $435 million, and the average funded status of our 3 plans is at 75%. You can see from the chart here that while our liability payments continue to climb each year, our normal cost rate declines slightly. This is largely due to the growing number of PEPRA employees that make up our employee population. Employees hired under PEPRA receive a reduced pension formula compared to our classic employees and are automatically required to contribute half of their normal pension costs. As of April 2026, over 60% of the city's employees now fall under PEPRA. You may remember that CalPERS ended the 24-25 fiscal year with a very strong net investment gain of 11.6%, which is well over their expected rate of return of 6.8%. As a result, we expect to see a modest improvement in the city's funded status and a reduction in our UAL payments beginning in fiscal year 27-28, as CalPERS sets their rates a year in arrears from their actual returns. However, in November 2025, CalPERS adopted the results of their most recent experience study, which they undertake every 5 years. This study examines all kinds of historical data and makes recommendations for changes to CalPERS assumptions that they use to calculate liabilities for their member agencies. The adopted study recommended increase to assumptions for both wage growth and inflation, which, when incorporated into our next actuarial, is expected to increase our UAL costs by an average of 1.2% beginning in fiscal year 27-28, offsetting some of those expected savings from their 2025 investment returns. At their spring 2026 meeting, CalPERS announced strong returns in the first half of the fiscal year, and those earnings have continued into spring, largely driven by gains in public equities. It's important to keep in mind that any investment performance, either over or under their expected 6.8% rate of return, will impact our unfunded liability and our funded status beginning in fiscal year 2028-2029. So the city continues to take measures towards mitigating future pension cost increases, including sending additional discretionary payments to CalPERS that are above and beyond the city's required contributions. Since 2019, the city has contributed $71 million in additional discretionary payments to PERS, generating $9.5 million in recurring budget savings citywide, and $6.6 million in recurring savings to the general fund. As promised at midyear, staff is proposing a new 4-year pension funding plan as part of this budget, which includes an investment of $6 million per year over the next 4 years, with $4.4 million of that investment funded by the general fund. But this new plan comes with a twist. Council has been diligent about setting aside additional general fund dollars for pensions in our Section 115 trust. And since the inception in 2020, the balance of that trust has grown to over $35 million. So we are recommending now that we use those funds to make the general fund's portion of the payments for the next 4 years. This allows us to preserve our general fund cash at a time when the city has a number of other one-time needs and the economy is uncertain. We expect that this new pension funding plan will generate over $1 million in recurring savings for each year of the plan, with about 75% of that amount directly benefiting the general fund. So I realize I've covered a lot of information this evening. So now is the time where we're going to wrap up all of those numbers and summarize how they fit together to form our overall budget picture for the current year, for the coming year. We're going to start at the top with our total projected revenues minus our total proposed appropriations, which net to a $2.6 million recurring budget deficit for fiscal year 26-27. As a reminder, this deficit is less than 1% of the overall budget. Looking at our one-time or non-recurring funds, we are projecting to end this current fiscal year with a general fund spendable balance of $34.2 million. Then we go to the next line, which is the projected non-recurring revenues and use of one-time resources program for the coming year. This includes our proposed use of our Section 115 trust for the pension funding plan. Then we have our estimated budget savings of $5.5 million, which equates to 2% of the recurring general fund budget. Out of that available cash, we will fund our formal reserves and our compensated absences reserves in accordance with the City Council's financial policies. We are proposing to appropriate nearly $4 million in proposed one-time budget requests for fiscal year 26-27 and contribute $1.8 million in ramp-up funding towards our future ERP project. And lastly, we have earmarked $4.4 million in general fund dollars for the additional contribution to CalPERS as part of our pension funding plan. Netting all of these one-time items together, we get a total non-recurring balance of about $30.6 million. So now we add that $2.6 million recurring deficit to our $30.6 million non-recurring balance to get our projected general fund spendable balance of $27,980,205, give or take $1 or $2, at the end of fiscal year 26-27. So once again, I'll bring you back to that 5-year forecast chart where you could see that recurring deficit peaks at just over $3 million in fiscal year 28-29. So despite the great work done as part of this budget process, we know there is more work to do over the next few years. It is staff's expectation that both recurring revenue growth and recurring expenditure growth will average 3.9% over the next 5 years, leaving that structural gap largely the same without any assumed growth to city programs or services. MOU agreements, pension costs, and overall inflationary increases for goods and services all play a role in our forecasted expenditure growth. The key to balancing this budget over the next 5 years is to identify ways to enhance revenue growth while continuing to explore options to gain efficiency and make strategic investments in order to generate recurring savings. Fortunately, as shown at the very bottom of the chart, our general fund cash position remains strong throughout the next 5 years, which gives us the luxury of time to address these deficits without significant impacts to the community. And of course, our forecast is based on what we know today, but we make frequent updates as the circumstances surrounding our assumptions are constantly changing. This slide looks at some of the unknowns that are always acting to help or hurt our forecast. On the upside is increased tax revenue from continued development throughout the city. Each development that comes online increases the assessed value of a property and provides additional revenue to the city in the form of property tax and in many cases other taxes and revenues as well. The tourism and restaurant sectors remain relatively strong here in Burbank. Hotel occupancy remains high, and the replacement airport terminal is expected to open in October. We are also looking forward to welcoming visitors to our city for a number of exciting events over the next 5 years, including the FIFA World Cup, the Super Bowl, and of course the 2028 Olympics. We are lowering our recurring UAL pension payments with each year of our pension funding plan, and with our Section 115 trust, we're able to continue those investments while also preserving our general fund cash. Now, on the flip side, sales tax revenues are slumping due to the lackluster performance of the retail and automotive industries, and this is unlikely to correct itself anytime soon. Unemployment is ticking up nationally, and layoffs within the local entertainment industry are no doubt hitting our residents hard. All the while, inflation is back on the rise, driven by rising fuel prices. And between the wars in Iran and Ukraine, the tensions with Cuba, and shifting federal policy on everything from tariffs to technology, the amount of political and geopolitical instability taking place throughout the world has a direct impact on the economy at home, and we certainly don't expect to see this improve in the coming election year. And of course, lastly, we know that any potential CalPERS investment losses or future assumption changes could result in bigger pension costs for the city down the road. Fortunately for Burbank, prior city council decisions have put us in a strong position to be able to weather those future events. Now is a good time to remind the council that in addition to our projected spendable general fund balance of $28 million, we are fully funding our formal reserves and our compensated absences reserve in accordance with city council financial policy. The numbers you see here are our current reserve levels, which will be updated as part of the adoption of this budget. Altogether, the City Council has over $133 million in available unrestricted funds and reserve, which represents nearly 50% of the recurring general fund budget. So in conclusion, the fiscal year 26-27 proposed general fund budget is balanced overall, but forecasts a recurring deficit of $2.6 million and a projected one-time general fund cash balance of $28 million at year end. While we remain conservative with our funding plan, we believe that the proposed general fund budget we presented tonight reflects the City Council's goals and priorities and maintains all of the programs and services that our community has come to expect. The budget also includes a new 4-year pension funding plan that will provide long-term recurring budget savings for the city and address those future deficits. And then, of course, the budget fully funds the city's formal financial reserves. So this concludes our general fund presentation. And before I introduce Stephen Walker to present the budget for our sewer fund, I'm happy to take a pause and answer any questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you. So we're going to do, just for this section, questions only for clarification before we move on to the next section. Council members, any questions on this section? Councilmember Brazotti.
Ms. Becker, thank you very much. I like your steady but kind of we're on alert approach, very prudent. Do you have any comments with regards to the potential buyout of Warner Brothers and then the Warner Ranch coming online this year? Do you have any comments as to what potentially that could do for us or not do for us?
We don't have a dollar impact. Unfortunately, we're somewhat reliant on LA County, the assessor's office, to actually reassess the property. We've already seen some returns. They do an interim assessment as the construction moves forward, but it could be 1 to 2 years or sometimes longer before we get a final assessment on that property to know exactly what the impact will be to the city. We know it'll be substantial, which is why even though we're capped at a 2% CPI, we're projecting a 4% increase overall in property tax revenues, not just from the one development, but, lots of developments around the city. So it's hard to put a dollar figure on that now, but of course, any expansion of the entertainment industry drives our economy, both with tax revenue to the city and of course jobs, which are very valuable.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one
Yeah,
question.
Councilmember Grantham?
And this goes back to somebody came up for public comment and talked about something that was a white paper last year. If we wanted to bring that back again, that would be a discussion for the end of the evening? Or
That's right. When we can take direction at the end of our budget presentations and bring back anything that the council asks us to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
Yeah. Just a quick question. For the one-time budget request, and that's slide 32, under recycling, the receptacles, doesn't that come out of the sewer and rubbish, or actually the rubbish account? Or does that come out of enterprise, or do we have to pay, where is this coming out of the general fund, or?
My understanding is there isn't available funding within the refuse fund to fund this specifically. So the general fund is on the hook to fund the installation of the receptacles. I'm happy to bring up our Parks and Rec Director, Ms. Garcia, if you have further question on this.
No,
item.
I'm just curious because that's what it's supposed to be used for. But, I mean, that's why I'm asking the question, because it's coming out of the general fund. I'm just wondering, I mean.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and council members. I hope I answer this accurately. If not, I'm sure somebody from Public Works will be able to answer. But the refuse, the Parks and Recreation Department is a user, and so it is our responsibility to comply with state law. So therefore, it is our responsibility, ergo the general fund, to pay for installing recycling receptacles next to each trash can in our public parks.
We're taking it from the general fund to pay our refuse account, basically.
Yes, which is what we do already, right? So the general fund, our Parks and Recreation, is a user, a customer. So we pay utilities, we pay Burbank Water and Power, we pay sewer fees. Yes.
Okay. I do have one more question while you're standing there, Ms. Garcia. Sorry, since you got up.
Sure.
Also on the same page, slide 31, under the DeBelle Golf Course operating expense. So we recently received an email regarding the change of operators in there. Does that amount you're requesting in the budget, are you foreseeing this would be in the future dropped? So it's not 540,000 due to maybe better operating experience or more attraction, more revenue to be coming into the golf course?
So first, just want to clarify, we don't have a new operator. We just have a new general manager under Touchstone Kemper, who is our operator of the golf course. So it's just a new individual who's overseeing the golf course. In terms of the costs, these are just costs of doing business. As the cities, our salaries go up, cost of goods go up, capital improvement, utilities. So the funds that we're requesting, we've not requested or received an increase in the budget for the golf course for a number of years. So this is just to get us to be able to pay for our direct costs to run that golf course. I will mention that we are generating revenue to offset some of these increase in costs.
If I could, I knew that was a large number, that 540,000. So that's why one of the discussion papers that you have, which is an informational item, talks about the overall golf budget and kind of looks at a cash flow related to just the DeBelle Golf Course. So even though that's a large number, you're able to see, having the history of going back when it was an enterprise fund and some of the troubles that we had, we wanted to make sure that we provided you informational memo to show that we're still fine as far as Ms. Garcia said, that is generating more revenue than expenses. But we've had some substantial costs recently related to a few of the operating expenses as well as capital.
Yeah, and I will, thank you. We'll add that the new general manager who's come in is super dynamic and is introducing new programming. As your discussion paper indicates, we're increasing our some of our fees to, again, keep up with our costs. But we're hoping that through just being responsible with our spending, increasing our programming to really draw more attention, doing yoga at the golf course. These are just some of the programs that he's looking to introduce that will be able to generate just more revenue, non-golf related revenue.
Okay, well, that's what I was hoping to hear, because I know I read something in the email that we're expanding some maybe programs, so I was looking for more our revenue side. Is that going to also increase to help offset the $540-some thousand?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I do have one more question regarding slide 33, and again, it relates to Enterprise Fund, the 2WP customer service reps. Are those also coming out of the general fund, or that's going to be an enterprise fund?
Oh, this is going to be an enterprise fund. We wanted to just list all the discussion papers that you had in the back of your binder. I do believe Ms. Samra is going to address that during her presentation, which is coming up very soon.
Okay, so we're just combining everything together, even though it's an enterprise fund.
This is correct for the discussion papers. I didn't want to leave any of them off.
Well, you did very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
riveting, I know.
I just wanted to add, there's really no surprise in there because you were just here not too long ago, and we kind of were anticipating some of this information to come up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a few questions. So on slide 20, looking at the brick and mortar versus online sales, that's interesting graph. Thank you for sharing that. So for the online sales, is the tax determined based on the delivery location, or is it based on the distribution, or how does the tax determined for online sales?
And that is a very loaded question.
Okay.
I will start with the easy part.
Okay.
For Measure P, for our TUT revenues, our transactions and use tax revenue, it is based on the delivery address because it only applies to those living in Burbank, right? That is a local tax. So that is the easy answer. The more complex answer is the Bradley Burns, because retail taxes are based on the point of sale. So when you go into a Target or a Walmart or you buy something in that store, the point of sale is where you physically make the purchase. When you're making a purchase online, the point of sale is much more complicated. Sometimes it's an out-of-state retailer. Sometimes it's a local retailer. Sometimes it's shipped from a warehouse somewhere in California. So the point of sale varies greatly. For out-of-state, what happens is it goes into the county pool, the Los Angeles County pool. So all online purchases from Los Angeles County that come from out of state go into this pool, and then the pool is divided up to all the different cities in Los Angeles County based on your proportionate share of the brick and mortar tax. So in quarters where our tax revenue goes down, our share of that county pool also goes down, even though it's not really related to online sales. But that's just kind of the legislation and how it's done. And for in-state purchases, it goes to where the point of sale happens. So if you happen to have, say, an Amazon warehouse in your city, and the item you order online, even though it's shipped to Burbank, the point of sale is going to take place in the Amazon warehouse from which the item is shipped, which means those cities that have the warehouse are collecting that tax and that point of sale. So it is a very interesting and complex process. There's a lot of angst statewide about the way we distribute sales tax, but getting legislation off the ground to change it, to maybe make it more fair, would be very difficult because some cities will be winners and some cities will be losers. And so although there have been movements over the years to try to make a legislative change, it just really hasn't gone anywhere. So we're kind of stuck with the system that we have.
Okay. Wow.
It's probably way more than you wanted to hear.
No, that's exactly actually what I was curious about. Because, looking at the projections of increased online sales, I was curious how much, let's just assume for the sake of argument that nothing changes in the how that's distributed, how that will impact us as a city. Can we project that? Can we look at that? Or is it really difficult because the way it's complicated in this distribution of taxes?
It is really difficult. I mean, that's why, we contract with HDL. We have an outside agency that helps us look at these things because they're very involved at the state level. with examining all the different trends in sales tax. So it's not impossible. They give us a forecast, but we know which direction the trend is heading. And so I would say it's kind of a wash. It both hurts and benefits Burbank at the same time. Because of the TUT, it actually benefits Burbank because we happen to be a community that apparently does a lot of online shopping. But for the Bradley Burns, for the brick and mortar tax, it's more complex. In general, I think there's this feeling that just the United States in general is over-retailed, that retail is just going to shrink. You know, even stores are getting smaller, footprints are getting smaller as they realize they can make just as much money without having to carry the costs, the leasing costs of retail property. So the trend overall, more important than the revenue trends, is that the retail space is going to shrink, and that's almost a foregone conclusion with the prevalence of online shopping. So that's almost a bigger picture item than the tax itself.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I have some thoughts on that for our discussion later. But for questions, for the general fund revenues for transient parking tax at the airport. So actually, it's a two-part question here. The first one is that do we see a projection when the new terminal is opened of an increased amount of usage for parking at the airport because of the increase of passengers? Do we expect that?
Yes, we are assuming that in the forecast, which is why you see that 7.8% projected increase. Probably an increase both in usage and in parking rates, but of course, we don't know what that's going to be yet. That's at the discretion of the airport.
Got it.
But
Okay.
it's not just the airport itself, it's also the surrounding lots around the airport, which will see an increased activity.
Right, okay. And then from the airport, do we get sales tax and property tax from the airport specifically as well? Like the sales tax from the restaurants and the retail and other things that are bought in the airport, as well as ticket sales? If any of those create sales tax?
Sales tax, yes. So the retail establishments within the airport do pay sales tax. Property tax, no. It's a joint powers authority. It's a JPA. It's essentially a public agency. Public agencies don't pay property tax to an agency, so we don't receive property tax. There is no per ticket tax or anything like that. Services, statewide are exempt from tax, so things like movie theater tickets, airline tickets, we don't receive any kind of sales tax from that.
Okay.
If I could interrupt, can you talk about unsecured property tax, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we do receive unsecured property tax. Thank you for correcting me, Mr. Hess. So unsecured property tax is a tax on property, just like it sounds. It can be moved. It's not a house that's stuck on the ground. Burbank receives unsecured property tax from airplanes. So anybody who has an airplane that they own that is at the Burbank airport, they pay property tax for that aircraft, and the city does receive that property tax. It can vary from year to year because the way they assess airplanes is they pick one day a year to show up at the airport, and whichever planes are on the ground, those are the taxes that Burbank gets in that given year. So we see wide swings from year to year in our unsecured property tax, both up and down.
Wow, okay, did not know that, so thank you for that. And then just really quick, back to the sales tax, since we are expecting, even though we're not increasing the number of gates, the gates are going to be larger, so there's going to be presumably more passengers, and there's also going to be more retail stores and more restaurants in the new airport. So is this projection 7.8% also, this is for transient parking tax, in our sales tax, expectations, do we also include the potential increase of sale tax for that at the new airport?
We didn't specifically include retailers at the airport. They're usually small relative to sort of the big type of retail we get that drives sales tax. But yeah, we're already projecting maybe slightly more than our consultants projected for Burbank. not just because of the retail generated at the airport, but as more passengers come in, that generates sales tax everywhere in the city, not just at the airport. So we'll see a small bump. We don't know what the retailers are yet, so it makes it a little bit hard to project, but I'm sure at the very least, we'll see a little bit more sales tax than we see in the current airport.
Okay, great. And then my last question is also about the one-time budget requests. My question is about the homelessness services outreach, one-time budget request. And it looks like, based on the description in the detailed report here, that one is about the allied services. Will that include, one of the commenters earlier mentioned about case management, wraparound services? So will that include that, or is that's already covered, so we don't need to add an extra one-time fund?
I'm going to look to our CDD director
Yeah.
over here, Mr. Prescott.
Can you just speak to that, kind of like maybe that particular one-time fund and then the coverage of that, all the services?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. That allocation is for allied services citywide and in downtown with the bid. They are trained to offer services, but they're not the same thing that you're discussing. We partner with both internally in the city and with outside the county case management as well. So it'd be separate. It's a separate thing. If you may know, we prepared an FAQ, frequently asked questions for homeless services. It goes into very great detail about how we offer the services, who we partner with, and so on. And that can be found on the city's website. I think it's on the landing page currently right now. You can find that FAQ.
Great. One more
Yes.
follow-up question.
Yes.
So for those 644 one time, is this a temporary increase in the amount of allied employees we have, or what is this cost for?
It's just a recurring last year. Yeah, it's a recurring one time, basically.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
great, awesome. Thank you, those are my questions. Do we have Councilmember Perez back yet, or is she?
I'm here.
Oh, yay.
I actually
Councilmember Perez,
had
do you have any
the
questions?
same question you did about taxes. I had just told Courtney I wanted to ask that question, so great minds think alike.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that was my one question.
Okay, we will then move on to, unless there's any other questions. No,
I
then we'll
guess
have
my
moved on.
only other thing, not to beat a dead horse, but I do ask Jennifer this every year. Looking at our deficit, and this is the first year that I think we've actually had a substantial deficit to look at least our time on council. Just to reassure the public one more time, what are the things that we are doing to address that? Because I know the city has a plan, and it's the reason we're at 2.6 instead of 4.
Good question, thank you.
Certainly, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, it takes more than one strategy to address a budget deficit. So obviously the deficit's a combination of revenue and expenses. So the expenses are something we can address more immediately. So some of the things we're doing, like implementing the workers' comp savings and the OPEB savings, using our one-time funds to pay down our pension liability, which will result in recurring savings the following year. It always takes 1 year for those strategies to be implemented. And then on the revenue side, obviously, we're going to continue to look for ways to strategically increase revenue without burdening the community. And then in the meantime, obviously utilizing the one-time funds to close those gaps. So it really is a combination of multiple things. And this won't be the last time we'll be here discussing this, so we'll be back to provide updates as we move forward with the budget process and into next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with no more questions for this portion, let's move on to the next section.
You pull up the presentation. Just go ahead. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and council members. I'm Steve Walker, Assistant Public Works Director, Wastewater Systems. I will be presenting the fiscal year 26-27 budget for the Water Reclamation and Sewer Enterprise Fund, which is also known as Fund 494. We'll start with a fund overview, comparing the approved budget for fiscal year 25-26 on the left with the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 on the right. The total budget for fiscal year 26-27 is approximately $28.2 million, which represents a decrease from the prior year of approximately $2.7 million. This is mainly due to projected expenditures on capital being temporarily lower as more CIP projects are designed to prepare shovel-ready projects for future construction. The budget for fiscal year 26-27 includes the following three categories. First, capital funding shown in red is about $6.4 million. Second, materials, supplies, and services shown in orange are about $19 million. And third, salaries and benefits shown in green are about $2.8 million. The total sewer fund revenues for fiscal year 26-27 are conservatively estimated to be approximately $23.8 million. The total expenses for fiscal year 26-27 are estimated at approximately $21.8 million. Year-to-date expenditures for fiscal year 25-26, the current year, including depreciation, as of April 1st, 2026, are approximately $18.7 million. With the highlighted changes to revenue and expenses, the sewer fund is projected to have a positive change in net position of $2 million for fiscal year 26-27. The beginning cash balance for fiscal year 26-27 is estimated to be about $23.8 million. With a positive change in net position that we discussed, and after depreciation and obligations, it is estimated that the fund will have an ending cash balance of approximately $22.5 million. The required reserves for financial policies, which include 60 days working capital and funds for future capital construction, are approximately $19 million. In addition, the reserves for Hyperion Sewer remain at approximately $2.1 million. Burbank continues to make payments to the City of LA, which we'll discuss in more detail later in the presentation. In summary, the estimated unrestricted cash balance for fiscal year 26-27 is approximately $1.5 million. During the budget process last fiscal year, the council approved a 2-year rate plan for the city's enterprise funds, which included 6% increases in sewer rates for both fiscal year 25-26 and fiscal year 26-27. The current monthly flat rate for sewer services for single-family residential properties is $30.01 through December 31st, 2026. Effective January 1st, 2027, the single-family residential rate will increase to $31.81 per month through December 31st, 2027. With the adjustments approved by the council in May 2025, Burbank's sewer rates remain some of the lowest in the area for similar wastewater systems due to our focus on efficiency and reliability. The typical sewer rate drivers include regulatory permit requirements from the State Water Resources Control Board and the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Contractual changes from the City of Los Angeles for the conveyance, treatment, and disposal of wastewater, capital improvement projects for both the sewer collection system pipelines and the treatment plant, and inflationary impacts to operate and maintain the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant and the sewer collection system citywide. The city's wastewater services include the operation and maintenance of the sewer collection system, 2 sewer pump stations, and the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant, which is operated under contract by Infomark. There are numerous regulatory compliance requirements that have to be met under 2 NPDES permits, one for the treatment plant process discharges and another for the production of recycled water. The Burbank Water Reclamation Plant currently treats approximately 7.5 million gallons per day and converts raw wastewater into recycled water for reuse throughout the city. In calendar year 2025, approximately 1 billion gallons of recycled water produced at the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant were reused in industrial applications, at construction sites, and for landscape irrigation, at city parks, the DeBell Golf Course, and in roadway medians. Recycled water offsets the use of potable water, and for reference, this quantity is roughly equivalent to the average annual consumption of about 7,400 single-family residential homes. In addition, in fiscal year 26-27, Public Works will continue implementing the city's NPDES permit for the treatment process at the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant, which became effective on January 1st, 2024. The city's collection system crew performs annual hydrojet cleaning and root cutting on all 230 miles of sewer mains in Burbank and maintains approximately 3,800 sewer manholes. The photo on the left shows the combo truck, which has jet flush and vacuum capabilities, and that's used for sewer maintenance. The sewer crew also performs CCTV video inspections on numerous city sewer mains to evaluate pipe condition so that repairs can be prioritized and completed when necessary. The photo on the right shows the CCTV van used for this inspection work. Next, I'll highlight two capital improvement projects managed by wastewater engineering staff that will provide pipe capacity upgrades to convey additional flows to the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant. First, the Riverside Drive Sewer Improvement Projects, which is located along Riverside Drive from Bob Hope Drive near Johnny Carson Park to Beechwood Drive. The scope of work includes approximately 5,000 lineal feet of sewer line upsizing to approximately 18 to 30 inch diameter pipes. Design work is ongoing and includes permitting, and it's scheduled to be completed in fiscal year 27-28. Construction is scheduled for fiscal year 28-29, and the estimated construction cost is approximately $5 million. The second CIP is the Chandler Sewer Improvements Phase 1 project, which will also provide pipe capacity upgrades. It will reduce the amount of sewage entering the Los Angeles Hyperion sewer system, and it will convey additional flows to the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant for treatment and reuse. It is located along Chandler between California Street and Lake Street. Design work is ongoing, and it is scheduled to be completed in fiscal year 27-28. Construction is scheduled for fiscal year 28-29, and the estimated construction cost is approximately $6 million. Public Works continues to work with the City of Los Angeles on the Hyperion sewer flow monitoring and billing. All payments that are owed to Los Angeles have been made. They are based on a plain read of the contract, which covers the cost for the conveyance, treatment, and disposal of wastewater. Burbank has made payments to Los Angeles totaling approximately $36.7 million since flow year 2009-10. Estimated payments have been made through flow year 25-26, the current year, with the most recent payment of approximately $3.3 million in December 2025. And reconciled payments have been made through flow year 23-24, with the most recent payment of approximately $1.5 million in November 2025. It should also be noted that Burbank is currently maintaining the Hyperion Reserve Fund in case any additional payments are required to resolve the matter. That concludes the presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Rosati, you have a question?
Just curious, the replacement pipe, is it cast iron, clay, or is it like a high-capacity PVC?
Most of our existing pipe is clay. A lot of the time we're replacing it with high-strength PVC.
And no more cast iron?
We don't use cast iron typically for sewers. You use it in rare applications on bridges sometimes. Okay. Sometimes it's used for sleeves as well, but the majority of it, of the existing pipe again, is clay. And then new pipe is typically PVC.
And is there a lifespan on that?
Clay is indefinite. I mean, there's pipe in other cities in the Southern California area that are over 100 years old, and PVC's, got a good lifespan as well.
I believe the Roman aqueducts are still clay.
That's exactly right, actually. Yeah.
Not within our jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly. Not that old in Southern
Close,
California.
but not quite.
Yeah, PVC would be 50 to 70 years at least. Yeah.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Quick question. Have you been also doing work on Magnolia, replacing sewer on Magnolias as part of the project, or that's something completely different?
I think that's different. We did a couple of recent emergency repairs, one up at 911 East Olive and another one on Lamer. But those are the most recent projects. And then we also had the Providencia sewer improvements that our director gave an update on in the last month or two.
Okay, that must be maybe BWP doing work there, because Magnolia is all torn up and doing a lot of work. No, Magnolia, yeah, Buena Vista. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councilmember? No? Okay.
I mean, if we're airing personal grievances, I have a problem on, no, I'm just.
All right, since there's no more questions, thank you for
Great.
your presentation, and we'll move on to the next section.
Thank you. The next speaker will be John Molinar. I think they'll pull it up. I think they'll pull it up. You just have to hit the first. Okay.
Could I have the program, please? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and Burbank City Council. I'm John Molinar from Public Works. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director over Streets and Waste Management, and I'm here to present the refuse budget. I'll start with a fund overview. The left column represents last fiscal year and the right column this fiscal year. Each column is made up of 3 categories broken down by color. The red are capital expenditures, orange materials, supplies and services, and the green salaries and benefits. As you can see, the overall 26-27 refuse budget is about 5% lower than the 25-26 budget. This is primarily due to decreases in capital purchases of vehicles. Our financial sheet shows total revenues increasing this fiscal year due to the approved rate adjustment coupled with new fees approved in the fee schedule. Last fiscal year, our expenses exceeded revenues. However, this year, the change in net position is turning back to positive. We are always seeking efficiencies in our operations to keep budget pressures low. Our cash reserve sheet shows that we start the year with a balance of $41.1 million and end with a balance of about $40 million. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that our reserves for financial policies and capital purchases are about $9.8 million, and our landfill closure reserves are at about $20.8 million. I'd like to briefly share the services that we provide, starting with solid waste collection. Our solid waste collection section collects trash, organics, and recyclables for residential and commercial customers. We also provide temporary 2 and 3 cubic yard bins for our residents, and of course, we provide weekly bulky item pickup. And our field services staff is continually providing education and guidance regarding solid waste issues such as illegal dumping, cart placement, and billing inquiries. Our recycle center staff ensures that we are guided to a more sustainable future. They ensure that our recyclables are processed. They provide education and outreach to our schools, businesses, and residents. They provide a drop-off for batteries, electronics, fluorescent bulbs, and mattresses. And they also direct our city's solid waste collections and private haulers to ensure that we remain in compliance with mandates, as well as reporting back to the state. Our landfill operations ensure that our trash is disposed of properly. They ensure that our organics are processed and transferred to off-site composting. They ensure that we report to and remain in compliance with at least 8 federal and state regulatory agencies. And they also ensure that we are operating efficiently, providing us this resource for another 93 years. Another service that we provide is street cleaning services. That includes weekly street sweeping, cleaning up of illegally dumped items in the right-of-way, and cleanup of homeless encampments. All of these items help ensure that the city is clean and complying with stormwater requirements. Last year, council approved rates in a 2-year cycle with an initial 8% rate adjustment and the next 8% taking effect in January of 2027. With this next adjustment, a typical household will be paying an additional $3.38 per month. That accounts for nearly 2/3 of our residential customers. The adjustments were needed to keep up with the demands brought on by state and local mandates, coupled with inflation. We are doing our best to help the ratepayers by looking forward to the future and by increasing efficiencies in our operations and only increasing rates in the smallest increments possible. And we are one of the lowest rates in town nowadays. I want to switch to current and upcoming capital projects, starting with the landfill. In order to prepare for the upcoming larger liner expansion projects, it was necessary for us to construct a smaller expansion project on the southeast corner of the active landfill. This $1.8 million side slope liner project was just approved by council, thank you, and is in progress now. The side slope liner project was a critical link in the landfill's progress. It buys us 2 additional years of capacity while we construct the Phase 2D and 2E liner projects. The Phase 2D and 2E liner projects on the northwest corner of the landfill are the final liner expansions that require significant earth moving. Once these projects are complete, the slopes are in their final configuration, and the liner will be placed vertically as the landfill goes up. I want to highlight our newest endeavor in solid waste collection. As I mentioned earlier, we are striving to find efficiencies while continuing to comply with regulatory requirements. We are excited to let you know that we have tested an electric trash truck. The truck has turned out to be viable, even on our hills. And although procurement is in the starting stages, we are seeking to purchase 2 of these vehicles. This will help us comply with requirements for vehicle electrification and provide for a quieter and more greenhouse gas friendly Burbank for our residents. Another way we have worked to optimize our operations was to add a shredder to our organics processing site at the landfill. I want to thank you, Council, for approving this purchase during our last budget process. I also want to thank our Finance Department and the City Attorney's Office for their work to expedite the procurement. Because of our ability to expedite this purchase, we were able to procure the last tariff-free shredder, and it saved us $148,000. The shredder reduces the size of the logs and other organics so that they take up less space in the trucks we are sending all the way up to the Central Valley. Because we are shredding the material, we sent 8 fewer trucks out in April compared to March. That results in cost savings and places fewer trucks on the road, resulting in fewer greenhouse gas emissions. The shredder will also be a key component for the composting system we are seeking to permit. That wraps up the refuse budget. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
What does tariff-free mean? Is it the brand name? Is it the style? What is that?
When the president chose to add tariffs to everything.
Oh, tariff-free.
Yes.
I thought you said tariff-free. I'm like, Terra is Earth. I mean, it's Earth-free. Okay.
A little nervous here, you know.
It's a hovercraft.
Okay.
That
makes more
that's
sense.
a one-time
Thank you.
funding thing, a hovercraft.
Yeah. If we do see some hovercrafts for sale, let us know.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
Oh, no questions on my end.
Do you have any questions? Okay. I have a couple questions. The first one's about the electric trash truck and looking at the one-time funding request for it, or actually, yeah, one-time funding request for it. So you said we're getting two 2 electric vehicle trash trucks? That's the goal? Or is this a different item? I'm seeing refuse vehicle replacements. One of them is a electric vehicle replacement, $3.5 million. Is that separate? It's a different thing?
That's separate.
It's a different thing?
This is actually, the 2 demo trucks that we used, we are going to get them for almost the same price as the CNG trucks we were going to get that you approved in last year's budget.
Nice.
So that's what we're working on right now. It's still in the initial stages. I can't say it's a guarantee, but we're really trying. And
Great.
they've kind of told us we can do it, so.
That's
we're working on it.
fantastic. That's great. Is there any idea of what area of town they'll be deployed into? Do we know ahead of time, or maybe it's a question it's hard to
No, I
ask
can't.
answer right now?
We have 14 routes, and they'll be out every single day if we get them.
Okay. Can I make a request for it to come by my house once in a while? I want to see it. And then also in that same section, it discusses smaller trash trucks that were requested as well. Can you speak to that?
Yes, we are. I'm not looking at the page you're looking at, so I'm not sure what it exactly says, but we are seeking a smaller truck, the rear loader, is that what we're talking about here?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
That is a small rear loader truck so we can service in. We still have a few alleys we service. We try to stay out of them because they're so narrow and we get in a lot of accidents and try not to. But we're going to do a rear loader route where they have little paddles on the truck and they do that in the alleys, and that's what that's for.
That's great. Okay. Great. And then my last question is about the shredder, the organic shredder. Okay, it's a 2-part question.
Okay.
The first part is, how awesome is that? That's the first question, because it is. And then the second question is, are there any other cities right now that have something like this?
There aren't very many cities that are like Burbank. We're a self-service city. We have just about everything. We're seeking to, open our own composting system. And no, I wouldn't say, there'd be other counties and other regions that would be doing something like this, perhaps. But, and shredders are a part of the composting process.
Mm-hmm.
You can either make mulch, you can make compost, you can do both. And you can do a lot of things with it. But it's pretty cool.
Yeah. You have to answer that. I'm going to answer my own question. How cool is that? It is very cool. I actually happened to be up there today and saw it. So it's very, very cool. Okay. Well, those are my questions. Anything else before we can go to the next section? No? Okay. Thank you.
Can
Yes.
I add something from earlier, from the question to Parks about their we did used to get quite a bit of grant money back in the day from the state, and that has dwindled to basically zero. We used to use that grant money to purchase things like bins for parks and all these other things for generators. We can't do that anymore due to Prop 218 with ratepayer money. That was kind of money we could use to do that. We don't have that money to do that anymore.
Well, thank you for explaining that, because it just doesn't make sense when you take it from one account to the other, but it explains because of Prop 218. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank
If
you.
you ever find money, please give it to them so they can pay for it.
All right. So the next section. Oh, PWP. All right. Yeah.
All right, good evening, Mayor Takahashi, Vice Mayor Mullen, City Council members. So while the presentation's coming up, I'm going to introduce myself, Joe Lilio, CFO for Burbank Water and Power. I'll be presenting on BWP's proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget for tonight. So Burbank Water and Power provides water, recycled water, fiber, and electric services to the Burbank community. About 20% of our water is provided, our water demand is provided by recycled water. Our RPS, or Renewable Portfolio Standards goal for 25-26 is 48%, and we are meeting that. Both water and fiber have reliability rates of just under 100%, and electric has a reliability rate of 99.997%. That's the top 5% in the nation. And we get, every 3 years, we renew our certificate for that, and it's something that we're very proud of. So we are focusing on increasing reserves to adequately address natural disaster resiliency. We all saw what happened back in January of 2025 with the windstorms, firestorms. So having adequate reserves for emergency disasters, that's key for a utility. Unfunded state mandates such as housing development readiness, meeting the annual renewable goal, energy goal, getting to 60% renewable by 2030 and 100% by 2045. Requirements to monitor PFAS, which is forever chemicals in our potable water system. So these are all putting demands on, financial demands on the utility. Managing debt capacity to maintain favorable bond ratings. Strengthening internal fund capital reserves. And we have revised projections for both the electric and water forecast load demand and revenue. So we're decreasing those by 10% from the 25-26, the 26-27 forecast. So some key budget drivers for 26-27. You did hear this from my counterpart, Ms. Becker. Increased labor costs and associated benefits, so that has had an impact on our budget via the MOUs. Addition of new positions due to regulatory mandates and compliance. Investment in one-time large capital projects. A proposed water bond issuance to fund replacement of our Reservoir 2. So that is about 95 years old, way past its useful life. And we will be issuing a bond next year. We'll come to the council with that. Drivers of capital projects are unfunded state mandates, regulatory compliance, aging infrastructure, and reliability concerns. So we have the SB 35 mandates, which lead to additional electrical infrastructure work across the city. Our 4 kV to 12 kV conversions reduces line losses and increases the amount of capacity available. Capital projects required to expand infrastructure capacity to support future growth. And there are still long lead times with supply chain issues to purchase some of items such as transformers. Our proposed staffing updates for 26-27, we're asking for 8 additional positions, 6 in the electric fund, 2 power plant operators, 2 customer service rep positions, and 2 field service rep positions. The customer service rep and field service rep positions are needed desperately. We're adding a lot of housing units, and that's putting a demand on the call centers. Adding 2 new positions for the water fund, water quality analyst and water inspector. And these are needed for water quality controls for PFAS. So we do have certain mandates that we do have to adhere to. These 2 positions, we did receive some funding outside of ratepayer funds that will be funding these positions for years to come. So the proposed budget authority, the total budget authority for all funds maintained by BWP is $502 million. This is a decrease of $29 million from the adopted 25-26 budget. And let's go over some of them real quick. Electric fund's proposed budget is just under $359 million, which is about $56.7 million less than the prior year. And this is due to 2 main things, a Willow substation project and a Ritzy Airport project completing in 25-26. Water Fund's proposed budget is $97.9 million, which is about $26 million higher than the previous year. And this is really driven by the one-time capital project for Reservoir 2. The Com Fund proposed budget is $6.5 million, which is about $107,000 lower than the previous year, due to reduction in purchase of radios, and the Streetlight Fund Proposed budget is $4.2 million. It's a reduction of about $1 million from the prior year, and this is driven by a reduction in capital expenditures. Magnolia Power Project, or MPP, proposed budget is $32.4 million. This is 2.3 higher than the previous year and driven by capital expenditures. And then Titan's operating fund is $2.4 million. So this slide depicts the electric fund's breakdown of the $359 million budget. Power supply and transmission costs make up a little over half of the costs at $184 million, followed by O&M at 20% or $71 million, and then capital at 17% or $61 million. This is a snapshot of the electric fund's cash forecast going out to 2032-33. So the yellow portion of those vertical bars is restricted cash, so it's bond proceeds, aided construction, deposits from developers, public benefits obligation fund, and low carb fuel standards fund. Green portion of the vertical bar is unrestricted cash. And the blue horizontal shaded range is the city council adopted reserve policy goal. So that's, we want to be between 160 and 240 days cash on hand. And as reflected by the forecast, the electric fund will be at the lower end of a recommended reserve for 26-27 and 27-28, slowly increasing up our reserves to 2031, and then we start dipping down again due to large capital projects. And that's kind of the trend with the electric fund. We'll build up the cash, spend it down on electrical capital projects, build it back up again. This is our 5-year capital plan, which totals $352.5 million. This will be funded by aid in construction. We'll cover $65 million of it, and the rest will be cash reserves paying for a little under $288 million. This slide reflects the largest capital projects within the electrical fund. I'm not going to go over all of these. But that top one, I apologize for the acronym. That should have said replacement of advanced metering infrastructure, AMI. So the capital does total $61.1 million for next year. I want to touch on the Americold property. The Americold property is located at 10 West Magnolia. It's adjacent to MPP across from the wash. It is in process of being transferred to the city's, from the city's general fund and transportation to BWP. The acquisition of this fund will be funded by the electric fund. The purchase price is $8.4 million, and then remediation of the existing blighted structure is anticipated to begin in July of 2026. The planned uses of this property are storage, parking, warehouse construction, demonstration, and/or generation projects. This slide depicts the water fund's breakdown of its $98 million budget. Capital making just under half of it at $46 million, followed by O&M at 25% or $24 million, and then water supply purchases at 18%, just under $18 million. And here we have the water fund's cash forecast through 2031. Again, the yellow portion of the bar is restricted cash, green portion is unrestricted. And here the city council approved reserve policy of 200 to 300 days cash on hand. Again, it's that blue shaded portion. The water fund is expected to be above reserves for the next 2 years and then drop down and continually drop down to just being at the lower portion of the reserve policy. And here's the water fund's 5-year capital plan, totaling $103.8 million. And this will be funded by aid in construction of $4.8 million, bond proceeds of $40 million, and then cash reserves will cover the difference of $72.2 million. And again, here's a listing of the water fund's largest capital projects, totaling $45.6 million, and again, the Reservoir 2 replacement, just under $24 million. So BWP does maintain the Internal Service Communication Fund. So this covers radios and phones citywide are purchased and maintained from this fund, including for the police and fire departments. And this slide has the breakdown between salaries, benefits, material supplies and services, and capital. It compares the prior fiscal year to 26-27, 6.6 million to 6.5 million. So it's decreasing by about $100,000. The Street Lighting Fund maintains citywide streetlights. The total proposed budget here is $4.2 million. It's decreasing by $1.2 million, and this is driven by the capital expenditures, decrease in those due to the light pole LED replacement program being almost fully completed. We're 96% complete. So the capital item here will continue to decrease in subsequent years as well. Magnolia Power Project is a 310 megawatt natural gas-fired combined cycle generating plant owned by 6 cities with Burbank as the operating agent. So the 6 participants are Anaheim with 38% ownership, Burbank 31% ownership, Glendale at 17%, Pasadena at 6%, Cerritos at 4%, and Colton at 4%. Total proposed budget here is $32.4 million. Titan Small Hydro Project is a 14 megawatt hydroelectric generating facility located near Rimrock Lake in Yakima County, Washington. Burbank has 50% ownership and Glendale has the other 50% ownership. And the total proposed budget here is $2.4 million. And that does conclude my presentation. I'm open to any questions that council may have.
All right, council, any questions on this portion of the presentation? Vice Mayor?
I have a question regarding the reservoir. We did approve some funds for one of them. This was a while back, like maybe a year ago. Was there a bond or we approved something to fix one of the reservoirs?
So we do have multiple reservoirs.
Yeah.
Reservoir 2, there was discussions about adding funding to that in prior years. We never did because of the dollar amount. So we are going to be issuing a bond to fund that construction. And we're asking council to approve that. But there are other reservoirs within the city. I believe there's a total of 4
I think
reservoirs.
one of them like doubled the price or tripled the amount from where we started originally to do it, and it took a while. I remember, yes, the summer is coming up.
Sorry, I'm on Deep Sammer, general manager. My voice is like going.
Oh, you've been singing all night.
All night. We did come with a 2-year budget last year, and that's when we referenced this. So this is the approval for that second part of the 2-year budget, and we are getting some funding from the federal government for this too, about $1 or $2 million. So.
Okay, good, because I remember we had some discussion about it. So this is to actually move forward with what we discussed a year ago.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? Any other questions? No? All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. And we have, I think, one more piece, right, before we wrap up?
Hello, yes, I'm back. Jennifer Becker with Financial Services. So we'll just pull up that final presentation. All right. Oh, that is the wrong one. We're working on it here. Yes, they do look similar. So I'll go ahead and get started while we wait for the chart to go up in the interest of time. So earlier, we've covered now the general fund. You just heard from each of our enterprise funds, which contains the large majority of our overall budget. And so the last piece we have tonight, you can see those gray sections of the chart, is our internal service funds, special revenue funds, the housing authority, the parking authority, and the successor agency, which all of those combined, you can see in those yellow tabs, account for about 18% of the city's total budget. So I'm going to run through these. Let's begin with our internal service funds. So internal service funds are used to accumulate funds for specific citywide purposes such as insurance or equipment replacement. The required funds are collected from participating city departments and funded through a non-discretionary budget line item in each cost center's budget. So the city has 7 internal service funds. The first 2 are managed by Management Services, and that's the General Liability Insurance Fund and the Workers' Compensation Fund. Next is Fund 532, our Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund, which is managed by Public Works. We have our Fund 533 Office Equipment Replacement Fund, which is managed by Finance. Then we have our Fund 534 Municipal Infrastructure Fund. We're going to hold off on this and present that in 2 weeks when our Public Works Director, Mr. Skinner, presents it as part of the CIP presentation. Fund 535, the Communications Equipment Replacement Fund, is managed by BWP, and Mr. Lilio just covered that during his budget presentation. And last but not least, we have our Fund 537 Information Technology Fund. So we'll start here with the General Liability Insurance Fund. This fund covers the cost of citywide insurance premiums and self-insurance programs, along with all claims against the city. For fiscal year 26-27, the fund will receive $18.5 million in revenue and has $17.2 million in proposed appropriations. So the General Liability Fund receives the majority of its revenue from rates that are collected from most departments and funds through the insurance line item accounts and their budgets. In addition, the fund maintains a required reserve for future claim development, which is based on an actuarial report that is completed each year. Due to recent claims history as well as rising legal costs, our actuarial liability increased by about $643,000 this year. The City of Burbank, like other public agencies, is facing an extremely difficult market for insurance. Staff is anticipating a 27% increase for general liability. And this sharp increase is due to consistently larger jury verdicts and settlements. Social inflation and a plaintiff-friendly environment is a major contributing factor for the hardening insurance market. Staff is also anticipating a 20% increase for citywide property insurance due to recent losses, and a 10% increase for all other lines of insurance, such as power generation property coverage, cyber liability, environmental liability, auto physical damage, crime, and earthquake. Based on this forecast, Management Services is recommending a $960,000 increase to the Fund 530 insurance budget for fiscal year 26-27. So of course, this budget increase impacts the overall operating budget for the fund, which must be collected from citywide insurance rates. Overall insurance rates for city departments increased by $1.6 million for this fiscal year, or 10% citywide. Now, the next fund in our presentation is the Workers' Compensation Fund, which is also managed by Management Services. Fund 531 provides for the city's workers' compensation program and all related expenses, including medical, salary continuation, permanent disability, legal expenses, and investigative services. The Workers' Compensation Fund receives most of its revenue from rates that are collected from all city departments and funds based on a percentage of budgeted salaries. For fiscal year 26-27, the fund will collect just over $8.6 million in revenue to go against $11.4 million in appropriations. Now, the story here is actually the opposite of our liability fund. Due to the great work our Management Services team has been doing to manage claims in coordination with the city's labor groups, our actuarial liability for the Workers' Comp Fund actually went down by $650,000, allowing us to release funds from that reserve and offset budgeted expenses, which in turn reduces the rates paid by all of our employee groups into this fund. So when considering the rising cost of medical care, in addition to wage growth and inflation, it's pretty remarkable that our workers' comp team and our labor groups continue to find a way to reduce costs in this area. In total, the city saved $1.3 million in workers' comp expenses this year, with over a million of that directly benefiting the general fund. And in addition, we have no new budget requests for the workers' comp fund for fiscal year 26-27. So I'm going to move on next to our Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund. This fund is managed by the Public Works Department and provides for the scheduled replacement and maintenance of all vehicles within the general city's fleet, including parts, labor, and fuel. The $15.8 million in projected revenues for the fund come from rental rates that are charged to city departments, and these are based on the depreciable value of their vehicles, as well as annual maintenance and fuel costs. The vehicle fund continues to experience cost increases due to the rise in new vehicle prices, as well as parts, maintenance, and fuel for existing vehicles. As a result, the vehicle rental rates collected from departments increased by about $1.4 million, or 12% from the prior year. Total appropriations of $29 million are proposed for Fund 532, with over $15 million of that amount going directly towards the scheduled replacement of depreciated vehicles and equipment in 26-27. I'll remind the council that the Public Works staff does a thorough review of each vehicle at the end of its life and only replaces those that are truly in need of replacement. Because so many of our vehicles remain in good condition, we have been able to defer 58 fully depreciated vehicles at a savings of $3.3 million in replacement costs this year. The Vehicle Replacement Fund also has several capital improvements budgeted for the coming year, including the underground fuel system replacement at $950,000, the fuel system modernization at $200,000, the ongoing vehicle lift equipment modernization project at $600,000, the replacement of the City Hall emergency generator, and the Beam Solar pilot project. Moving on to our Office Equipment Replacement Fund. This fund is managed by the Financial Services Department and provides for the replacement of a variety of city assets, including furniture, machinery, and various safety tools and equipment. Similar to the vehicle fund, total revenues of just under $1.3 million are collected from rental rates, with $2.9 million in appropriations going towards the scheduled replacement of capital assets and small equipment as needed. There are several items scheduled for replacement in this fund this year, mostly related to our safety departments. About $500,000 will go towards replacing audiovisual equipment in both the police training room and the community room, as well as the replacement of the current security system and video surveillance equipment installed throughout the police and fire headquarters. Additionally, $216,000 will be used to replace outdated equipment with updated technology necessary to support the operations of the police department's real-time intelligence center. And lastly, the fire department is replacing $462,000 in firefighter safety gear and equipment, including personal protective equipment, extrication equipment, and hazardous materials detectors. And of course, last but not least of our internal service funds is Fund 537, the Information Technology Fund. The IT fund houses the entire IT department, and 537 also provides for the equipment, maintenance, and upgrades of all of the city's computer and network equipment, as well as software. Overall, the IT fund will collect around $20.5 million in revenues for the upcoming fiscal year. Fund 537 receives its revenues from rates paid by all departments and funds based on the results of an annual IT cost of service study, in addition to one-time contributions from the general fund and other city funds for special projects. The IT department is proposing total appropriations of $20.4 million for the upcoming fiscal year. We do have one capital purchase for the IT department, and that is the replacement of the city's data backup and recovery platform for around $300,000. Now, normally this would be the time where I share with you the list of new IT projects for the coming year, but for fiscal year 26-27, we will be dedicating a large portion of our IT resources towards our multi-year ERP replacement project. As we discussed last year in this time, the ERP project, which will ultimately replace our existing Oracle software, which was implemented in 1999 and has long since passed its useful life. Over the past several months, we've been working with our consultants from GFOA, along with city staff, to complete a needs assessment for our new ERP. We expect that to be completed within the next couple of months. This document will guide the development of an RFP, which we expect to release in late summer or early fall, with the goal of having a product and vendor selected by the end of the calendar year. So the ERP project is a big lift, both from a staffing resource and a financial perspective. So in fiscal year 25-26, we adopted a 4-year ramp-up schedule to help us plan our resources and smooth out the cost for this $11.5 million endeavor. Per the schedule shown here on the slide, the general fund's contribution towards the ERP project in fiscal year 26-27 will be $1.8 million, and we have included that in the proposed budget before you tonight. Okay, so moving on, that wrapped up our internal service funds, and now we'll move on to our special revenue funds. Now, these are funds established by the city to account for revenues that are restricted for specific purposes, and they play an important role in the financial health of our city. The city has 17 special revenue funds, and cumulatively, these funds account for approximately $66 million of this year's budget and help support important needs like regional power supply, transportation services and infrastructure, and affordable housing. So we're going to review 14 of these special revenue funds, as BWP already presented the street lighting, the Titan Hydropower, and the Magnolia Power Project as part of their presentation. So the city has 4 special revenue funds that provide transit programs and transportation infrastructure, including the Burbank Bus Fixed Route Service, senior and disabled transit, maintenance of the downtown Metrolink station, and a variety of street improvement capital projects, which will be discussed further during our infrastructure presentation. As shown here in the chart, combined appropriations for our transportation funds total $10.6 million, with projected revenues of approximately $10.4 million. Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, and Measure M each receive their funding from one of 4 LA County voter-approved quarter-cent sales tax measures. So while operating budgets remain largely the same from the prior year, there are a couple budget highlights to point out for 26-27. Props A and C will continue to fund the operations of the Burbank Bus Fixed Route Service and Senior and Disabled Transit Service with no new budget requests this year. Measure R, Transportation Fund. This Fund 107 includes $300,000 for the downtown Burbank Metrolink station rehabilitation. Measure M, Fund 108, includes funding of $2 million for the city's annual street and sidewalk improvement program. So the last of the city's transportation funds is the Air Quality Management District Fund. The AQMD fund receives revenues from state vehicle registration fees, which have a small portion of dedicated for local return to cities in the South Coast Air Quality Management District. These funds are restricted to be used only for clean air mitigation measures. The city of Burbank's share of these revenues is projected at $148,000 for fiscal year 26-27. Consistent with prior years, this revenue will be used to fund the city's rideshare program, which helps reduce vehicle trips generated by city employees. Next up, Measure W, Fund 109, accounts for revenues received by the city from the LA County Safe Clean Water Municipal Program. This program is funded through a special parcel tax of 2.5 cents per square foot of impermeable area, which was approved by LA County voters in November of 2018. Burbank receives about $1.6 million annually from this revenue source, which is managed by the Public Works Department. In addition to the annual operating costs, we have one proposed capital appropriation for 26-27, which is the McCambridge Park Stormwater Capture Multi-Benefit Project for $1 million. All right, now I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this next item because we have a whole new fund that has been created for fiscal year 26-27. Fund 110 is the Measure A La Casa Fund, which we set up to account for the annual funding Burbank will be receiving from Measure A, which was approved by LA County voters in 2024. These funds will be administered by the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, or La Casa for short, and are intended for affordable housing production and preservation, homeless preservation, and renter protection. The newly proposed budget of $622,000 for this fund includes 2 analyst positions as well as 23% of the existing housing development manager for a total of 2.23 FTEs. Other budgeted items include funding in support of low-income legal grants, the Housing Rights Center, and emergency rental assistance. I should note that the revenues shown here for $6 million on this slide represent 2 years of anticipated funding because we don't anticipate receiving our our fiscal year 25-26 allocation until after the close of the fiscal year. Moving forward, we expect to receive about $3 million annually from this funding source. So there are two special revenue funds that are managed by the police department, which we don't always include in the proposed budget. Both are restricted for law enforcement purposes, and since the revenue is not always consistent, we tend to allocate these funds for one-time projects. The General City Grant Fund receives revenue from various federal, state, and county sources, including COPS grants and Department of Justice funding. The Drug Asset Forfeiture Fund was established to account for seizures of cash, property, or assets suspected of being involved in drug trafficking or criminal activity, and they are largely managed and passed through to the city from federal agencies. The combined budget for these funds this year is $870,000. $700,000 in Fund 121 will be used for the capital construction of the Real-Time Intelligence Center at the police headquarters, and $170,000 in drunk asset forfeiture funds is being allocated for the leasing and deployment of 57 automated license plate reader cameras for the coming year. The next special revenue fund I'd like to present is the Community Development Block Grant Fund, or CDBG. The city receives annual revenue from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. These funds are allocated towards activities that benefit persons of low and moderate income. The Economic Development and Housing Division of the Community Development Department is responsible for the administration of this program. The proposed CDBG budget for fiscal year 26-27 is just under $1.1 million for both revenues and appropriations. CDD will be presenting the proposed CDBG Public Service and Capital Projects Plan at the June 16th City Council meeting, so stay tuned for more detail on the CDBG budget for next year. Now let's look at our street improvement funds, which include the Road Maintenance and Recovery Act, Fund 123, and the State Gas Tax Fund 125. Both funds receive revenues from the state of California, which are collected through vehicle registration fees and fuel excise taxes. Burbank's combined projected revenues for RMRA and gas tax total approximately $6.3 million for fiscal year 26-27, with total proposed appropriations of around $6.2 million. The RMRA fund is proposing a budget of $2.5 million, which is entirely dedicated to the annual street and sidewalk improvement program for fiscal year 26-27. The city is required to submit a list of city council approved projects to the state in order to receive these funds, and the Public Works Department will be returning to the city council on May 16th to present those projects. The Gas Tax Fund 125 supports public works staffing for street projects and the annual maintenance of the city's traffic signals and regulatory guide sign replacements. Staff is also proposing to appropriate $800,000 in gas tax funds towards the city's annual street and sidewalk program for 26-27. The Public Improvements Fund 127 is funded by development impact fees charged to developers who bring new projects into our city. These revenues are restricted to funding projects that appear in the city's infrastructure blueprint or projects identified at the inception of the impact fee program. The budget for this fund includes anticipated revenues of $4.6 million, with proposed appropriations of approximately $5.3 million for fiscal year 26-27. Budget highlights for this fund include several capital projects, which will be reviewed at next week's CIP presentation in 2 weeks, including the new Central Library and Civic Center, the Downtown Mobility Hub, and the Chandler Bikeway Extension. Fund 128, which is our HUD Affordable Housing Program, receives funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to increase the city's supply of affordable housing. This fund also provides permanent supportive housing vouchers to assist unhoused individuals. And also included is the Home Investment Partnership Program, which uses HUD funding to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city. The majority of this year's Fund 128 budget is dedicated towards continuum of care permanent supportive housing, which will cover administration and materials, supplies, and services costs, along with housing assistance payments. Okay, we've made it through our special revenue funds, and if you can hang on with me for just a few more minutes, we have a few more funds to cover before we conclude our presentations for the evening. The Burbank Housing Authority contains two funds whose purpose is to provide affordable housing for lower-income residents. The Section 8 program provides rent subsidy payments directly to landlords on behalf of very low-income tenants. Of the approximately $16.4 million operating budget for this fund, $13.9 million will go directly towards housing assistance payments, and $500,000 will go towards emergency housing assistance payments in fiscal year 26-27 to help households experiencing homelessness and those at risk of being unhoused. The remaining balance is used to cover the administrative costs of the program. The Low and Moderate Income Housing Fund, 305, lost its primary funding source with the elimination of redevelopment when it received 20% of the RDA tax increment. Current revenue projections of $364,000 are from rehabilitation loan repayments provided to low and moderate income households and interest earnings on the fund balance. The proposed budget for this fund covers program administration and does not include any new projects or appropriation for fiscal year 26-27. Our next fund, the Parking Authority, Fund 310, is managed by the Community Development Department's Transportation Division. For the second consecutive year, the Parking Authority Fund is no longer operating at a loss. This, of course, is due to the new paid parking program in downtown Burbank. Projected Parking Authority revenues are at $2.3 million for fiscal year 26-27, roughly $500,000 more than last year's revenue following the first full year of the program's implementation. The fund also receives revenue from parking permits and leases for city-owned parking facilities. Proposed appropriations of approximately $1.7 million will cover the cost of operating the downtown parking program, in addition to the operations and maintenance of downtown parking lots and structures, and the administration of parking permit programs. For fiscal year 26-27, we are proposing to increase the amount allocated to the maintenance of our parking garages by $155,000, so we can provide a better parking experience to visitors of downtown Burbank. The final fund we're going to cover this evening is the Successor Agency, which is a fiduciary fund maintained by the city. This means that we're responsible for these monies, but they don't actually belong to the city of Burbank. As part of the legislation that eliminated redevelopment agencies in 2012, successor agencies were established to oversee the unwinding of redevelopment agencies. The total successor agency budget for fiscal year 26-27 is about $2.4 million, most of which will be utilized to pay bonded debt service. In order to receive these dollars, the city needs to submit an annual recognized obligation payment schedule to the County Oversight Board, and then subsequently to the California Department of Finance for approval. This was completed in January, and the city received final approval from the Department of Finance in April. And that's a wrap. So this concludes the budget presentations for all of our city funds for fiscal year 26-27. And with that, we have staff here from all of our departments who are happy to answer any questions the council may have about any of the material covered this evening.
Great. Thank you for that final presentation. So we're going to do public comment now, and then after that, have a final wrap-up of council questions and comments. Okay, we have two public comment cards. Since we only have two, you get up to 3 minutes. Our first public commenter is Ralph Mundell, followed by Brian Smith. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, members of City Council. My name is Ralph Mundell. I'm an 11-year veteran of the Burbank Fire Department. I'm a captain. First, I want to say that I'm here to represent the 133 members of the Burbank Firefighters, Local 778, and I want to thank you for your ongoing investment, our fire department, and public safety. I understand this is a tough budget year, and I want to thank you for your continued investment in our firefighters and our paramedics. We do view ourselves as partners in public safety and protecting the city, and tonight I'm here to speak in favor of the 26-27 fiscal year budget, really regarding two priorities that we have. The first one's going to be the integration of the 24/7 RA pilot into a recurring cost. Basically, our deployment has relied upon 3 ambulances since the year 2000, so really 26 years we've been running on 3 ambulances, which has had a huge increase in call load during that time. Since the pilot went into effect for 24/7 in October, we've seen really 2 big things. First is that We've had an increased transport capacity, and the biggest thing also is that we've had a lot more availability of actual Burbank fire ambulances within the city. By making this a recurring budget item, really it's going to decrease our reliance upon our neighboring agencies, principally Glendale and Pasadena, and it's also going to allow us to continue to have rapid response times and good patient care for our citizens. The other thing that I'm here to talk about, our second priority, is going to be the one-time funding to replace our aging apparatus fleet. So we run about 13,000 calls, a little over 13,000 calls a year, which is huge wear and tear on our apparatus. Right now we have an aerial ladder truck, which we talked about, as well as 3 rescue ambulances and a battalion vehicle or a command vehicle that need replacement. I cannot stress enough how important it is that we get these replaced. We cannot delay it because every delay in these replacements leads to higher maintenance costs, as well as really risks our operational readiness if we're unable to keep rigs in service for extended periods of time. And replacing them now is really an investment in our firefighter safety and as our citizen safety as well. And as you all know, as Burbank grows, our risks and the risks we face also grow with it. So basically approving these requests that our department it's not only reactive, but it's moving us into 2026 proactively. So I just want to thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to the safety of Burbank and its citizens.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Next up, and our final speaker is Brian Smith. Welcome.
Good evening, honorable council members. I have the good fortune of serving as the vice chair of the Burbank Water and Power Board, and I'm just here to make a statement in support of the budget as it's presented. We had 2 meetings with vigorous debate and thoughtful questions. The utility was able to come back with $24 million in operational budget savings to offset cost increases outside of the utility's control and still maintain the existing rate schedule and proposed 2-year budget as it was presented last year, culminating in a unanimous approval on April 2nd, our April 2nd meeting. I'd also like just to thank Mayor Takahashi for joining our meeting in January and invite council members to come to any one of our meetings. We'd love to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, we'll now move on to council questions and comments. I'm going to start with Councilmember Perez, since she's getting late and she has her baby. So would you like to make questions or have questions or comments, Councilmember Perez?
I don't have questions. I just have one item for deliberation. All of my other questions about the budget have been answered in the piecemeal way we've been doing it.
Okay, go ahead and add your comments or requests.
Oh, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a little one who's reaching fever territory, and it's time to help her relieve her fever. So I just want to ask for a budget white paper, and I can give staff the details now. So I just want to ask for a one-time expenditure only for up to $50,000 and ask staff to come back with an emergency assistance fund for residents impacted by immigration enforcement actions. And I'd like staff to look at the cities like Pasadena, Santa Ana, San Fernando for examples, and look to the County of LA and the California Community Foundation as a potential funding partnership, and look to Home Again LA as an example because they are already the nonprofit that is servicing the other cities in the region surrounding us, including San Fernando and LA. I know that's a mouthful, but I just want to give staff options to come back with some potential options for us as a council to review.
Great, thank you. Staff got that? Okay, great.
It is 11. It is
Awesome.
11 o'clock. So I don't know if you guys want to continue or.
Before you all make the motion, I am going to have to recuse myself from the rest of the meeting. I have to go take care of my little one. She's got a fever.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you all.
For joining us. Hopefully you feel better soon, and your baby too.
Thank you. More worried about her, but thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
I'll make a motion to move beyond 11. Oh, you need to tell us what else is on the
Yes.
agenda, Mr. City
Yes.
Manager.
So this is what I'd recommend, because we still have a lot of staff out here, and I know they got to get back to work tomorrow morning. So I'd like to wrap this up, this discussion, as soon as we can, as far as getting your last comments and any additional requests. And then if you guys like, I'm totally comfortable at that point if we want to do the additional agenda item and hopefully wrap it up within the hour.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead with the additional agenda item or afterwards? Okay, okay. So let's just wrap up our
Yeah, so we can
comments.
send everyone home. So I'll make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay. You can just do a show of hands. It's, okay, great. Okay, so let's do our final comments and questions and comments for the budget. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, we had a white paper last year about a study to do minimum wage. I know that was during the early comment. Could we just bring that back, just the same white paper from last year?
Okay. All right, any other comments, questions? No? I have also one white paper request, which is for exploring the possibility of adding a third community garden.
Yes, I believe you all got an email from, I believe, Sustainable Commission. I'm not sure, but we'll include that as part of the discussion paper.
Great, thank you. All right, is there anything else about the budget item before we move on? No? Okay, well then that's part one of several parts of discussing the budget. So thank you all for being here tonight and being ready to answer questions just in case. Thank you to all who did presentations, and enjoy your evening. Hopefully you can get to sleep soon so you can have a good night's sleep before coming back to work tomorrow. I didn't even check my calendar yet. Okay, next up, now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance. We still have one report? Yeah, we do this first and then we do that last one. You're talking about the agenda item? Yeah, that's this and then the agenda, yeah. I know, it's confusing. Yes. Yes, so council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance in conferences, and regional meetings and community events. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on April 25th, I saw Councilmember Rosati and you, Madam Mayor, at the Earth Day event. Were you there, Vice Mayor, or no? Oh, okay. I'll let you talk about that when you had a nice presentation there, Madam Mayor. On the 27th, I heard some regional stakeholders discussing Assembly Bill 91 about getting Armenian checkboxes on our demographics, both statewide and federally. Interesting conversation about that. We all were at or most of us were at the Ritzy, the solar project ribbon cutting. A bunch of people showed up. That was very cool, and we're very excited for that. And that's it for me.
All right, who would like to go next? Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thursday, the 23rd, I met with a member of the public. On the 24th, I gave the welcome remarks for the Afro Animation Summit, 2026 Icon Awards, which was very cool at the Castaways. And then on the 25th, I attended Earth Day with many of you. That was a great event. The weather turned out to be pretty good and well attended. And then on the 29th, I went to the Leadership Burbank New Day Disco fundraiser event, which was great because they got to unveil their project for this year, and Madam Mayor was there. So that was actually a really nice event. And then the 30th, I attended the ribbon cutting for St. Bellwin Jefferson, Bell Jeff's 90th anniversary in our community. And then I attended the Kids Dental Clinic open house. They're moving to just over the border to Glendale. But it's a very unique space in that it provides them a lot more space, parking, to get a lot more services, which is important. And then on Saturday, many of us went to the Boys and Girls Club Yacht Rock Gala, and we got to see everyone in their Yacht Rock costumes, which was fun. And then I went to the Intro Burbank Rooftop Site Visit for the Chamber Excellence Awards, which will be coming up, I think, at the end of the month. And then I attended the Kiwanis Golf Tournament at the Bell Golf Course here in Burbank. And then I met with the chief earlier this afternoon. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you want to go next?
Thank you. On the 22nd, I met with a group of business owners here at the Chamber of Commerce, just to hear their thoughts and feedback on our programs and how business is running here in the city of Burbank. So it was good discussion. This same afternoon, I attended the Burbank Creative Industry Task Force meeting, and that was meeting number 3. We have one more meeting in June, and then we'll conclude the discussion, bring it back to council for final discussion and recommendations. And on April 23rd, I went to FSA for Create Denim Day, decorating jeans, and for Denim Day, they had it at FSA. April 27, I attended the Burbank Community and Impact interview students. It was a Zoom call interviewing me about the city of Burbank. Then on the 28th, I met with some residents from Catalina Street, talk about the ongoing issue with the ARC. On the 29th, I had the Arroyo Verdugo Communities GPA meeting. And on the 30th, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance 31st Anniversary Gala, which was very lovely. On May 1st, we attended BWP Regional, the Ritzy, the solar project. Like Councilmember Anthony said, it was really well attended. Congratulations to BWP for finally have it up and running. May 2nd, the gala for the Boys and Girls Club. Yes, and I wore my captain's hat. That was fun. Let's see, what else? Yesterday, I met with one of our senior citizen members on the committee, on the board actually, about some concerns and also some suggestions and recommendations she's making to improve the meeting and also to improve some programs for our seniors. Then this morning, I attended a ribbon cutting for Plumbing Wholesale Outlet. They've been here for 10 years, and they just wanted to invite the community to come out and know where they're at and talked about their locations. And then I also attended a meeting with the chief, talked about some concerns and issues in the community. That was it. A lot of meetings.
Thank you. Wednesday, April 22nd through April 24th, I was up in Sacramento at Cal Cities. I'm doing Cities Week, advocating for various issues, including SB 79 and the impact that has on us. And the 25th, on that Saturday, did the Earth Day event. And later on in that afternoon, I did a ribbon cutting for Beyond Martial Arts 25th year celebration. And then the 27th, I met with Mandeep at BWP and discussed the utilities and just got updates. On the 29th, I went to the Farmers Insurance Federal Credit Union ribbon cutting. And then later that evening, I went to the Leadership Burbank disco fundraiser event. And that was fun. Some of the outfits, the disco outfits, were really fun. Some people did. They did. Yeah, they were very disco. Oh, yeah. Their project is New Day Laundry, and it's a mobile laundry service that they're fundraising for. And there's already one in LA that I don't think it serves Burbank, and so the one that they're funding is going to serve Burbank and some of the northern parts of Los Angeles. Yeah. And then on the 30th, I went to the Valley Economic Alliance's anniversary Valley of the Stars Awards Gala, and I got a picture with what was his name? Mickey Dorn from the Monkees. Yes, that's super cool. And I actually grew up with the Monkees. Apparently, I didn't know when I was growing up that they were reruns of the original airing. I thought they were new to me. So we watched them a lot when I was a kid. And then on the 1st, I went to the Ritzy Solar Project ribbon cutting. And on the 2nd, went to the Boys and Girls Club Yacht Rock Gala. And yeah, it was really fun to see folks dressed up. And there was one of the auction items was a puppy that was went for $1,500 puppy. It was very well loved. It was very cute. Oh, really? Justin almost got a $1,500 puppy? That's a very cute puppy. I can see how you were tempted. You almost got it. And then on the 3rd, Sunday 3rd, I spoke at the Girls in Motion Summit at Luther Middle School. And that's a really great program where they work with women student athletes, girl student athletes, and focus on their mental health and the impact on social media. It's a really interesting intersection of sports and mental health. So it was great to be there. And then that afternoon, I went to Solid Conservatory and attended the Burbank Creative Collective performance and saw some amazing performances from our local artists. Singing, instruments, poetry. It was really great. And then on the 4th, that was yesterday, I went to the San Fernando Valley COG Transportation Committee meeting where a lot of our conversation was around high-speed rail and the impact of that. And then, let's see, this morning at 7:40 in the morning, I went to Glendale Community College as a guest lecturer for one of their business classes and talked about how businesses partner with the city and the difference between private, nonprofit, and city business. That was an and leadership too.
What was the class?
I'm not sure the exact name of the class. Armand Agakanian's from the school board. It was his class. Yeah, he invited me. And then this afternoon, I went up to the landfill and organics mulching facility for the mayor's show. Did filming up there. It was really cool. Yeah. The landfill's impressive, and then the organics processing area is impressive too. And then this afternoon, I had a meeting with some folks from an organization called Women in Media, and they have some really great ideas about how we can support the entertainment industry. So that was a great meeting. All right, so last up, is our consideration for previously introduced agenda items.
Madam Mayor, real
Yes.
quick. Let me see if I can get all this done. Due to an abundance of caution, I do have to recuse myself from this discussion based on recent donations made to a local ballot measure committee, of which I am the sole controller. State law and FBPC guidelines really lay out a clear involvement of what I can and cannot say, especially with this body. And lastly, I would just mention those same laws and guidelines prevent me from speaking to any of you outside of this chamber or prior to tonight or after to tonight. So thank you.
So does that mean you're going to leave the room? I see. Okay, so for the evening? All right, well, have a good night then. Okay, so now's the time for the consideration of previously introduced agenda items. As a reminder, this is council's process for adding additional agenda items. The one item for consideration tonight was requested by Vice Mayor Mullins during the meeting of April 21st, 2026. Vice Mayor Mullins will have 2 minutes to provide a brief explanation of the request along with how the request ties to city council goals. After that, council will vote on whether or not the item should be added as an additional agenda item for consideration at a future meeting. If needed, council may provide clarification or additional information to staff regarding the agenda item. The first item is Vice Mayor Mullins' request for clarification on council protocols and expectations under the council code of conduct, particularly regarding individual council member Constantine Anthony involvement in any city proposed ballot measures. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
See if I can talk as fast as you did. I wrote it down, so we'll see. Don't hold me to the 2 minutes. So the reason I asked for the report, due obviously to members of the community concerns regarding actions taken by Councilmember Anthony that is inconsistent with the City of Burbank's council code of conduct. It has been reported that the council member engaged in an outreach to members of the public to solicit donations for the committee supporting a potential ballot measure that has not been formally agendized or approved by council. Additionally, there are concerns that the committee reference may be linked to an existing campaign account for the county supervisor's position. Given the concerns raised by the community, I wanted this body to have a chance to discuss this matter and to look at the violation of the code of conduct to determine the proper action and that should be taken to address the community concerns that has been spread because of the false pretense of obviously asking for a donation for a measure that has not been adopted, approved, or even discussed by this body. I do have, the reason I wanted to bring this up. In addition to that, there's additional code of conduct violations that we've heard tonight, which I believe falls under the same bundle of code of conduct. And that is the involvement of a council member contacting a private business, to interfere in their operation and to interfere in their policy or rental, whatever it is that they've engaged in an agreement and a contract, on contrary to what the body that was renting the place from them, what the purpose of it, in contrary to the maybe misunderstanding, thinking, whether this is a hate group or not hate group, but for a council member to engage in a conversation and text messages demanding that this contract to be canceled, that is not our place, nor that this is the place for council to be interfering. With that, I wanted us to talk about the actual conduct for both sides. One is the seeking of money or donations and putting out false information about the potential measure that's coming. I'm assuming is going to come before us to listen to. And the second one is the interference. And I know you stated, Madam Mayor, and I'm in total agreement with you that everyone has the right to demonstrate. We do not stop anyone from demonstrating, talking about, expressing their feelings, but we also have no place here in the city for hate. Demonstration with violence, they don't go hand in hand. You demonstrate, you respect the demonstration. But that is not even the issue. The issue is not the demonstration. The issue is not the fact that this group was having a meeting. The issue is our interference in a business in the city of Burbank, which we know this could have very easily happened to us in asking to rent one of our spaces, which again, we heard from the city manager earlier saying, we cannot tell them no once they sign the agreement, provide insurance, and do everything that we have in requirement. So there's two things that really is bundled up under the code of conduct. I want to hear first from this council, and I do have a proposal, especially on the first item, but I'd like to hear back from both of you since we're the only people here in the room to see what your, well, we have audience, but I'm sorry, yeah, I'm talking about council members, and thank you for staying late, by the way. So those are my concerns, and they're very valid. Unfortunately, these two situations happened. The community is concerned. They brought it to our attention, and we need to address them. So I'll wait till you guys weigh in.
Before we do that, could I ask the city attorney, since Councilmember Anthony is not here, any feedback on how to proceed without him here? And also, it sounds like he had considered his involvement in this discussion based on his involvement with that committee. So could you at least, maybe, could you speak to that and help us understand that part of it?
Yeah, so as I understand it, based upon some of the filings that I've seen, I think they're Form 401 filings or whatever with the FPPC, he has a committee that he's formed with treasurer and other officers, and he's engaging in support of various ballot measures or intent to support ballot measures in Burbank. And that's not as a council member, that's his own private political activity. So that's not really addressed in these codes, but with regard to his presence or non-presence, there's an enforcement process on page 13 of 14 of the council's code of conduct. And so this is the float-up procedure of the council is that a council requests a future item, and then it comes back to this body to see if there's support for it to come back for further discussion. Separately, under the enforcement procedure, under process, any council member who wishes to bring a complaint against another council member for violation of the code of conduct may request a future agenda item at a notice public city council meeting citing a concise description of the alleged violation. The future agenda item request must be seconded by another council member for placement on the agenda for council discussion. Any discipline imposed by the council shall be determined by a majority vote of the council members, 3/5 of the public at a public meeting. Council members, however, may only be removed from office by the voters. So in that regard, this is the time and place for Councilmember Mullins to state the basis and see if there is a second to have this come back for a discussion. Also, under the procedures, the council could censure, basically reprimand the council member, but staff would need to understand the rationale and, presume council hasn't done this before. You've come close. You've had discussions in the past, but presumably we'd write up a resolution for the censure or a motion and bring that back. So whether he chooses to participate or not, the council's still at liberty to discuss and take action.
Okay. You had mentioned.
And I'm sorry, you did ask another question about the grounds. So
Yes.
the specific discussion last time had to do with his fundraising for ballot measures and kind of stepping out in front of this body by mentioning a topic which has not yet been put before the body, which I think, to the council member's point, vice mayor's point, it could be misleading to the public because it's an issue that while it may be working through the city manager's office to come to you, it's not yet an official position of the council, but perhaps what I'm understanding is was presented to the public as if it was a done deal. And so perhaps it's misleading the public. That's one issue. The second issue regarding the event at the Board of Realtors facility is a different issue, and we'd have to take a look to pinpoint the exact grounds, whether council wants to just make a motion and have it come back and discuss. But there's some question in my mind as to false pretense and whether there's a violation of a state campaign regulation. We don't have specific campaign regulations in the Code of Conduct. So that may be a matter for state law and state interpretation, not something that we would specifically deal with, which is separate from this issue of the council member and a planning commissioner's private political activity on Burbank Boulevard last week. On Magnolia, sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
Good.
I just want to add clarification. There's also, in the past, if we as a council come to determination there's something that we can vote on tonight in order not maybe to bring this back again for another discussion and propose a motion, and if you have directions from the majority of the council to carry this forward, we can do that as well, as we have done in the past with, just bring us a paper or email us some information so we don't have to necessarily add it again in a future agenda item.
Well, we're also limited by the agenda description. So
Yes.
this was a request for clarification concerning the protocols and expectations under council's code of conduct.
Correct, which includes the behavior and includes also issues that could be conflicting with FPPC requirements and things that we need to be looked at in nature for seeking funds for something that did not, under false pretense.
Right, so I don't know that the under false pretense is strictly a code of conduct item. So if it's something that falls under the jurisdiction of the FPPC or the Attorney General or some state. So in this area, there have been, regarding campaign financing and committees, we don't have those laws on our books.
Right.
So I can't recommend an action to you this evening because it may require an opinion from a state agency.
Right.
So you've asked for clarification. I think we do need clarification because the issue with ballot measures and a committee may be beyond your code of conduct.
If I could just chime in. So I think if you're asking for clarification as far as it relates to the campaign financing thing, I think if you decide to do that tonight, you could give staff work direction to go ahead and do that. I think if you're going to do anything like take action with respect to like a censure, I think that would require us to come back, actually put together a draft censure resolution for the council to vote on it, which kind of corresponds to the last, the enforcement page on the code of conduct, that 3/5 of the, it's placed on the agenda and a majority needs to vote on it. So I think you could ask for clarification and move that forward without having to come back. But I think if it's a formal censure you will need, we will need to put together a
Prepare it and
resolution.
come back
Yes,
with
yes.
an action, correct. But there is some other things that can be done and voted on today to move forward in giving directions to staff to follow up, and that's assuming you have the vote, right? Yes. Okay. I'll wait until everybody has a chance to talk. I don't know.
Councilmember.
So, just regarding the code of conduct, I reviewed all the documents, and I was present also at the protest, but I reviewed the documents that were sent by the Burbank Association of Realtors and the text messages. I reviewed the document Mr. Donahue sent about the assault. And then I reviewed the city attorney's letter with the attached letter from the person holding the event. And it's very disturbing. If you read everything that has been presented, you have text messages and calls that show that a local business has been threatened, was coerced, and they were trying to intimidate. Particularly the comments, "I want to deal with this quietly." So what's the opposite of that? Blowing it up to what exactly happened. All over the internet, flyers in the neighborhood. I'm also disturbed that the council member brought in a city resource and accessed the chief for his own personal vendetta. I don't think the chief understood what was going on, but the reality is he brought in the chief to make a phone call to try to stop this event. I witnessed the council member and the planning commissioner member who organized this protest at the protest where people were assaulted, entryways were blocked, sidewalks were blocked, and both did nothing about it. And then BOR, the Burbank Association of Realtors, put out a statement about renting the hall, discrimination, potential them getting sued, and then the council member sends another text message and then goes on Instagram or Facebook and he says, nowhere does it say sorry or apologize. You guys need to donate whatever money you charged them ASAP. People are pissed off. I highly recommend donating the full amount immediately. Until this action is taken, your words are empty. More threats, more intimidation. It's just like doubling down on everything that occurred. We received the city attorney's letter and the attached email. That the association was hosting the event, stating the same thing that had been online and in the leaflet that was passed out. Then we receive a complaint from Mr. Donahue outlining the same behavior: premeditated intimidation, interference with lawful business, creating fear and anxiety, sanctioned panic, and fear-mongering. And then our city attorney sends us a letter which outlines and exposes the city to
Council member, I'm going to caution you not to disclose any communications that I provided to you as your counsel.
Oh, is that confidential? I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll stop there. And then lastly, the text messages, there's this tit for tat. Oh, well, I don't know if he's a council member. I don't know if he's acting as a personal individual. His text messages have Constantine Anthony, council member, on there. So and we are all council members. We all have to hold ourselves to a higher regard. And for all this to unfold and just all this drama around this event, it's unbecoming of a person in that position.
All right, so it seems to me that there might be two separate considerations here of, or maybe not, but there's the committee and the information that was shared that was not information that he had. It was not correct information, and it was not information that he had the authority to share to the public. There's that. And then the combination with the committee, and then there's the communications that he had with the Realtors Association. And those two issues they seem to be separate potential violations or separate. One of them is communications that's inaccurate and not approved, and the other one is disrupting private business. So I'm wondering, Mr. City Attorney, that for the second one, do we have a clear determination that he was speaking as a city council member? And because you have discussed with us before the challenge of when, even though there's an elected official, there's a commissioner, that if one is speaking on behalf of themselves, they have the right to do that. And then if they're speaking as a council member, that's when the code of conduct comes in. So have there been enough time to review the materials for the realtor situation to determine whether he was speaking as a council member representing the city, or whether he had the right to speak on his own behalf?
So I'm going to give you an answer, but it's going to sound a little technical first, because I haven't done anything official except react to representations that could have been seen as him representing the city, but I don't yet have council direction to jump in and do work on this. That's
Got
what
it.
the purpose of this agenda item is.
Right.
And the new facts came up since this request was made.
Right.
But if
Okay.
you look at the first half of the agenda item, it's Vice Mayor Mullins' request for clarification of council protocols and expectations under the Code of Conduct. So regardless of whether it's the ballot measures, regardless of whether it's this protest of otherwise lawful activity, I think it falls under this agenda item. Now, based upon Councilmember Rosati's kind of findings that he just went through, and this review of the ethics provision of your code of conduct, starting on page 2 of 14, there are issues with both concerning a council member's obligation to act in the public interest, and that is representing the whole community, not one's special interests. So you raise a good point. Was he acting as an individual, or was he acting as a council member? Well, an individual doesn't get to call the chief of police and ask them to go intervene. That would be acting, presuming to be a council member to make that phone call, right? Otherwise, you don't get the chief of police on the call. You get an officer that will come to investigate an allegation, right? You've got complying with laws. Well, as a council member, you have an obligation to uphold the Constitution. How was he acting? Was he acting as an individual, or was he acting as a council member, right? So these are things for you to discuss, but based upon what Councilmember Rosati just said and what members of the community said this evening, there's a question: was he upholding the Constitution with that conduct? Councilmember Rosati talked about use of public resources, so that goes back to him calling the police chief directly to try to compel some action. So you can discuss that and whether that was within your expectations of ethics. A representation of private interests. So it seems from the written materials that were presented to me that he is engaging in fundraising activity based upon information that's not yet been presented to the council. So is that representing his private interests as a organizer of a fundraising entity, a political action committee, with information that he gained as a council member that has not yet become the official, like there is no ballot measure until this body agrees to put something on the ballot. So, and then in terms of advocacy, he's advocating positions that aren't the positions of the council. Maybe that's just private conduct, right?
Right.
Any council member is permitted to engage in any form of advocacy you would like, as long as you're not misrepresenting it as a position of the council. You'll have to decide what your views are. From what I saw, I didn't see him saying this is the council's position. And then in terms of, there's another one, that was advocacy is A13, 814 is policy role of members. Members shall respect and adhere to the council manager structure of Burbank city government. In this structure, city council determines policies. Members cannot interfere with the administrative functions of the city. So council members don't independently direct department heads to undertake activity. They work through the city manager, they give direction to the city attorney, and I haven't assessed all the evidence, but it appears there was direction given to the chief of police. So those are factors for you to consider, at least with regard to the your written code of conduct. So I made some shorthand notes. That was paragraphs A1, A2, A11, A12, A13, and A14.
So given that information, based on this is not an agendized item, but it's up for consideration of agendizing, is that something that we can deliberate and hash out tonight, or do we need to hash that out first before we can make a move forward? Is that something that we need to
So to Mr. Hess's point, we would appreciate the opportunity to hear which of those or others you believe are grounds for some type of censure or reprimand, and then we would take your deliberations and try to return with that for your action.
Because I'm wondering, sounds like there might be clear grounds, but it might also require some kind of discussion about the grounds. And I guess my question is that discussion about whether or not we have grounds or what the grounds are, is that something we can do on this item tonight before that agendizing it? Can we discuss whether the grounds are there? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'll make sure.
Now, separately, on the second half of your agenda description, it says, particularly regarding individual council member involvement in ballot measure, and I take that to mean not just the measure itself, but the fundraising for a measure that council hasn't yet placed on the ballot. There may be state law implications or interpretations that are not within my province, and I would need to seek separate clarification from that.
Right, okay.
If it's okay, I'd like to propose something that we get that ballot measure out of the way so we can focus more on the code of conduct. So I'm proposing to make a motion to the city attorney to, and let me read it, and we'll see where we land with this. So I'm making a motion to the city attorney to seek an opinion from the FPPC and the Attorney General and provide guidance, including any relevant opinion regarding potential conflict of interest involving Councilmember Anthony. Specifically, there is a concern about the establishment of an open committee, Better Burbank, and whether funds raised through the committee are being directed toward his campaign for county supervisor. Again, this matter was brought to my attention as an ethical concern, and I'm seeking clarification on whether it's permissible to solicit donations for potential future ballot measure while commingling those funds under the same campaign identification number used for the county supervisor position. So this will be a motion that I'm making to the city attorney to really seek the FPPC opinion and the attorney general, because on the optics, on the outside, that's what is perceived by the public. Is this, they have come to us, or I should speak personally, because they come here to the podium and they talked about it. We got the emails, we got text messages saying, wait a minute, there is a committee here, and this committee, we noticed it was linked there. And if he's absolutely in the right to do that, then that's wonderful. I mean, I don't think any of us are getting enjoyment having to discuss this at midnight because we have an axe to grind. We want to address the public's concern. So I'm making this motion to seek the FPPC, to seek an attorney general to say, you know what, you folks are wrong. Wonderful, we'll walk away. Or if there is an issue or concern, then we need to address that. So there's, I guess, a motion on the floor.
Okay. Do you have any reflection on that?
Is there a second on that motion?
Okay. So quick discussion on that before we vote. So that would be to provide clarification on what the laws are around that particular issue. And it's not so much a code of conduct per se.
Well, yeah,
but
it's
about
it's that
FPPC.
second part
Got
of
it,
what we're
okay.
discussing for the staff report, because there's the two of them. One is soliciting or seeking funds.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is the false pretense under the code of conduct, even talking about a measure that hasn't even happened.
Right.
And speaking on behalf of council, saying, you know, I'm seeking the funds to support this measure, and I'm not mentioning names, but, you know, we all saw the text message and some of other communications. So I'd like to put this out there.
Separately.
Exactly, just to put it to rest, ask the city attorney, can you get us an opinion from the FPPC? Can you get the attorney general? And again, I'm hoping the answer, yeah, sure, he can do this. It really doesn't matter, but we need to find out if this is right or wrong.
Okay, so you said to get this out of the way first. This is going to take some time.
Oh, no, I mean,
Because I'm
for
not
our
in possession
discussion.
of the, whatever the false pretense and the different uses. I will need to first gather information, and then the fastest I've had FPPC opinion turnaround in the last year, and we've done several, has been 5 weeks after we submit the question. So that, we may get back to this code of conduct thing before I get clarification.
I'm talking about tonight, like to
Okay.
get this out of the, oh, no, I know how
Thank
long
you.
the
I'm just-
FPPC.
Yeah,
I can see the
discussion.
panic on your face. I can't get
Well,
back to you.
we have 4
I-
issues pending with them on
I
a different
totally get
matter.
it.
Right, they're
I
like, oh, there's
understand.
Burbank again.
Yeah.
So specifically, you're looking for the issue of for like how he's using the committee and the funding,
The commingling of the
commingling,
funds,
right?
yes.
The misrepresentation is a separate issue because
Right.
it's not necessarily about
Right.
the commingling of funds. So the
Yeah.
FPPC issue is about the fundraising and whether he can do that with the supervisor fundraising and all that part of it.
It's the commingling of
Yeah.
funds, raising money, going into committee, but commingling it. And
That is a question in the community. It gets asked, it's being asked
Yes.
quite a bit. And I think that would, it also is coming in with the conversation about the code of conduct. And so if we pull that out and clarify that, or at least have that being pursued, then we can separate that conversation from the.
correct,
Yeah.
because I think that would be the attorney general even asking for funds for something that has not existed or does not exist, and asking to make a contribution into a committee because a potential placement on the ballot, and also being very specific to how much money that needs to be raised, or how much the city will end up making out of that specific measure.
You said and you said FPPC and AG.
yeah.
It may be only one of them. I have to look into that.
Okay.
Who would be the appropriate?
Okay. I mean, you know, if one says, oh, this is not my area of responsibility, but we just need, this is to clarify for us and the public, because again, it's nice to just know, is this something wrong, right? So we can put it to rest and we're able to answer those questions that we are receiving.
Okay.
So that item, this is the item that I said I want to just put it aside, get out of the way so we can focus
Okay, so there's a motion and a second.
So we do a formal vote on this or
Yeah, it
just
needs to be a formal vote.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Noting the absence of Councilmember Anthony and the absence of Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Rosati,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins.
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Was there any further action you wanted to take on this item tonight?
So the code of conduct, you know, the violations, do you guys want to agendize it for future agenda, or you want to get that out of the
No,
way?
we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's here. We got everything here.
So, I mean, there was quite a few questions that were raised and eyewitness to things that happened. And obviously, there's been several cited violations, and I honestly don't know, like, how many violations can we incur, and we have to answer to the public about misconducts one after another. So this is why, again, I asked for this to be agendized so we can have an open discussion. If you all feel, well, there's you know, Councilmember Anthony will continue doing this and there's nothing we can do, then at least we're having this conversation. Unfortunately, he's not in the room to defend himself or to say something, but I guess that was a choice he made to walk out.
Yeah.
So.
But the city manager talked about coming back with the censure verbiage.
Yes, so if the council wants to move forward with a formal censure, what we would like for you right now is to provide us kind of the findings or the grounds. Now, the city attorney already provided section A1, A2, A11, A13, A12, A14 as potential grounds. So, there's no magic number necessarily, but we'd like you to at least articulate that misbehavior or going against the code of conduct. So when we come back, we could have a draft resolution indicating here's your draft resolution of how he broke the code of conduct.
Maybe if the city attorney or city manager can explain to us, what does that exactly do with the censure? What does it mean, and what is?
It's a reprimand.
Okay, so
It goes
it's
on his
just-
official record.
It goes on official record saying.
There's no specific penalty. It just goes in the record that he has acted outside your code of conduct, your norms and expectations.
So for this one, you know, he stepped away from this discussion specifically around the committee. Yeah. And so since a censure is a reprimand, or, you know, whatever we decide to do to bring up the code of conduct is going to be basically some kind of reprimand or some kind of discussion with him, that it makes sense to me that if we're going to move forward with something, that he be here for that discussion one way or another. Also, that this discussion around this, I still feel like there's I don't know, I feel like there's still more discussion to be had to understand what happened, to understand whether something was done that was illegal or there's any kind of proceedings, like with the email we got from Mr. Donahue about possibly pursuing something with BPD. I feel like that would be helpful to know before making a final decision on censure personally. But to the point that we could come back with a formal censure potentially, but at the same time, whether we do a censure or not, the discussion I think is really important to have with him. I think it would also be good to have Councilmember Perez here as well to have a full discussion. And I'm particularly concerned, just myself, with using his position to leverage the chief of police. That's the one area that I think, for me, is the most concerning. But again, like the decision tonight, this discussion, to go through it without him here, I feel like it's not performative, but it's basically complaining and then saying we don't like it, and then that's pretty much it. So as much as I hate to push this into another meeting and to talk about this again, I really wish he had been here tonight, and my hope is that he would have been here tonight to talk about this. So I don't know how you want to proceed forward, but I think if we're going to resolve this in some way, I think at least it looks like to me that it's probably best to move it to a future meeting somehow so that he can be here for that. Whether we do a formal censure or just bring the conversation to discuss and decide at that discussion what to do.
So does that mean when they come back with perhaps proposed language to see what censure would look like?
Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, including all the numbers you listed, Mr. City Attorney, because I couldn't write them all down, but they all fit in the categories that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it's really council's prerogative. We could come back with a draft, we could come back with not a draft and just have a discussion about it, or we could come with a draft. It's your direction.
Yeah. Also, for my personal preference is that I'm not so much interested in doing something that is necessarily punitive for past behaviors, because what's done is done, and we're dealing with that. I just don't want to see him doing it again in the future, right? And so while a censure is it's a declaration of we don't like what you did and we're going to put you on notice, but without that discussion of then what's the future behavior going to be and what our expectations moving forward are going to be, I really want to have that conversation somehow. So even if we do a potential censure, we have language or not, I want to make sure that whatever conversation we bring back is about through the rest of this, basically, definitely for this year, but just in future, what our expectations are moving forward for this kind of thing. So I want to be really clear about what it was that he did to violate the code of conduct and how we don't want to see it again.
And I think I understand, and I'm in agreement with that to see how do we prevent this from happening in the future,
Yeah.
if we can prevent it.
If we can, yeah.
But I think what's very disturbing to me is the fact that sending those text messages with a text message, a title, Constantine Anthony, council member.
Which one, during the text messages about the
I believe that's
the
what you
committee,
indicated.
or the text messages about the realtors? Which one?
The realtors.
During
and
this
and I think it might be the same one. I'm not 100% sure, but it's very easy to verify that information. But you indicated it was for the realtors from the messages that we received from the
It was the text
association.
messages that Sharita Smith from the Burbank Association of Realtors, she supplied a letter with all the text messages. And if you go to the text messages, you'll see Constantine Anthony, City Council.
Got it, okay.
So it's that, it's accessing the chief, it's, again, showing up in a suit and tie to the protest, allowing that to get out of hand without some kind of discussion with the folks. It's a lot. I mean, there's so many letters and so many things here to discuss. I mean,
So what would you like to see then? What's your?
I would like it to be all a wraparound. Let's see the draft, have the discussion, make the decision to use the draft and move forward or not. and then have him here. Let's see what he has to say. I don't know really how do you defend it, but he'll say something. He'll want to say something, so on his behalf. And I think he has that right.
Yeah, I agree. So it sounds like we want to put it in a future, do we have time at our next council meeting? Do we have, I know we're doing budget for the next one. Or the
Not
one
really.
after that, yeah.
We have our community grants program is one report along with the rest of the budget. So you'll have capital infrastructure, all the discussion papers. If we could wait until June 2nd, that's a way lighter night. There's just the budget adoption, but at that point, I'm hoping we've already dealt with all the budget discussion papers and everything. So June 2nd is a lighter night. If you want us to put it on for the 19th, we can. I know that's a busy week, so it's really council preference. We'll do either. I'd like to not do this at midnight if we can again. So if you guys are okay with June 2nd, we'd probably recommend June 2nd right now, but we're flexible.
Yeah, what do you think?
It's fine, because I know it's difficult discussing this at midnight as well, and if we're going to have another long meeting, I think it's good that, we have it early on in the evening, so I'm okay with June 2nd, but I agree we should get the draft, let's see the language in there, what it says, allow Councilmember Anthony to provide an explanation. I don't know, in all this information that we have, and also Councilmember Perez will be here, so we can have a discussion, all of us, about it. But in the meantime, that's why I wanted to get the FPPC request out of the way, because that needs to be addressed separate, and he doesn't have to recuse himself and walk away because we're not dealing with budgetary or FPPC committees.
Okay. And then one more question for you, Mr. City Attorney. Have you spoken with Councilmember Anthony about reminding him about using his title in text and about, obviously about not...
Previously, I did not, I saw a logo, I did not inspect the logo, but upon my cursory review, I didn't see him using his title in the information that I've seen. I didn't go through every single article. So, without talking any more about my engagement with the council, that didn't stand out as one of the...
So it might be worth a reminder in the meantime before June 2nd.
Yeah, well, I think we all received an email from the city attorney cautioning us about...
I certainly have.
Yes, I remember you sending that and reading it over, and I'm like, how many times do we need to be reminded? But it's good, though. I think you need to post it every single week.
Is that a question for you?
No. But again, this is... We did all get the email on how do we need to use our social media and how we need to use our text messages and emails and personal. And that brings, and I know it's not the topic tonight, but there is also something we probably have to do in a separate discussion, I think for the city manager as well, because we need that reminder for our commissioners, because the commissioner that was mentioned tonight kind of leading the whole protest was his own website says planning commissioner, his own Instagram account that was used to encourage people to come out, which is absolutely fine. We have nothing against protests. You have every right to do it. But again, not using the city title. You do not use commissioner on there. Use anything else you want to use. So this is another concern, given that commissioners are out there doing their own thing and in violation of using the same, social media that we are told you can't do.
Okay. So if we bring it back on the June 2nd, was it June 2nd? June 2nd? We can maybe include that as well, of just generally
the commissioner
using using a title on council, or even a title on commissioners as code of conduct.
It is on the Instagram account.
I don't know if that's, we want to do that for a different
You want to
time.
do that as part of the same agenda item?
Yeah, good point.
Okay.
It's just, we can separate that as a discussion too on the 2nd. Since
Oh,
we're
two-
addressing social media, we're addressing how to,
It feels like I need an additional agenda item.
yeah. Oh, that's
Later.
going
Part
to
of
be
the
later.
next item on this agenda.
Later,
I
yeah.
see.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Okay, and that's for June 2nd too. Okay. Everybody straight now what's going on June 2nd? Going to bring it back for the whole council to discuss, and you have direction. Okay.
I didn't hear a motion or a
Oh,
second.
need a motion or second on this, okay.
Good.
Okay. I make a motion to bring back the item on June 2nd for discussion. The item that we talked about, the code of conduct with all the numbers that the city attorney mentioned to us, and that include a draft of a censure. Am I saying it?
Second.
I put it, okay.
Concerning the involvement or representations or actions before the event at the Board of Realtors on April 28th.
That and a combination of also misrepresentation of a measure being on the ballot, coming up on the ballot, which we haven't voted on.
Okay, he's going to recuse himself from that.
Well, no, because we are talking just the fact that he went and said something about it, that for a measure that was not adopted by this council. I mean, the financial part is already separated, so.
But he still may recuse himself. He still may recuse himself if we do that. You know what, it's probably a good idea to stick with the realtors for now.
that's fine.
I think that's probably good to keep it, run the risk of him recusing himself.
It's fine.
I mean, he still may anyway, but.
That's a motion.
That's a
Yes,
motion.
it's a motion.
Doesn't
Okay.
go anywhere without a second.
Somebody
Second.
speak up.
Yeah, Chris did the second. He used his bunny fingers to,
I'm out of
bunny
energy.
ears.
Second.
Yes. All right, I guess we need to do official vote.
Noting the recusal of Councilmember Anthony, noting the absence of Councilmember Perez, Councilmember Rosati,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins,
Yes.
Mayor Takahashi.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Now is the time for an introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of council have an introduction, madams? Vice Mayor? Okay. I don't have to work in the
I
morning.
want to be done. Okay, additional agenda item. I'd like to ask staff to bring back a report on Assembly Bill AB 1033. This allows accessory dwelling, the ADUs, to be converted into and sold as separate condominium units.
Do you want an agenda item or a memo?
No, I need an agenda item.
Agenda item, okay.
First report, yeah.
Will be brought back on the consideration for the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a second item. If I can read, I know, I'm ready for you tonight. I'm trying to read my own handwriting here. Request a report with a review of the city's zoning regulation as they relate to massage establishments, including how uses are defined and differentiated between therapeutic massage centers and other massage-related businesses. This came out of our Chamber of Commerce business meeting.
Okay. Have we been getting emails about it? Okay. Anything else? Yep. Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to put on a future agenda item to review the code of conduct violations of Commissioner Member Van Gorder as it relates to our code of conduct, potential city liability, and have him potentially removed from the commission.
Okay. All right. Nothing else? All right, so we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, for a joint meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you and good night.